Martial Peak Chapter 1079 to Chapter 1112. After a brief exchange of words, no one was able to convince the other. Inside the room, Xianxia looked at Xueyu helplessly. Xueyu was constantly drinking tea to calm the resentment in her heart. The tea in the cup had long since been emptied by her, leaving only the air in it. The atmosphere was so heavy that it was almost maddening. "Are you really so heartless?" Xueyu suddenly opened her mouth, staring coldly at Xianxia. This man's insistence had hurt her a little. Xianxia shook his head. "Whatever you say, I'm going to leave. This time, I've suffered a big loss, so I don't want to associate my life with anyone else's, especially a woman like you. You have too many secrets. Once they are exposed, even Hengluo Chamber of Commerce won't be able to protect you. If you die, I'll follow suit." Xueyu's dragon marrow phoenix body was a very special physique. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was the best moon slave in the Chamber of Commerce. When a moon slave was possessed by a man, they would only provide some subtle benefits to that man. But Xueyu was different. With her current strength, it was enough for Xianxia to directly break through to the Saint King realm. As Xueyu's strength improved, her physique would bring greater benefits to the first man who possessed her. Moreover, this kind of improvement was not just a simple increase in strength, but also in one's realm. There were too many masters in this world. Many people could cultivate for hundreds or thousands of years but still fail to break through a small realm. Xueyu's body was the best tool for them to break through. President Aio had always been far-sighted and had raised Xueyu as a man when she was only 3 years old, fearing that such a thing would happen. At that time, Xueyu would only bring disaster to Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. "How long can you bind me?" Xianxia stared at Xueyu indifferently, not showing any intention of avoiding the question. "A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. You and I both know that a large part of this is because of the soul chains and another part is because of your feminine heart. You've lived as a man for so long, but only in front of me can you let go of yourself and not worry about anything. The reason you want to keep me here is mostly because of this freedom, right?" Xueyu remained silent. Xianxia's words had hit the nail on the head, so she had nothing to refute. Xianxia's expression gradually became solemn and proud as he lowered his voice. "You think I'm just a little third-order saint cultivator who can be ordered to do whatever you want, but have you ever thought to think about it? Since I am the first person from my homeland to enter the star field, then I am the most outstanding martial artist of that place. I am the master of that place." Xueyu used to herself to this point. "Have you also to capture a monster beast to capture? Have you to capture too? To tame to ask to captures tame too?" Xueyu to recall. Xueyu couldn't help but think back to the past, the time when she had captured a king of beasts. That king of beasts was wild and difficult to tame, and it would attack people violently. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make it obey her orders, and in the end, she had no choice but to kill it. Xueyu opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. "Think about it carefully. I'll wait 3 days for you to give me an answer." "I don't want to make things too awkward." Xianxia glanced at her faintly before turning to leave. From his eyes, Xueyu could see a kind of decisiveness. No matter what choice she made, Xianxia would not stay as her guard. This man would simply leave. Without unlocking the soul chains, once he left, her situation would be worrisome. Xueyu knew better than anyone how dangerous it was for a third-order saint cultivator to venture out into the outside world, so how could she feel at ease leaving her life in the hands of such a weak person? Her mind in a mess, Xueyu grabbed the cup on the table and threw it to the ground, grinding her teeth for a long time before finally spitting out a few words. "Cruel and unscrupulous." Ever since she was a child, she had never been at a disadvantage in a confrontation. She had always held the initiative, whether her opponent was a man or a woman, old or young. As long as they fell into her hands, they could only be at her mercy. All the seniors in the Chamber of Commerce said that she was the best successor and the most outstanding one. She accepted such praise with a clear conscience. But in front of Kai Yang, she found that she was being suppressed everywhere. She didn't even have a chance to refute him, which made her very annoyed and also very unreconciled. Hiding in her room, Xueyu sat cross-legged on her bed, silently circulating her secret art to stabilize her chaotic state of mind. Gradually, her breathing stabilized and she began to think about her relationship with Xianxia from a different perspective, as well as the pros and cons of keeping him or letting him go. After leaving Shuiyu's room, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He gave Shuiyu 3 days. After 3 days, no matter what choice Shuiyu made, he would stay as far away from this woman as possible. Perhaps it was because of the soul chains, but this choice made him feel a little reluctant. The several heads that were poking their heads over to watch the scene made Yang Kai feel even more uncomfortable. If they wanted to watch a good show, why didn't they find a better place to sit? Everyone's faces were filled with gossipy looks, as if they wanted to ask about the situation but were too embarrassed to open their mouths. Old Ha. Yang Kai beckoned to him. Holly Ka's face flushed red as he strode over with Lin Mufeng and the others, pretending to be discussing something as they walked, their expressions extremely serious. Old Ha. When they came close, Yang Kai called out again. Little brother. Holly Ka looked unhappy. It's fine for others to call me Old Ha, but it's a bit inappropriate for you to call me that. Although I don't mind, it wouldn't be good if outsiders were to hear you call me that. Shui Master needs some materials to cultivate, take me to the storehouse. Yang Kai ignored his protests. What does Shui Master need? Holly Ka froze for a moment but didn't ask any more questions, instead turning around and saying, Come with me, there are some good things in the storehouse, I just don't know if they'll be enough to enter Shui Master's eyes. Shui Master isn't very particular, Yang Kai sniffed. In any case, he was going to leave in 3 days. This time, in order to awaken Shuiyu, he had lost half his life and had spent so much time on Rainfall Star, so if he didn't obtain some benefits before leaving, he would be sorry. Especially when it came to Saint Crystals, Yang Kai didn't have a single piece left. Borrowing Shuiyu's name wasn't a big deal. By the time Shuiyu found out about this, he would have long since fled. In front of the storehouse, Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng each held a key and opened the heavy door. Old Ha was an honest man, so he stood at the door of the storehouse and said, Go in and see for yourself, don't hesitate to take whatever you see, we'll be waiting here. Yang Kai nodded and walked into the storehouse. In an instant, a colorful light filled the storehouse, making it difficult for Yang Kai to open his eyes. This was the storehouse of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch, and the wealth stored inside was astonishing. There were all kinds of cultivation materials, artifacts, pills, and even space spirit crystals used to make space rings. Looking at the dazzling array of things, Yang Kai strode straight over to a pile of Saint Crystals. There were mountains of Saint Crystals here, low-rank Saint Crystals, mid-rank Saint Crystals, high-rank Saint Crystals. Yang Kai only took the high-rank Saint Crystals, taking almost 50,000 of them before stopping. With so many Saint Crystals, it should be enough for him to use for some time. After spending so much time in the Star Territory, Yang Kai had some understanding of the value of Saint Crystals and was no longer as confused as he was at first. 50,000 high-rank Saint Crystals was enough to buy an origin grade high-rank artifact. After loading up the Saint Crystals, Yang Kai came to the place where the herbs were stored. Now Yang Kai had a lot of origin grade and origin king grade herbs, but he couldn't use them for the time being. After all, his alchemy skills were still lacking. There weren't many Saint King grade materials, and his current alchemist rank just so happened to be mid-rank Saint King grade, so if he worked hard enough, he could even refine Saint King grade high-rank pills. Naturally, the more Saint King grade herbs he had, the better, as they could be used in alchemy to enhance his alchemy skills. Yang Kai didn't go overboard. When it came to profiting, there was a limit to how much he could take. He had to make others feel distressed and satisfied without creating a life or death grudge. Yang Kai grasped this limit very well and stopped after filling a ring with Saint King grade herbs. The 2 pitch-black round stones in the black book space were like bottomless pits that could never be filled. The ores Yang Kai had purchased on Water Moon Star last time had been completely consumed by them, so this time it was a good time to replenish them. Worthy of being the storehouse of a Chamber of Commerce branch, the grade of ores stored here was quite good. Yang Kai closed his eyes and stuffed everything inside, only stopping when he felt it was enough. Arriving at the territory where the artifacts were stored, Yang Kai looked around expectantly. He had hoped to find 1 or 2 useful artifacts here, preferably defensive ones. As for offensive artifacts, Yang Kai had always held an indifferent attitude. Compared to artifacts, Yang Kai was more willing to believe in his own strength. However, defensive artifacts were different. The more of these artifacts, the better, the easier it would be to protect his life. But after looking around for a while, Xianxia was disappointed. There were a lot of artifacts here, but none of them caught Xianxia's eye. The best artifact here was only Saint King grade high rank, and it was a long halberd. Kai Yan had never been interested in this type of weapon. Only those men whose brains were filled with muscles would like to use this type of artifact to show off their might. If he were to use it himself, it would definitely be neither fish nor fowl, and refining it would also take a lot of time. After searching for a long time, Xianxia reluctantly gave up and left the storehouse. Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng, who had been waiting outside, saw Xianxia walk out but didn't ask what he had taken, nor did they check the damage inside, simply closing the door behind them. They were still hoping that when the people from the home star arrived, Snow Master would help them put in a few good words so that the home star would exempt them from punishment. Now that Snow Master wanted something from them, they naturally opened the door wide. Xianxia couldn't help worrying about Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. If the person in charge of every cultivation star was as irresponsible as Old Ha, wouldn't Hengluo Chamber of Commerce suffer a huge loss? Inside Zhong Ao's room, Xianxia respectfully poured a cup of wine for the old man. The old man was calm and relaxed, enjoying himself without the slightest embarrassment. After filling his cup, Zhong Ao took a sip before curling his lips and putting it down. If you have something to say, just don't have any ideas about this old master's baby. Xianxia smiled. I didn't mean that, old Zhong worries too much. Junior just wanted to say goodbye to Senior. Junior is deeply grateful for Senior's care during this time. Regardless of whether Zhong Ao was a good person or not, Xianxia had indeed received a lot of care from Zhong Ao these days. If not for his guidance, Xianxia wouldn't have known how to rescue Shuiyu or how to awaken her soul avatar. Although Zhong Ao had also gained a lot, the other party was an old senior, so Xianxia didn't mind showing some respect. Farewell? Zhong Ao was stunned. You're leaving? I'll be leaving in 2 days. Xianxia nodded. Zhong Ao's expression became strange. Are you afraid Shuiyu's third young master will come to find trouble with you? It's time to go. When someone from Water Moon Star arrives, if you don't leave, you'll die. Even now, he still believed that Xianxia was bold enough to touch Shuiyu's woman. Xianxia didn't explain and simply let Zhong Ao speculate. Little brat, do you want to consider following this old master? Zhong Ao suddenly proposed. It's just a woman. Since Shuiyu is President Aio's son, presumably they won't be unable to see the big picture. As long as you follow this old master, when the time comes, this old master will talk to that little brat and he should be able to turn big things into small ones. Otherwise, how could a third-order Saint Cultivator escape the pursuit of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce? The territory of Hengluo Star is so large that I'm afraid there will be no place for you to hide. Why does everyone want me to stay? Xianxia felt depressed in his heart, but on the surface he didn't show it. He knew that Old Zhong had taken a fancy to his alchemy aptitude, so he shook his head and said, Old Zhong's kindness is much appreciated, but Junior is determined to leave. Zhong Ao nodded lightly. In that case, this old master won't force you. There are some things here. Take them and have a look. I see that although your aptitude in alchemy is outstanding, you haven't received a systematic education. You don't have a thorough understanding of high-level medicinal herbs and the medicinal effects of pills. These things should be able to help you. Saying so, Xianxia took out a number of ancient books from his space ring. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he didn't stand on ceremony with him. He took all the books and put them into his ring. Xianxia was very familiar with these ancient books as they were all part of Zhong Ao's collection. Some of them were written by Zhong Ao himself while others were collected by him from the outside. All of these books explained the medicinal properties, grades, and growing environments of the various herbs in the star territory. As long as he thoroughly understood these things, Xianxia's alchemy technique would be able to connect with the territory of the star realm. He would no longer encounter a situation where he didn't recognize the herbs. Last time, Xianxia hadn't been able to see too much and had felt a little regretful, thinking that he might not have such a good opportunity in the future, but he hadn't expected Zhong Ao to take the initiative to deliver it to him. Xianxia was very grateful. Little brat, tell this old man, where did you learn your alchemy skills? The spirit arrays you use are somewhat different from the ones in the star territory. Although they come from the same source, there are still some subtle differences. Zhong Ao curiously inquired about Yang Kai's details. Old Zhong, the place this junior came from is a low-level continent. The strongest cultivator there is a third-order saint, which is the same as this junior's current level. The highest grade of alchemist is saint grade high rank, and the spirit grasses, spirit medicines, and artifacts are all capped at this grade, so I don't know much about materials above saint grade. Yang Kai no longer concealed anything and began chatting with Zhong Ao while drinking wine. Zhong Ao was shocked again and again, feeling that Yang Kai wasn't simple. A person from a low-level continent was actually able to comprehend alchemy to such an extent, solving a problem that had troubled him for 100 years with a single stroke, allowing him to now refine pills that had a 10% chance of forming pill veins. If this boy had been born on one of the best cultivation stars in the star territory, what kind of achievements would he have? Zhong Ao's conversation with Yang Kai became more and more congenial. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai said goodbye and left. Zhong Ao didn't urge him to stay, only telling Yang Kai that without Yang Kai's permission, he wouldn't divulge the method to form pill veins. Yang Kai waved his hand and didn't say anything more. Whether it was artifact refiners, alchemists, or even cultivators, all of them were a group of people who cherished their own secrets and would not reveal their own details. They would treat their precious martial skills and knowledge as secrets that would only be passed down to their own successors. It was impossible for outsiders to pry into their secrets, and once such a situation occurred, they would fight to the death. Zhong Ao, having learned the method to form pill veins from Yang Kai, was already very satisfied, so he naturally wouldn't publicize it. 2 days passed peacefully. Zhong Ao moved back to his mountain valley, apparently to recultivate the 1,000 mu of medicine field. In any case, this old man's cultivation wasn't low and he still had plenty of time to live, so there was plenty of time to cultivate the herbs in the medicine field. Shuiyu and Yang Kai had also been cooped up in their rooms for the past 2 days. Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng also seemed to feel that the atmosphere wasn't quite right, so every day they carefully went about their own business, waiting for someone from the home star to come and deal with the situation here. 2 days later, Yang Kai came to Shuiyu's room and, without even asking, pushed open the door and entered. There seemed to be a chill in the room as Shuiyu sat at the table, her expression indifferent. When she saw Yang Kai come in, she only raised her eyes and glanced at him. Yang Kai obviously felt that Shuiyu's heart was filled with anger, and her attitude was somewhat different from a few days ago. Her tender body was now surrounded by a cold aura. Yang Kai braced himself and sat down in front of her. "Let's have a drink first." Shuiyu personally poured a glass of wine and brought it to Yang Kai. "Is it poisonous?" Yang Kai looked at her distrustfully. "What good would it do me to poison you?" Shuiyu stared at him coldly. Yang Kai looked at the clear wine and shook his head. "Forget it, let's get down to business. There's no need to drink this wine." He was sure that there was something fishy about this wine. With his understanding of Shuiyu, this woman wouldn't easily let go of him. Yang Kai was also mentally prepared to shed all pretense of cordiality and make a scene with her. Seeing him so vigilant, Shuiyu smiled sarcastically, picked up the glass, and drank it in one gulp. After drinking, she smashed the glass in front of Yang Kai, making a loud thud, as if she was demonstrating her power. "Have you thought it over? Have you thought it over?" Shuiyu didn't answer his question directly. "Don't play word games with me, it's meaningless. I gave you an answer 3 days ago. Is there no room for negotiation?" Shuiyu still didn't give up. "No." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Shuiyu grit her teeth and shouted, "Good, you're right, a forcibly picked melon isn't sweet. You and I are now bound together by the soul chains. If I really force you to stay, if one day you commit suicide, I'll be buried with you. It's not worth it. If you want to leave, then we'll break the soul chains and no one will care about the other from now on. It's good that you understand." Yang Kai was overjoyed hearing this. "Don't be so happy." Shuiyu slowly got up and took a few steps forward, gently opening her red lips. "The reason why I'm so stubborn and unwilling to let you go may be because of the soul chains, but you're right, a large part of it is because of my girly heart. From the age of 3 until now, only in front of you can I truly let go of myself. I've been very happy during this time. Old Zong told me that in order to wake me up, you almost lost your life. Although I don't know what happened during that time, since old Zong said so, he wouldn't lie. I must thank you, because no one has ever fought so hard for a woman like me. This is the first time I've ever been cared for as a woman. Yang Kai frowned, secretly becoming vigilant. The more Shuiyu spoke, the more he felt a sense of crisis. For someone like her, once she revealed her true feelings but didn't receive any response, the consequences would be extremely terrible. Once we release the soul chains, without that layer of binding, I don't know what I will do, but I will most likely try to kill you. Shuiyu stood behind Yang Kai, placing her hands on his shoulders, leaning over and exhaling. I'm mentally prepared, don't worry, I'll definitely run far away so you won't be able to find me, Yang Kai nodded. Your strength is too low, if I really wanted to find you, it wouldn't matter where you hid. Shuiyu still whispered into Yang Kai's ear, her cold tone showing signs of melting as she softly said, even a woman like me can't keep you? Yang Kai didn't make a sound, but inexplicably, he felt a burst of sadness in his heart. You really are heartless. Shuiyu ground her teeth and shouted. The next moment, Yang Kai felt a sharp pain in his neck. As a warm liquid flowed out, followed by 2 drops of warm liquid dripping down his neck. He almost couldn't help but say a few words of comfort. After a long time, Shuiyu released Yang Kai, her mouth full of golden blood. She swallowed it down and ground her teeth. Today, I drank your blood in return for all the disrespect you've shown me. If I ever see you again, I'll skin you alive and eat your flesh. Don't doubt me, I'll do as I say. Now go, never appear in front of me again, because I don't know what I'll do. She turned her back to Yang Kai, her shoulders trembling as she spoke. Yang Kai sighed softly, stood up, opened his mouth, but still didn't know what to say. Listening to the sound of Yang Kai's departing footsteps, Shuiyu's beautiful eyes filled with tears. She knew that she would never have the chance to live as she wished again. From today onwards, she would become Shuiyu's third young master again. The star shuttle shot out like a bolt of lightning, breaking through the shackles of space and quickly flying towards the star field. After an hour, Yang Kai stopped and stood in the middle of the star field, overlooking the 5 colors of Rainfall Star. In his knowledge sea, it was as if a layer of shackles had been lifted, giving Yang Kai an illusion of freedom. Suddenly, a questioning voice sounded in his ear. Yang Kai responded in an affirmative tone. With a bang, the invisible shackles in his knowledge sea suddenly broke, and all his worries about Shuiyu disappeared in an instant, Yang Kai's mood suddenly brightening. Before this, Yang Kai wasn't quite sure how much of an effect the soul chains had on him, but the moment the soul chains were lifted, he understood that this soul skill had many mysteries. Not only could it tightly link 2 people's lives together, but it could also make 2 people develop a good impression of each other for no reason, making them reluctant to part with each other. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if Shuiyu hadn't used this soul skill on such a young man, but instead on an old man or a young woman who was half buried in the ground. What would the result have been? Could it have made the 2 of them fall in love with each other? Thinking of this possibility, Yang Kai couldn't help shuddering. But now, the soul chains had been completely lifted by the mutual consent of both parties, and the feelings that had been imposed on Yang Kai had also disappeared. At this moment, besides feeling a little bit of regret, he no longer felt reluctant to part with Shuiyu. Whether it was in terms of appearance, identity, or cultivation, Shuiyu was a good woman. Any man would feel regret for missing out on such a good match. The moment the soul chains were lifted, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tore space, escaping 1,000 kilometers away. Shuiyu had said that once the soul chains were no longer binding her, she didn't know what she would do. Yang Kai estimated that it was very likely she would try to kill him. He knew so many of her secrets and had even hugged her, so with her cruel temperament, it would be strange for her to let him leave safely. Therefore, Yang Kai had first used his star shuttle to leave Rainfall Star and release the soul chains with Shuiyu at the maximum distance possible. This was to give himself some time to escape, lest Shuiyu turn hostile on him on the spot. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. After tearing space 10 times in a row, Yang Kai was already 10,000 kilometers away, tossing pills into his mouth to restore his spiritual energy while desperately controlling his star shuttle to escape. He always felt a murderous intent following behind him like a shadow. 10 days later, in the territory of Rainfall Star, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on his star shuttle, allowing it to carry him forward. The star shuttle had been engraved with a star by Xianxia and was now moving towards a distant location. Rainfall Star had long since disappeared, and looking back, all Xianxia could see were the twinkling stars. After running for more than 10 days without any pursuit, Xianxia felt he should be safe, otherwise, with the resources Shuiyu's grasp, they should have already caught up to him. He had even thought he could escape. If he was forced, he could simply hide in the void and never come out. Shuiyu wouldn't be able to catch him. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Xianxia felt several life forces break into the range of his divine sense. Xianxia's divine sense, which contained the subtle power of space, quickly withdrew, and before these people could notice, Xianxia had already grasped their information. 3 people, 3 first-order Saint Kings, each of them controlling a star shuttle and rapidly flying towards him. Xianxia could feel that they had been flying through Rainfall Star's territory for quite some time now, each of them consuming a great deal of energy. Were they sent by Shuiyu, or were they just passing by? Xianxia couldn't tell, so he quietly concealed his aura and flew in a different direction, preparing to avoid these 3 people and not cause any unnecessary trouble. But to his surprise, even after he changed direction several times in succession, the 3 of them still followed him like maggots in a tarsal bone, unable to be shaken off. Moreover, as time passed, the distance between them became closer and closer. At this point, if Xianxia still didn't understand the purpose of these 3 people, he would have lived for so many years in vain. These 3 people were definitely pursuers sent by Shuiyu, otherwise, their goal would not have been so clear. Sitting atop his star shuttle, Xianxia narrowed his eyes and stared behind him, not continuing to move forward. What did Shuiyu mean by this? 3 first-order Saint Kings wanted to capture him? She was well aware of his strength. Back on Watermoon Star, he had killed a Saint King realm cultivator as a second-order saint. Now that he had reached the third-order saint realm, how could 3 such cultivators be enough to capture him? It wasn't that she didn't have a stronger cultivator under her command. Li Ka and Lin Mu Feng were both origin-returning realm masters, while there were plenty of second- or third-order Saint Kings in the branch. As long as she gave the order, Li Ka would have no choice but to come. But she had only sent 3 first-order cultivators. Did she want to use these 3 people's lives to make a clean break with him, to express her innermost thoughts and determination? This was in line with her temperament. Understanding her intentions, Xianxia grinned. This was also good. Shuiyu's actions had made the last trace of regret in his heart disappear. If they ever met again in the future, Xianxia believed that Shuiyu would definitely try to kill him to wash away her previous shame. She would never act so seductively towards him again. However, Xianxia had already made up his mind not to have anything to do with this woman again, so there would be no further interaction between them in the future. Xianxia sat in place while the divine senses of the 3 men swept the area around him in a daze, obviously not aware of his existence. It wasn't until they got closer that the 3 of them seemed to have discovered a new world and became excited, quickly withdrawing their divine senses from Xianxia and flying over. Seeing these 3 idiots standing not far in front of him, surrounding him in a triangular formation, each of them wearing a look of grievance and anger, Xianxia knew that Shuiyu had deliberately made things difficult for them and had no choice but to come. Since Shuiyu had sent them here to die, they must have done something to provoke this woman and made her unhappy. Xianxia wasn't familiar with them and had never even seen them before, so naturally he didn't feel any psychological burden to kill them. Little brat, daring to touch Shuiyu's 3rd young master's woman, you're quite bold, aren't you? Although that woman has nothing good about her, making father feel very uncomfortable, her identity is not something a piece of trash like you can touch. We brothers have received orders to bring you back alive, so if you obediently cooperate, we'll make sure you suffer less, otherwise we'll break your arms and legs and make you face a life or death situation. A burly man on the left shouted. Damn it, father has lived for so many years yet has never flown a star shuttle into the star field. This time, I've suffered such a big loss at the hands of that woman. Boy, how are you going to compensate me? The young man in front of him also glared at Xianxia, his eyes filled with anger, apparently blaming Xianxia for his suffering. Flying a star shuttle through the star field was not a pleasant experience. Generally, they would take a starship to travel back and forth from Cultivation Star, occasionally carrying out some exploratory tasks, but it would only take them 3 to 5 days to return. But this time, they had chased Yang Kai for more than 10 days, all of them exhausted and consuming a massive amount of Saint crystals. Such a loss naturally had to be recouped from Yang Kai's head. Heh, that woman only told the three of us to bring this little brat back, but she didn't say anything about taking his things back. I heard that before he planned to escape, he used that woman's name to get Master Holly Ka and Master Lin Mu Feng to open the storehouse and take a lot of good things from there, tens of thousands of high-rank Saint crystals alone. The last man said greedily. Really? The big man and the young man both cast their eyes towards the space ring on Yang Kai's finger, their eyes spitting fire. Tens of thousands of Saint crystals was not a small number, so all three of them were extremely tempted. I took 50,000 Saint crystals. Yang Kai chuckled, holding up the ring on his hand and saying, it's all inside, and there are also some Saint King grade herbs and 5 elements ores. The total value is probably no less than 100,000 Saint crystals. Hearing what he said, no matter who it was, all three of them couldn't help breathing heavily, the greed and covetousness in their eyes becoming so strong that it was almost impossible to disperse. Little brat, hand over that ring and I promise not to hurt a single hair on your head, provided you cooperate. The big man stretched out his hand to Yang Kai and shouted. You want it? Answer my question, Yang Kai smiled. If you have something to say, then say it. Hurry up and finish this matter so we can go back as soon as possible. I don't want to stay here a moment longer, the big man said impatiently. Flying a star shuttle through the star field was very dangerous. Not only was it consuming one's strength at all times, but there was also the star field storms and fast-moving asteroids. If one was not careful, one could easily be hit by one of them, putting one's life in danger. This time, if it weren't for that woman's coercion, none of these three would have been willing to accept such a difficult task. Even Master Holly Ka had been angered by that smelly woman. Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to want to cooperate, the big man hurriedly urged him. How did you find me? It's not that I'm looking down on you, it's just that with the three of your abilities, there's no way you could track me down so accurately, Yang Kai asked curiously. The three of them glanced at each other and grinned meaningfully. The big man didn't try to hide anything, flipping his hand and summoning a colorful ribbon into his palm. This ribbon was tossed out by him and seemed to be attracted by some kind of force, flying directly towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang's face changed slightly, and he quickly grabbed the ribbon in his hand. It still had the sweet scent of snow moon lingering on it. Just by relying on this? Yang Kai frowned. What is this? You're asking me, but who should I ask? The big man grinned. Before we left, that woman gave it to me, saying that if I followed its guidance, I would be able to find your location. The reason we were able to track you down was because of it. Yang Kai stared at him deeply, feeling that there was no need for the other party to lie to him. Looking at the ribbon again, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to understand something and grit his teeth. That cheap slut. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly understood where the problem lay. That woman was truly worthy of being called a scheming person. A simple conversation before parting had actually been used by her to such an extent. The wine Snow Moon had prepared at that time was just a smokescreen. There really wasn't any medicine in it, it was just to numb Yang Kai's nerves. Her real purpose was to bite his neck while she was crying out in grief and indignation. When she bit him, she must have done something to his body unknown to him, otherwise, how could she have determined his location with just a ribbon? After figuring out what method these three people were using to pursue him, Yang Kai calmed down. As long as he knew the method, it wouldn't be difficult to resolve. Yang Kai casually put the colorful ribbon into his space ring and stared at the three people. Indifferently. Since Xueyu had already made her position and attitude clear, Yang Kai should respond in kind and settle this matter with her. With a loud shout, the big man on the left suddenly pushed his strength, seemingly aware of the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes and didn't hesitate to take the initiative. The other two didn't make any moves, simply crossing their arms and smiling as they watched the show, preparing to enjoy the miserable appearance of Yang Kai being trampled. In their opinion, Yang Kai was just a third-order Saint cultivator, so no matter which of the three of them attacked, they could easily take him down. There was no reason for them to lose. A thick and heavy aura burst from the big man's body, causing the entire star field to become strange. From all directions, a huge pressure pressed down on Yang Kai, each one as terrifying as a tsunami. Yang Kai's bones instantly began to crack, as if they were about to be crushed. The big man grinned fiercely as a phantom appeared behind him. This phantom quickly grew in size and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a 300-meter-tall giant. This giant lifted a foot wrapped in yellow energy and stomped down towards Xianxia. A soul-extinguishing pressure shot out from the giant's eyes and targeted Xianxia's knowledge sea. As soon as he saw that the other party was using a soul skill, Xianxia grinned and stood in place calmly, not dodging or evading, simply waiting for this soul skill to invade his body. If the other party had used their physical strength to attack Xianxia, he might have been able to contend with him, but using a soul skill like this was nothing short of stupid. Xianxia's spiritual energy far exceeded his physical strength, reaching the level of a second-order Saint King at the very least. Coupled with his strange conflagrated knowledge sea, even if he fought against a third-order Saint King using a soul skill, he wouldn't necessarily suffer a loss. This big man was just a first-order Saint King who wanted to use his strength to bully the weak and win in a single blow, so how could he have known about Xianxia's strange abilities? Layers upon layers of spiritual energy fluctuations mixed with the burly man's comprehension of the domain seeped into Xianxia's knowledge sea, but before the spiritual energy could play its proper role, it was enveloped by a scorching force and burned to ashes in an instant. The big man's calm expression suddenly changed as his body trembled, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle and his face suddenly went pale. The strange combination of Xianxia's conflagrated knowledge sea and his own strength had caused the big man to suffer a big loss in an instant. The spiritual energy that had invaded Xianxia's knowledge sea was immediately damaged and the big man felt an intense pain in his head, making it almost impossible for him to think. At the same time as the big man screamed, a spear covered in black demonic flame appeared in Xianxia's hand and before the big man could react, Xianxia threw it towards him. *Xiao. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Perceiving the approaching crisis, the big man instinctively pushed his strength to protect himself, summoning a Saint King grade mid-rank defensive artifact in front of him. This artifact was shaped like an umbrella, and as it rotated, it was able to reflect many attacks. The big man had relied on this umbrella artifact to block many fatal attacks. He believed that this time would be no exception. As long as he could block this attack, he would be able to survive. He still had two companions who hadn't made a move yet. The umbrella-like artifact didn't play the protective role it should have, and the spear burning with demonic flame disappeared the moment Xianxia attacked. In the next moment, it strangely reappeared 3 inches in front of the big man. The spear broke through the seal of space and quickly appeared from the void bit by bit. As the burly man screamed in horror, it pierced through his body that was as hard as gold and stone. A feeling of alternating heat and cold spread from the spear as the black demonic flame ignited all over his body. The contradictory combination of bone-chilling cold and monstrous heat made it impossible for the big man to defend himself. No matter how he pushed his strength, he couldn't extinguish the demonic flame on his body, only allowing it to grow stronger and stronger. This demonic flame seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. The big man's clothes, flesh, and even his Saint Chi were all turned into fuel, causing the demonic flame to burn even more fiercely. The burly man had completely turned into a burning black fireball. He screamed and wailed in agony. Like a headless fly, he attacked randomly in the starry sky, running further and further away. Soon, he was nowhere to be seen. The expressions of the other 2 people who had been watching the show from the sidelines changed, no longer seeming as calm as before. Everyone's expressions were extremely dignified as a deep sense of dread and horror appeared in the depths of their eyes. It wasn't that they didn't know about fighting above their own realm. Anyone who could become a cultivator of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's branch basically had their own unique skills and could fight above their own realm, but even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Killing a high-level martial artist in the blink of an eye with a difference of 1 realm was something that they didn't even dare to think about. But now, it was happening right under their noses. They immediately realized the horror of Xianxia and knew that they had taken on an extraordinary task this time. Without any discussion or exchange of glances, the 2 of them attacked Xianxia at the same time, not daring to hold back. They just wanted to get rid of Xianxia as soon as possible. One of them took out a drum-like artifact and while rushing towards Xianxia, he struck the drum with the drumstick in his hand. *Dong. The deep sound seemed to spread to the deepest part of the star territory, accompanied by a thick murderous intent that shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai opened his left hand and condensed the grand heavenly shield in front of him, but the invisible attack had already arrived. The grand heavenly shield seemed to have been hit by a fierce attack, the surface of the shield fiercely caved in and almost shattered. The other person held a long sword in his hand, his sword intent awe-inspiring. From the long sword, a rainbow light shot out, coordinating with the sound wave attack of the drum, desperately attacking Yang Kai. The grand heavenly shield lasted less than 3 breaths before shattering. Saint Kings were no longer small fries. Each of them had experienced countless life or death battles and spent countless years cultivating painstakingly in order to achieve their current level of strength. Facing the all-out attack of these two, Yang Kai didn't dare to show the slightest carelessness. Demonic flames surged all over his body as a pitch-black dragon appeared behind him. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, the dragon shook its head and wagged its tail. Its eyes were even larger than houses as it aggressively welcomed the two people pouncing towards it. Yang Kai stepped on top of the dragon's head as a vast sea of spiritual energy rushed towards the two men. His hands were not idle either, constantly condensing his Saint Chi and using his 9 heavens divine skills which contained the mysteries of space. The profound heavenly sword, heaven-punishing spear, heaven-covering hand, each strike broke through the blockade of space, disappearing and reappearing at will, making it impossible for these two to guard against. After cultivating for so long, Yang Kai had also figured out one thing, and that was that there was no strict distinction between good and bad martial skills. As one's strength grew and one's understanding of the mysteries of their strength increased, even low-level martial skills could play a huge role. Martial skills were not like artifacts. A low-level artifact was a low-level artifact, it could never become a high-level artifact, nor could it cope with high-level battles. Martial skills, on the other hand, were flexible uses of one's strength. Even at the end of one's cultivation, there was no need for martial skills. As long as one had enough control over their own strength, they could adapt to the situation as the battle progressed. The development of martial skills was only to set a standard for cultivator, allowing them to understand the mysteries of their own strength through the use of martial skills. Therefore, after arriving in Star Territory, the artifacts and herbs Yang Kai had brought from Tongxian realm were of no use, except for the soul-warming lotus and demon eye of annihilation, but he could still use his martial skills freely. An extremely fierce aura exuded from the black dragon's body, causing the two Saint King realm cultivators' courage to tremble. Even though they tried their best to attack Yang Kai and the black dragon, they were unable to cause any damage. The black dragon pressed down on them like a collapsing mountain, and the infinite pressure it exerted made it impossible for them to move. The gigantic dragon's mouth opened wide and swallowed one of the men in one gulp. Then, it bit down on the body of the other man. Although it didn't bite him in half, the pitch-black demonic flames directly spread to his body. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't extinguish the flames. He directly followed in the footsteps of the first man. The screams gradually weakened and eventually faded away. The black dragon dissipated and turned into a cluster of flames that poured into Yang Kai's body. In the vast star field, only 2 burnt corpses remained. Yang Kai stood in place and waited for a long time, but did not absorb the spiritual energy of the dead as he usually did. Shaking his head helplessly, Yang Kai knew that the souls of these two people should have been completely burned away by the demonic flames. There was nothing to feel regretful about. Yang Kai glanced in the direction of Rainfall Star before summoning his star shuttle and disappearing. Rainfall Star, inside the palace of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's branch. Shui Yu, who was wearing a bright red palace dress, closed her beautiful eyes and sat motionlessly on a chair. Her beautiful face was expressionless, and no one could tell whether she was happy, angry, or sad. Holly Ka, Lin Mu Feng, and the middle-aged woman all stood nearby, glancing at each other from time to time, but none of them dared to speak. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive to the extreme. None of them knew what had happened. Shuiyu had actually sent 3 first-order Saint King cultivator to pursue Yang Kai after he left. Yang Kai had worked hard for nearly a year to awaken Shuiyu. Holly Ka and the others had all witnessed this, so they really couldn't understand what this master and servant pair were up to. How had they become enemies? Could it be that little brat had abandoned her? Holly Ka and the others all had this conjecture. On top of that, Old Zone didn't seem to care about this matter at all. The branch's 3 leaders were all worried to death. Just as they were wondering though, Holly Ka's face suddenly changed and he took out a wooden token from his space ring, examined it carefully for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, Master Shui, He Ying and the other 2 are dead. Shui Yu's beautiful eyes slowly opened, but she didn't seem surprised at all. Her furrowed brow also relaxed at this moment, as if she had put down some heavy burden and let out a long sigh. After learning about the death of the 3 people she had sent out, Shui Yu didn't say anything, simply standing up and walking towards her room. Master Shui. Holly Ka stepped forward and called out. Shui Yu paused and turned around to stare at him coldly. Holly Ka couldn't help feeling a sense of panic as he stared at the beautiful stars in her eyes, gulping nervously. He didn't know why, but he saw the shadow of Shui Yu's 3rd young master in those eyes. Holly Ka, as the person in charge of Rainfall Star's branch, had naturally seen Shui Yu's 3rd young master and had also experienced his methods, so he was all too familiar with this look. It was clearly the look on Shui Yu's 3rd young master's face when he was angry. Not thinking about why these 2 people with different surnames would have the same look, Holly Ka quickly asked, Master Shui, Black Eagle and the others were killed by little brother Yang? Yes. Shui Yu nodded gently. Holly Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the middle-aged woman all paled. How is that possible? Little brother Yang is only a 3rd-order saint, even if he can fight across realms, at most he can deal with 1 person, how could he be their opponent when 3 of them joined forces? Lin Mufeng shook his head like a rattle, unable to believe Shui Yu's words. That was 3 Saint King Realm Cultivator, not 3 saints, this was simply too incredible. Then how do you think they died? Shui Yu looked at Lin Mufeng faintly, the latter not knowing how to answer. Holly Ka, on the other hand, carefully asked, Master Shui, why did you seem so happy after hearing the news of Black Shadow and the others' deaths? Am I? Shui Yu's expression remained indifferent. Holly Ka shook his head, no longer dwelling on this issue. Black Shadow and the others had died because they weren't strong enough, they couldn't blame anyone else. After thinking about it for a moment, Holly Ka asked, Master Shui, that young Kai is your guard, but he killed 3 of my branch's people, how should we deal with him? How can we deal with him? He's no longer my guard. And, if you see him in the future, capture him alive, I want him to taste all the torture in this world. Shui Yu ordered. Her voice was as cold as the cold wind from the 9 nether purgatory as she slowly walked away with her hands behind her back. The 3 people in the hall looked at each other. Master Shui seems to have let go of something. The middle-aged woman looked pensive. I don't quite understand, why did the 2 of them seem to be on good terms a few days ago, but in the blink of an eye, they suddenly became enemies? Holly Ka looked confused. The matters of the youngsters. Sigh, let's not get involved. Since Master Shui has instructed us to do so, we'll just do as she says. But what a pity, that brat actually has such terrifying strength. If we had known earlier, we would have kept him and nurtured him properly. Holly Ka also nodded fiercely, feeling it was a real pity. A 3rd-order saint cultivator being able to kill 3 saint kings, such aptitude and strength were extremely rare even in the entire star territory. The next time they met, they could only follow Master Shui's orders and capture him alive. In the vast star territory, the star field was filled with twinkling stars, like beautiful eyes that only knew how to speak. Yang Kai had been wandering the star territory for half a year now. Since leaving Rainfall Star, he had been heading towards another cultivation star. The star array above his knowledge sea provided him with a lot of convenience. At the very least, he knew where his goal was and wouldn't get lost in the star field. If it were anyone else, flying a star shuttle through the star field for half a year, they would likely have lost their way long ago. However, Yang Kai, who had mastered the star array, didn't need to worry about this. The distance between cultivation stars was variable. Some distances were short and could be crossed by a star shuttle in 1 or 2 months, while others were so long that even if one relied on a starship, it would take several years of travel. Yang Kai's goal was relatively far away. Although half a year had passed, according to his estimation, it would still take him another 3 months to reach his destination. This was the sorrow of the poor. Without the ability to buy a starship, there was not enough manpower to operate one, so flying through the star field with a star shuttle was very time-consuming. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't waste these days. The heavenly spirit ghost orchid was constantly helping Xianxia absorb world energy. The star field's world energy was very thin, so the heavenly spirit ghost orchid couldn't play much of a role. During this time, Xianxia had been relying on high-rank saint crystals to restore his consumption and cultivate. While cultivating, he also studied alchemy. The books he obtained from Old Zong had been flipped through several times, memorizing the grades, effects, names, and characteristics of various spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Zhongao's own spirit array diagrams had also been thoroughly studied by Xianxia. After studying all this, Xianxia began studying the mysteries of space. The battle with the 3 Saint King Realm cultivator had allowed him to discover the wonders of the Tao of Space. The Tao of Space had been attached to Xianxia's divine sense threads, allowing them to break through the shackles of space and leap forward, allowing him to explore further and more secret places, making it difficult for others to detect him. Even if he was detected, it would be impossible for others to track him down. Xianxia had long understood all of this. Now, he also understood that the Tao of Space could be used to enhance his Saint Qi attacks. In that battle, the 9 Heavens' divine skills had relied on the Tao of Space to break through the shackles of space and launch strange attacks that caught the enemy off guard. This inadvertent discovery had caused his combat effectiveness to soar. When he was a second-order saint, on Water Moon Star, he had exhausted himself fighting a first-order Saint King cultivator, but now, killing 3 cultivators in the same realm was a piece of cake for him. This was the advantage of using the Tao of Space flexibly. Naturally, Xianxia began studying the Tao of Space more and more diligently. Along the way, Xianxia had comprehended many mysteries, and many things that had previously been difficult to understand were now suddenly clear, allowing him to temper his understanding of the Tao of Space with great enthusiasm. Since entering the star territory, Xianxia had encountered too many powerful masters, including those who had truly mastered the grand divine technique. Xianxia quickly realized the huge gap between himself and these masters. If one wanted to take root and survive in a place, one's own strength was essential. Fortunately, he had many advantages that others could not match. Conflagrated knowledge C, demon god golden blood, a huge reserve of Saint Qi, and his aptitude that had been tempered to the limit. These various advantages convinced Xianxia that as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to stand above the rest of the world. He had walked this path once before. On Tongxian Realm, he had gone from obscurity to fame, from a solitary figure to a master who commanded millions, so he was no stranger to it. Now, Xianxia was simply retracing the path he had taken before, so although it would take a little longer, it wasn't a big problem. The star shuttle quickly moved forward, and Xianxia didn't waste any time. At a certain moment, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and frowned as he glanced to the side, a look of surprise flashing across his face. More than a dozen blue lights were rapidly approaching from the side, each representing a star shuttle. They moved like the wind, led by a monster race man with 2 horns on his head. Xianxia didn't know which branch he belonged to, but the hair on his cheeks was very lush, giving him an extremely rough appearance. Around this man were gathered cultivators from various races, each of them exuding Saint King Realm fluctuations, each of them holding a different type of artifact, their eyes cold. Xianxia had been immersed in his own world, so by the time he noticed them and tried to avoid them, it was already too late. Xianxia had not expected that in this vast star territory, he would encounter a group of cultivators who also used star shuttles. The dozen blue lights quickly approached and soon arrived beside Xianxia, all of them staring at him curiously, but after discovering that Xianxia was just a third-order saint cultivator, their eyes suddenly filled with disdain, some of them even pointing at Xianxia and laughing unscrupulously. The leader of the group was a man from the demon clan. He was born with a pair of triangular snake eyes. He held a silver spear in his hand. The spear glowed brightly and was engraved with blue patterns. Waves of dense water energy rippled from the spear. His cold eyes swept over Xianxia's body, his divine sense sweeping over him without any scruples, as if he wanted to see through Xianxia from the inside out. Xianxia's expression remained unchanged as he sat atop his star shuttle. "Boy, did you see anyone else pass by here?" The monster race man asked, his voice like thunder, exploding in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia shook his head. "You really didn't see anyone?" The monster race man seemed to be in disbelief as he stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. That group of people was clearly heading in your direction. We followed them all the way here, how could you not see them? Did you accept some kind of benefit from them and not want to reveal their whereabouts? He obviously felt that Yang Kai was lying to him. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. You're the only group of people I've encountered in the past few months. I really haven't met anyone else before this. Yang Kai's attitude could be considered friendly and kind, but he didn't want to stir up any trouble. He just wanted to reach his destination as soon as possible and settle down on that cultivation star. Drifting around the star field all the time was not a pleasant experience, and the heavenly spirit ghost orchid's medicinal efficacies were almost completely exhausted. DG, this boy's courage isn't ordinary, a woman next to him suddenly said. A third-order saint cultivator who could face so many saint kings without batting an eyelid was either a madman, a daredevil, or someone with some kind of backing. The woman felt that the latter was more likely. The monster race man named DG nodded. This little brat's cheeky face is obviously not a good thing. He must have seen that group of people but deliberately didn't tell us. Someone else interjected, glaring at Yang Kai with unkind eyes, seemingly wanting to attack Yang Kai. DG stared at Yang Kai coldly, his eyes flashing slightly, but he didn't take a stand. Why bother with his nonsense, just kill him and let me refine his soul. Won't we know if he's lying or not? Another man shouted, looking quite impatient as he shouted, if you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being impolite. Yang Kai glanced over at him and grinned meaningfully, a cold light flashing across the depths of his eyes. Forget it, there's no need to complicate matters, he doesn't look like he's lying. The monster race man named DG suddenly shook his head. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he didn't seem to have any intention of attacking Yang Kai, instead saying loudly, little brat, you should be tactful. Our group has been running around here for a long time trying to find traces of some people, but we haven't been able to find them. We've consumed a lot of saint crystals and don't have much left. If you give me some saint crystals and some restorative pills, I won't embarrass you. Yang Kai frowned. He had thought that this group of people would definitely attack him, but now things had taken a turn for the worse. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai readily agreed, good. Saying so, the space ring on Yang Kai's hand flashed and thousands of high-rank saint crystals flew out towards Yang Kai. When the group of people saw these saint crystals flying over, their eyes all went red and they began snatching them up, each of them bursting with joy. They had probably been wandering the star territory for a long time, otherwise, with their strength, it would have been impossible for them to be so happy just because they obtained some saint crystals. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking back to the Hizeo and He Miao sisters from Sword Union. In the chaotic abyss, the two sisters had also exhausted their saint crystals and recovery pills and had to find a hole to hide in to avoid the raging power of the star field. If it weren't for Yang Kai's assistance, the two sisters would have died long ago. After staying in the star field for so long, saint crystals and recovery pills had become a lifeline. Seeing Yang Kai toss out 1,000 high-rank saint crystals without even blinking, DG couldn't help showing a look of surprise. He hadn't expected this young man to be so rich. Being able to toss out 1,000 high-rank saint crystals meant he had even more saint crystals in his space ring. For a time, DG couldn't help feeling excited. Not only him, but the other cultivator holding Yang Kai's saint crystals also had greedy looks as they stared at the ring on Yang Kai's hand, all of them wishing they could rush up and snatch it away. A few of them had already quietly moved away, hiding their strength and waiting for DG's order to take Yang Kai's life. The woman who had spoken before was also looking at DG. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity. DG's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle before he suddenly grinned and said to Yang Kai, boy, if you're smart, I'll spare your life this time. Let's go. The group of people reluctantly followed behind DG, many of them wondering why he would let go of such a fat sheep. His strength was low, he was young, and he had so many saint crystals, there was no reason to let him go. But since Dicky had spoken, they didn't refute him. They just kept sighing. The group of people gradually walked away until Yang Kai could no longer be seen. The woman said, DG, this is not your style. What are you worried about? DG snorted and looked back, finding that everyone in the group was looking at him, seemingly wanting him to give an explanation, so he couldn't help shouting, I've seen many bold people, but that little brat isn't just bold. You're all blind, didn't you notice that he wasn't afraid of us at all? He's only a third-order saint, why isn't he afraid of us? In this vast star territory, he's all alone, if we kill him, no one will know. Why isn't he afraid of us? Someone thought for a moment and muttered, could it be there are other elders around him waiting to ambush him? Yes, a stupid pig like you should die early and be reincarnated. DG shouted angrily, it must have been hard for you to live until now. The man who was scolded blushed but didn't dare refute, only muttering a few words, no one understanding what he was talking about. On the other hand, the woman thoughtfully asked, you don't mean to say that little brat is so fearless that he isn't afraid we'll kill him, right? DG nodded, that should be the case. How could that be? He's just a third-order saint, there are so many of us here, how could he possibly kill all of us? The woman shouted in disbelief. He can't kill us, but I'm afraid we can't kill him either. That little brat must have a powerful master behind him who probably has an artifact bestowed upon him by his elders. Once we start fighting, he'll be able to use that artifact to escape. At that time, we won't be able to reap any benefits and will only end up embarrassing ourselves. When his elders come knocking on our door, who would be able to eat them? Listening to DG's words, the woman and the others all showed thoughtful expressions. The more they thought about it, the more they felt DG's words made sense. If he didn't have any backing, how could a third-order saint remain indifferent when facing so many cultivators who were far stronger than him? Then why did you still dare to ask him for saint crystals? After the woman figured it out, she couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Wouldn't that create a grudge with him? It's not that serious, DG waved his hand. DG waved his hand, it's just a few saint crystals. Since he has the protection of his elders, naturally he won't place them in his eyes. He probably also knows that I'm just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. Otherwise, how could a group of people show off in front of him for so long only to retreat with their tails between their legs? Didn't you see him throw those saint crystals over so easily? That little brat is a shrewd man who knows how to deal with people. Are all youngsters nowadays so difficult to deal with? Can't they give us some space to live? The woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly as she played with the saint crystals in her hand, discovering that they were all high-rank goods, immediately understanding that DG was telling the truth. A young third-order saint being able to possess such a rich fortune was definitely a gift from his elders. Regardless of that little brat, the person we're looking for must be hiding nearby. You take a group of people and we'll split up to search. When we find him, send me a message. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can go back. After drifting here for half a year, I really don't want to stay here any longer. Okay, the woman nodded, picking out half of the people in the group and splitting up with DG. Aboard his star shuttle, Xianxia remained calm, the little episode just now having no effect on him. With his understanding of the Tao of space, his ability to escape had also gradually improved. Now, as long as he didn't encounter a master above the origin returning realm, he wasn't afraid. At worst, he could simply tear space and escape, no one would dare to chase him into the void. However, since 1,000 saint crystals could save him some trouble, he was happy to do so. Time passed by as Xianxia continued to move towards his goal. On this day, he'd charged into an ocean of meteors. There were countless meteors of various sizes as far as the eye could see. They were large like mountains and small like jade plates, and the endless stream of meteors had converged into a grand ocean. In the starry sky, there were many such asteroid seas, some of which even star shuttles had to travel for several months before they could escape. Generally speaking, these asteroid seas followed the flow of the current without any particular pattern. When a starship sailed, it would prioritize avoiding these asteroid seas. These asteroids not only affected the speed of navigation but also added great danger to the starship. A single mishap could lead to the destruction of the starship. A good chartmaster would carve a suitable route according to the destination of the starship so that it could travel safely. After arriving here, Xianxia couldn't let his star shuttle move forward on its own because if he made a mistake, it would hit an oncoming meteorite. He had to temporarily put aside his other matters and focus on controlling his star shuttle. Shuttling through the dense asteroid sea, after 10 days or so, Xianxia arrived at the center of the asteroid sea. In front of him was still an endless sea of meteorites, with no end in sight. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry though, in any case, he didn't have anything urgent to do. Amidst the dark asteroid sea, a burst of light suddenly bloomed in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and quickly released his divine sense to investigate. Various life auras, both strong and weak, came from that direction as well as the sound of fierce fighting. There are actually people in this place? Yang Kai felt a little strange, and looking at the situation in front of him, it seemed that there was some kind of dispute and a desperate struggle. Involuntarily, Yang Kai thought of the group of people he met a few days ago. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? Yang Kai had been wandering around the star field for half a year and hadn't seen a single person. Now that he met them again, it was very likely that they were the same group. Last time, Yang Kai had learned from the other party's words that they were chasing after his enemy. Judging from the current situation, they should have caught up. Yang Kai quietly rushed over and hid his aura, soon arriving behind a huge meteorite. Using the cover of the meteorite, he looked over and found that his guess was correct. One side of the battle was the group of cultivators led by DG. Originally, there were nearly 20 of them, but now, less than half were left. The others were nowhere to be seen, but judging from the crimson bloodstains and broken limbs on the nearby meteorites, the missing half were most likely dead. The group of cultivators who were fighting DG and the others were not faring much better. Everyone was doing their best and panting heavily, using all kinds of subtle secret arts and artifacts, many of them cursing as they fought. Both sides were in a tragic situation, with people constantly injured and dying. Yang Kai hid nearby, so no one noticed that the souls of the dead cultivators were all being sucked into Yang Kai's knowledge sea by an invisible suction force. These people were all Saint King Realm masters and would be of great benefit to Yang Kai's cultivation and comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly way. Yang Kai was happy to see this and quietly moved towards the center of the battlefield, waiting to receive the souls of the dead cultivators. DG and his group were not good people. Yang Kai could see this from their previous attitude towards him. If it weren't for DG having scruples at that time, these people would have definitely attacked him. So, even if they all died, Yang Kai didn't care. Yang Kai didn't know the people fighting DG, so there was no need for him to stand up for them. Yang Kai liked to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight while reaping the benefits of the fishermen. Yang Kai didn't know how long the two sides had been fighting, but from the extent of their consumption, it should have been at least 1 or 2 hours. The battlefield was constantly shifting as the meteorite sea drifted. Yang Kai had been moving with them all this time, secretly praying that the remaining cultivators would die early and reincarnate. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer people left alive. No matter which side it was, there were only 3 or 5 people left. Even third-order Saint Kings couldn't avoid the call of death. Yang Kai, on the other hand, keenly noticed that there was one person who, even after seeing his companions die, didn't care about them at all. Instead, he simply ran back and forth across the asteroids, carefully inspecting them one by one, as if he was looking for something. The reduction in the number of people and the huge consumption of their own strength seemed to have caused both sides to gradually become more rational. They no longer fought without any regard for their own safety and instead became more cautious. Yang Kai waited for half a day but couldn't help feeling bored. If no one died, there was no way for him to obtain any benefits, so continuing to stay here was just a waste of time. So, he quietly left the asteroid he was hiding behind and prepared to continue to his destination while tempering the souls of the several dozen Saint King Realm cultivator he had devoured before. Both sides in the battle were busy dealing with their opponents, so no one discovered his whereabouts. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai was already 100 kilometers away from the battlefield and was about to summon his star shuttle when a strange and mysterious energy fluctuation suddenly came from behind him. Yang Kai quickly turned his head and saw a bright flash of light amidst the encirclement of countless asteroids, quickly disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai came to a halt, a look of astonishment filling his face. That energy fluctuation just now felt very familiar to him. It was clearly Space Force fluctuations, in other words, it was very likely that someone had torn space on the other side. This discovery made Yang Kai slightly surprised. After spending a few years in the Starry Sky territory, Yang Kai had learned from various sources that the number of cultivator proficient in the Tao of space was shockingly small. Even if one searched the entire Starry Sky territory, there weren't many. Space Force was a very obscure type of force, difficult to learn, difficult to master, and even more difficult to study. Unexpectedly discovering something in this place made Yang Kai want to inquire about who this person was and see if he could learn from their methods. It would be best if they could interact with each other. Spreading out his divine sense, Yang Kai soon arrived at the previous battlefield. Yang Kai's expression became even more puzzled as he found that there was not a single person there at the moment, only a weak space force slowly spreading out. What happened? Kai Yang could no longer hold back the curiosity in his heart, so he turned around and rushed back. Not long after, he once again arrived at the previous battlefield. Looking left and right, this place was indeed deserted. The few people who were still fighting had long since disappeared, and the strange thing was, there were no corpses nearby. Following the weak space force, Yang Kai came to a stop on a mountain-like asteroid and stood in front of a hollow gate. This gate was extremely simple, and at first glance, it was obvious it had been there for many years. A thick layer of space spirit crystal was inlaid on its frame. At the base of the door, there were 2 grooves in which saint crystals could be placed. In these 2 grooves, the 2 high-rank saint crystals were dim, their internal energy having been completely consumed. Space array? Yang Kai's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock. He didn't expect that things weren't as he thought. The reason why there were weak spatial energy fluctuations was not because someone had torn space, but because the space array had been opened. As for the 2 saint crystals that had been drained of their energy, it should have been because the space array had been activated. How could there be a space array here? In other words, when the 2 sides were fighting before, the cultivator who had not participated in the battle and had instead been searching for something on the meteorite had been aiming for the space array? What was on the other side of this space array? The 2 missing groups must have been teleported away through this space array. Yang Kai stood in front of the space array, his expression fluctuating as his thoughts raced. A moment later, Yang Kai reached out and took out the 2 saint crystals he had placed at the base of the space array. The 2 high-rank saint crystals had already lost their energy and replaced them with 2 other intact high-rank saint crystals before pouring his true chi into them and activating the space array. A bright light flashed and the center of the gate in front of him rippled, gradually becoming unreal and illusory. Yang Kai's threads of divine sense penetrated the gate and coincided with the power fluctuations of the space array, traversing tens of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. He didn't see anyone, only a grotesque land. Here, the vegetation was lush, the sun was bright, and the land was thriving. With a single glance, one could tell that this was a rich land. Yang Kai took back his threads of divine sense and, without hesitation, walked towards the gate of the space array. In a flash, Yang Kai appeared on the same continent he had seen before. The world energy aura was overwhelming, causing Yang Kai's expression to change slightly. The world energy aura on this continent was actually richer than on Rainfall Star. Although it couldn't be compared to the floating continent, it was definitely not something other cultivation stars could compare with. The heavenly spirit ghost orchid tattoo on his chest finally played a huge role. Under the large mouth on the tattoo, a large amount of world energy actively rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a relaxed look, even thinking about entering retreat here until the heavenly spirit ghost orchid's medicinal efficacies wore off. The heavenly spirit ghost orchid was simply too rare. If it weren't for giving Shuiyu face, Holly Ka wouldn't have given this treasure to Yang Kai. Although the medicinal efficacies would only last for 2 to 3 years before gradually disappearing, so far, only half of that time had passed. Yang Kai really didn't want to waste it. Thinking so, Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. In the starry skies, he could perfectly conceal his aura and prevent others from discovering him. However, he couldn't do so here. Even if he could restrain his aura, the heavenly spirit ghost orchid was constantly devouring the world energy. This kind of abnormality would be easily detected by others. Sure enough, just as he began to worry, the cultivator who had arrived here first flew over from a short distance away. There weren't many of them, each side only having 3 or 5 people. They all seemed to be wondering why someone had suddenly broken into this place. A moment later, the 2 sides who had been fighting before gathered together, all of them curiously staring at Yang Kai, wondering which side he belonged to. The monster race man named DG was stunned for a moment before grinning meaningfully. "Boy, how come it's you?" The woman who had been following him also looked at Yang Kai strangely, her beautiful eyes filled with vigilance. She thought that Yang Kai had followed them all the way here. Don't misunderstand, I don't know them, I just met them once in the star field. Yang Kai ignored DG and instead explained to the other group of people who were glaring at him. The leader of this group was also a man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, but his strength was the same as DG's, a third-order Saint King. He stepped out of the group and asked in a deep voice, "How did you find this place?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I was just passing by and saw a cluster of light in the asteroid sea, so I followed it to have a look. I didn't expect it to be a space array, so I came here out of curiosity. You do what you need to do, don't worry about me, I'll just take a look and leave." As he spoke, Yang Kai secretly remained vigilant. Although there were fewer people on both sides right now, both of them had third-order Saint Kings. On top of that, both sides were extremely vigilant towards him, so the slightest mistake would lead to him being besieged. Yang Kai had no choice but to lower his posture while thinking about how to make them fight for a while longer. It would be best if all of them died, which would give him plenty of time to explore this continent and see if there was anything good here. The man who spoke just now stared deeply at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to peer into the depths of his heart. After a long time, he nodded, his eyes suddenly flashing a kind light as he smiled and said, "I believe in you." "Many thanks," Yang Kai nodded. "Boy, since you've come here, don't even think about leaving," DG laughed. "Before in Star Field, Father here didn't want to cause trouble, so I didn't bother to deal with you, but now that we're here, I want to see where you can run." Saying so, he turned to the middle-aged man and shouted, "Gue Che, you and I have consumed a lot of Saint crystals and restorative pills. This little brat is a fat sheep. The last time we met, he directly threw out 1,000 pieces of high-rank Saint crystal, each one of them excellent. I'm sure he has even more Saint crystals in his space ring. How about we split it 50-50? "That's a good proposal," the middle-aged man named Gue Che nodded lightly, looking at Yang Kai with a grin. Yang Kai also looked at him with a smile, his expression indifferent. DG laughed and said, "Gue Che, although Father here looks down on you, you're a straightforward person, something Father here appreciates very much. Let's put it this way, do you want to do it or should I? Why don't the two of us do it together to avoid suspicion?" Gue Che slowly shook his head, "I won't do it." DG gawked for a moment, but before he could figure out what Gue Che meant, the latter turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, would you like to come with us?" "Come with you?" Yang Kai frowned, "What do you mean by that?" "Let's explore this place together. No one has been here for a long time, so there are many good things waiting for us to explore. If you follow us, there will be many benefits for you, how about it?" Gue Che invited sincerely. Hearing what he said, everyone was stunned, not knowing why Gue Che was inviting a third-order Saint cultivator. Not only did DG's group feel this way, even those around Gue Che wore suspicious looks. Only the monster race master, DG, who seemed rough on the surface but was actually quite perceptive, instantly understanding Gue Che's intentions and snickering, "Gue Che, aren't you being a bit too shameless? If you want this little brat to explore some dangerous places for you, just say so, what's the point of trying to tempt him with benefits? Little brat, don't listen to his nonsense. Father can guarantee that as long as you agree, not only will you not gain any benefits, you'll even die without a burial." With DG's words hitting the nail on the head, everyone suddenly understood. Gue Che didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed and instead looked even more sincere. "Yes, I do have such an idea, but little brother, your strength is too low, how can you obtain any benefits without paying a price? If you follow me, you'll still have a chance to survive. I won't let you go to places that are too dangerous, but if you follow DG, you won't live past tomorrow." "Can I act alone?" "Just pretend you didn't notice me," Yang Kai said with a distressed look. Everyone burst into laughter, their expressions filled with ridicule. "Good, it looks like if I don't choose a side, I'll die immediately, right?" DG and Gue Che didn't speak, the former just snickering, his intentions obvious. Yang Kai's eyes wandered between Gue Che and DG for a moment before he pointed to Gue Che and said, "I'll go with you." Gue Che nodded with satisfaction. DG had an indifferent expression on his face. Although having a laborer to explore the way was good, Yang Kai's strength was too low for DG's liking. With just a third-order Saint, as long as he encountered any kind of danger, he would lose his life, so what use was there for him? DG's only regret was the Saint crystals in Yang Kai's space ring, but the world energy aura in this place was rich, so Saint crystals didn't matter. Snorting, DG turned to Yang Kai and said sarcastically, "Little brat, you'll die an ugly death, don't blame me for not warning you." "I'll only die faster if I follow you," Yang Kai retorted mercilessly. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of either of these two groups. If he couldn't win, he could just hide. The Third Order Saint King Guiche wanting to capture him was simply a fool's dream. The reason Yang Kai compromised was because he wanted to use these people to explore the mysteries of this place. Since they were all looking for this place, it was obvious they knew something about it. "I'll be waiting to collect your corpse." DG stretched out his hand and nodded to Yang Kai before waving his hand and shouting, "Let's go." Saying so, he led the people around him and flew off in a certain direction. There weren't many people left with him, so obviously he didn't want to fight with Guiche anymore. "Let's go." Guiche didn't try to stop them and simply nodded with a smile before walking off in a different direction. The other three followed closely behind, with Yang Kai keeping up with their pace and bringing up the rear. No words were spoken along the way as Guiche and the others didn't seem to be in the mood to talk. The previous battle had left them with countless casualties and everyone was still immersed in the grief of losing their friends and family, so naturally they didn't bother to pay attention to a small outsider like Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also happy to see this and simply followed behind the four of them while silently observing their surroundings. Among these four, besides Guiche, who was a Third Order Saint King, there was also a man with a face full of scars who was also a Third Order Saint King. Guiche called him Ganji. There was also a young woman with a pair of peach blossom eyes that made one's imagination run wild. Finally, there was a tall and thin young man who looked about the same age as Yang Kai. Both of them were Second Order Saint King cultivators, but Yang Kai didn't know their names for the time being. With such a lineup, Yang Kai had absolutely no chance of winning, but Yang Kai was confident that he could escape. He looked carefully and found that the skinny, bamboo-like young man was the one who had been looking for him on the meteorite. He should be the one who found the space array. Along the way, from time to time, the young man would take out an ancient-looking animal skin parchment. There were many strange patterns and lines carved on the parchment. It should be a map. Under the leadership of this young man, the group pushed forward. This continent was rich in world energy, so naturally, it was also rich in materials. Herbs that were hundreds or thousands of years old were everywhere. Yang Kai was delighted to see this and began collecting them. Guiche didn't stop him and instead joined the others in collecting herbs and putting them into his space ring. Yang Kai gave them a few pointers, telling them what kind of herbs to use and how to collect in order to maintain their full medicinal efficacies, immediately making the four of them look at him in a new light. "Are you an alchemist?" The young woman couldn't help asking. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. Alchemists were very few in number. Generally speaking, alchemists focused on alchemy while their cultivation and realm were only secondary. Their combat strength was also very low. Hearing Yang Kai say this, the four obviously relaxed their vigilance towards him. "What grade of pills can you refine?" The young woman became even more curious. "Saint grade high-rank pills." "Not bad." Guiche interjected with a smile. Being able to refine Saint grade high-rank pills with just a Third Order Saint realm cultivation, it seems that you'll be able to refine Saint King grade pills in a few years. Such an alchemist will be coveted by many great forces. Boy, you need to work hard. Yang Kai grinned and nodded. "I'm curious, why is your body absorbing world energy all the time? What kind of pill did you eat?" The cultivator named Ganji looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, a look of confusion filling his face. It wasn't just him, the others were also the same. The abnormality of Yang Kai's body was obvious. He obviously wasn't circulating his secret art, but the surrounding world energy was still constantly flowing into his body, helping him enhance his cultivation. This made them very curious and excited, so naturally they wanted to inquire about this. "I didn't eat any pills, it's all thanks to this." Kai Yang took the initiative to open his clothes, revealing his chest. 4 pairs of eyes stared at him, only to see a picture of a ghost infant. The ghost infant's mouth opened and closed, sucking in large amounts of world energy. What is this? The young woman couldn't help reaching out to touch it, but she didn't find anything unusual. Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid? Gui Chei's complexion changed slightly as he muttered, seeing through the mysteries of this flower at a glance. Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid? The other three also exclaimed, the slender young man's eyes flashing a fiery light as he asked excitedly, that kind of strange treasure that can assist one's cultivation? He took a Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid? Xianxia nodded calmly. Where did you get this thing? Gui Chei asked anxiously, do you have any more? The Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid was extremely rare, so even he couldn't help coveting it. With this thing, he could save several years of cultivation time, allowing him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. No, this was given to me by a senior. Xianxia said as he straightened his clothes. He wasn't afraid of exposing the existence of the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid because this kind of strange treasure would disappear once it was consumed. Even if others dug out their own flesh and blood, they wouldn't be able to use it again. Sure enough, when they heard Xianxia's answer, all four of them showed looks of disgust. A third Order Saint Realm cultivator actually used such a rare treasure to assist in his cultivation, and instead of going into secluded retreat, it was simply too wasteful. If this had happened to anyone else, they would have obediently found a place with rich world energy and secluded themselves until the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid's medicinal efficacies wore off, never coming out. For a time, the four of them glared at Xianxia with resentment and anger, Gui Chei even trembling with anger, seemingly wishing he could kill Xianxia to vent the hatred in his heart. There are so many materials here, maybe we can find 1 or 2 Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchids, Xianxia said casually. The young woman rolled her eyes at him. The environment in which the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid grows is extremely harsh, how could it be so easy to find? I'm afraid there aren't any in this place. Don't be so long-winded, kid, lead the way. If you encounter any danger you can't handle, come back quickly. Ganji was obviously dissatisfied with Xianxia wasting the medicinal efficacies of the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid, so he pointed to the front and shouted at him. Xianxia nodded indifferently and took the lead. This place was somewhat different from the floating continent. Although the world energy here was extremely rich and the materials here were abundant, there were clearly traces of monster beasts here. Moreover, these monster beasts were all high-level monster beasts, with countless 7th or 8th class ones appearing. Occasionally, there would be a few 6th class ones, but they would appear in large groups, giving off a fierce aura. Gui Chei and the others obviously didn't know much about this place. Although they had the animal skin parchment in the young man's hand as a guide, the patterns on it were a mess and none of them could see through them, so they could only feel their way across the river. Xianxia led the way and didn't encounter too much danger. He could easily kill a single 6th order monster beast, but once he found a 7th order or 8th order monster beast, he would immediately turn back and inform Gui Chei and the others of the situation so they could deal with it. This kind of cautious behavior made the group of 4 despise him, all of them thinking that this little brat was a coward and a coward. Xianxia had been hiding his strength all this time, only displaying the strength of an ordinary 3rd order saint cultivator. When fighting the monster beast, he would also help out. Gui Chei and the others had been observing him for many days but didn't find anything suspicious, so they gradually relaxed their vigilance. A mere 3rd order saint cultivator really wasn't qualified for them to pay too much attention to him. Gui Chei had invited Xianxia to lead the way before, so he had done so in an open and aboveboard manner. However, Gui Chei had obviously overestimated the danger of this place. Besides the monster beast, there was no other danger here. As time passed, Xianxia's harvest was great. In addition to the herbs he had collected, there were also the teeth, sharp claws, fur, and monster cores of the monster beast. Gui Chei didn't take things too far. Every time a monster beast was killed, the rewards would be distributed according to their contributions. Naturally, Xianxia's share was the least valuable. Xianxia didn't complain. He gradually became familiar with this group of people, and although he knew they didn't have good intentions towards him, he didn't say anything. This group of people didn't seem to be from the same force. Although everyone obeyed Gui Chei's orders, it was obvious that Gui Chei and Ganji were on their own while the young woman and the thin young man were on the same side, supporting and helping each other in battle. Xianxia didn't quite understand why people like them would gather together and what they were looking for in this place. He didn't ask because he was afraid of arousing suspicion from these 4 people. After another seemingly concerted battle, Guiche divided the spoils. The 8th Order Monster Beast's monster core was tossed to Ganji and several jars of the monster beast's blood were collected, 1 for each person. As for the monster beast's teeth, claws, and fur, they weren't spared, cutting them off and putting them into their own space pouches. Yang Kai held a jar of blood and put it into his space ring with an indifferent look on his face. Monster beast's blood was also very useful. It could be used for alchemy, for arranging spirit arrays, and sometimes even for artifact refining. After the battle, it was naturally time to rest. These 4 people had taken a lot of saint crystals from Yang Kai without any trace of politeness, each of them receiving 200 to 300 pieces. Now, each of them was using these saint crystals to restore themselves. Yang Kai recovered the fastest and was soon back to normal. An hour later, the young woman also opened her eyes and put the saint crystals she hadn't used back into her space ring before walking over to a small lake nearby and washing her cheeks. Yang Kai looked around and found that the other 3 were still meditating, so he walked over to the lake, squatted down beside the young woman, and drank a mouthful of water. Although Yang Kai wasn't very old, he could still be considered a veteran in the field of flowers. From a woman's demeanor and words, he could infer what kind of personality she had, whether she was charming, loose, cold, elegant, or fiery hot, etc. When he first saw this young woman, he thought that she was a loose woman. Generally, women with peach blossom eyes were unwilling to be left alone. That kind of amorous feeling and charm was the best portrayal of their temperament. So at the beginning, he didn't approach this woman for fear that she would try to take liberties with him. However, after getting to know her better, Yang Kai discovered that this woman named Luo Yao was quite different from what he had imagined. She wasn't like Baya from Purple Star. Instead, under her charming appearance, there was a hidden dignity and calm temperament. This kind of contradictory temperament was exceptionally attractive. Many times, Yang Kai found the tall and thin man following behind Luo Yao, staring unblinkingly at her millstone-sized buttocks and willow-like waist. Even Guiche, when distributing the spoils of war, had deliberately given her more than he could chew. Ganji, who looked like a brave and ruthless outlaw, had taken care of her many times during the battle. It could be said that Luo Yao was the most comfortable person in this group. "Little boy, do you have something you want to ask?" "If you want to ask, just ask, what's the point of being so secretive?" After washing her face, Luo Yao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Her smile was faintly mischievous, she had obviously seen through Yang Kai's intentions to approach her. "I just want to know, what are you looking for here? How did you find the space array?" Yang Kai saw her take the initiative to ask and no longer tried to hide anything. The place where the 2 of them were talking wasn't too far from the other 3, so if Guiche and the others really wanted to conceal information, they would naturally stop them. Now that all 3 of them were still meditating and recovering, it meant that they didn't care, which made Yang Kai feel a lot bolder. Hiding his strength and showing weakness over the past few days had finally paid off, and this group of people no longer guarded against him. "I need to find a place to temper my body," Luo Yao said bluntly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a misty light. "As long as we can find that place, our bodies will become stronger. Although you are an alchemist, you can also be considered a cultivator. You should know the benefits of having a strong body, right?" Yang Kai nodded. Of course, he knew the benefits of having a strong physical body. It could be said that he had more authority than the other 4. If it weren't for his powerful physical body, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to store so much Saint Qi, nor would he have been able to fight across realms. A strong physical body was the foundation of a cultivator. No matter how profound a cultivator's secret art or martial skill was, or how strange their Saint Qi was, without the support of their physical body, they would just be an insignificant character. "Where can I temper my body?" Yang Kai couldn't help but feel curious. "I'm not sure." Luo Yao shook her head. "This is the first time we've come here. You should have heard Guiche say that no one has entered this place for many years. The reason we were able to come here was because of an ancient book and a map left behind by Jiping's ancestor." "An ancient book?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "My ancestor has been here before." The tall and thin man called Jiping had also fully recovered. He walked to the lakeside and interjected, he obtained a lot of benefits and left some clues. It was by following those clues that I was able to find the space array hidden in the meteorite sea. Luo Yao chuckled lightly before looking at Yang Kai and saying, little boy, don't think that the space array is easy to find. You also came here through that space array, so you should know that it is placed on top of an asteroid. That space array moves with the asteroid sea, constantly changing its position. If you miss that period of time, it will be very difficult to find it again. Fortunately, Ji Ping's ancestor calculated some information and determined that the asteroid sea would pass through a certain range within a certain period of time. Even so, it took us nearly a year to find the space array in that large area before we finally found our target. What's worse is that DG and the others somehow got wind of this and actually chased after us, causing many of our people to die. We'll get our revenge in the future. Ji Ping coldly snorted, his thin face filled with viciousness as he glared at Yang Kai and bluntly said, boy, I'm letting you know this because you've been very obedient during this time. If you cooperate obediently, once we find that space array, there will naturally be benefits for you. At the same time, you can also temper your body and make it stronger. I know, I'll behave myself, Yang Kai solemnly declared. Half an hour later, everyone had fully recovered. Ji Ping continued to look at the animal skin map in his hand while guiding everyone. Along the way, they didn't encounter any decent dangers. On this day, Gui Che, who had been leading the way, suddenly stopped and stared forward with a dignified expression. A few dozen kilometers in front of them, yellow sand danced in the air like a giant yellow dragon that connected the heavens and the earth, covering a large area. As far as the eye could see, the area in front of them was completely barren, seemingly devoid of life. An inexplicably dangerous aura came from that direction, causing Gui Che and the others to release their divine senses to investigate but to no avail. Their divine senses couldn't penetrate the yellow sand at all, as if there was something blocking their divine senses. Gui Che turned his eyes to Yang Kai and motioned to Yang Kai to investigate. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply nodded before cautiously moving towards the area covered in yellow sand. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at the edge of the yellow sand and began circulating his Saint Chi to protect himself before stepping into this territory. The flying yellow sand was like a sharp weapon that bombarded Yang Kai's body. Even with the protection of his Saint Chi, Yang Kai still felt sore all over. Opening his eyes and looking around, he could only see a meter around him. Gui Che and the others were aware of the danger in this place, so how could Yang Kai not? Releasing his divine sense, which contained the mysteries of the Tao of space, and breaking through the blockade of space, Yang Kai quickly investigated everything in this place. The yellow sand covered an area of about 30 kilometers, and this 30 kilometers contained rich wind and earth energy fluctuations. These two types of energy were intertwined together to form an impenetrable net. The reason why Gui Che and the others couldn't use their divine senses to investigate this place was because of this. Yang Kai thought that this was a natural wonder, but when a fierce aura suddenly approached him from a certain direction, Yang Kai didn't think so. This aura hid an evil aura, and in this world of yellow sand, there was clearly something alive. Standing motionless, Yang Kai stared in the direction of the source of this aura, wanting to see what was approaching him. The earth began to tremble as the fierce aura got closer and closer. Yang Kai even smelled a fishy stench that made him faint. Unable to see anything, all Yang Kai could see was the ground constantly collapsing, forming more yellow sand that was swept up into the sky by the wind, blurring his vision even more. Faintly, two huge pincers appeared, and as these pincers opened and closed, they seemed to be able to cut through space itself. Feeling a sense of crisis, Yang Kai quickly retreated, but the moment he left the area covered by the yellow sand, he saw two scarlet eyes staring at him through the sandstorm. An invisible pressure came from the sandstorm, making Yang Kai almost unable to breathe. Spreading his wind and thunder wings behind him, Yang Kai's speed instantly increased to its maximum, instantly traversing more than 10 kilometers. A purple pincer pierced through the sandstorm and clamped down on his original position, cutting off the afterimage he had left behind. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat as he approached Gui Che and the others without looking back. Not long after, he arrived beside Gui Che, his face a little pale. "What did you find?" Gui Che hurriedly asked. Ganji, Luo Yao, Ji Ping, and the others also stared at Yang Kai. "A kind of vicious beast." Yang Kai frowned. It can control the power of wind and earth, has two big pincers, red eyes, and seems to have a tail that sticks up high. In that sandstorm, its figure is completely hidden, and even if you stand next to it, you won't be able to see it. It's a very dangerous vicious beast. Is the surface of its body purple? Guiche's expression changed as he asked anxiously. Yang Kai thought for a moment before nodding. Yes, when I left, it stretched out its pincers and they were indeed purple. Do you know what they are? The other three also stared at Guiche eagerly. Guiche suddenly grinned and said to the three of them, "Scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion, have you heard of it?" Hearing what he said, the eyes of the three lit up, all of them showing excited expressions. Ganji yelled, "No way! Is it really a scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion?" From what Yang Kai saw, coupled with my own judgment, it should be a scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion. Haha, even if we can't find the place to temper our bodies, a scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion is worth the trip, Guiche laughed. But the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion is a ninth-order monster beast, equivalent to an origin-returning realm master. Can the few of us kill it? Luo Yao's peach blossom eyes flashed with worry. It shouldn't be a problem. Ganji thought for a moment. A monster beast is a monster beast after all, and it has lived here for many years without any experience in battle. If it fights us based on its instincts, it will only die. Indeed, Jipeng also had no objections, his face filled with eagerness. Is that monster beast very good? Yang Kai showed a suspicious look. Guiche grinned. It's even better than a 10th order monster beast. Other monster beasts may not have anything valuable other than their monster core. Although their claws, teeth, and fur have some uses, they aren't very useful. However, this scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion is different. Its shell, tail, and pincers can all be used to refine artifacts that are origin grade. Its blood and venom can be used to refine pills, and its monster core can be used to enhance a cultivator's strength. It can be said that its entire body is a treasure. The most valuable part is its monster core, because it is a dual-attribute monster beast. It has perfectly integrated its two attributes, wind and earth. If a cultivator who cultivates wind or earth attributes were to absorb its monster core, that person would very likely be able to peer into the mysteries of another territory. What do you think? This time, even Kai Yang was moved. Generally speaking, a cultivator would only store a single type of energy in their body, not because there was a limit, but because they were biting off more than they could chew. A single type of energy, a single territory, was enough for a cultivator to spend a lifetime studying and comprehending. However, most cultivators could use many different types of energy, whether with the help of martial skills or artifacts. For example, Yang Kai himself was able to use the Yang attribute energy and the unyielding golden skeleton's evil attribute energy. He could also use the wind and thunder force of his wind and thunder wings. The four types of energy were divided into primary and secondary types. The Yang attribute energy and the unyielding golden skeleton's evil attribute energy were the main focus of Yang Kai's life. He had been studying the mysteries of these two types of energy for a long time now, eventually fusing them together to form a monstrous demonic flame capable of incinerating all things in the world. The wind and thunder force could only be used slightly when summoning the wind and thunder wings. The monster core of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion naturally contained the wind and earth forces, perfectly fusing them together, making it extremely valuable. Guiche's group of four gathered together, each of them brimming with fighting spirit, their eyes shining brightly as they discussed their respective positions and responsibilities in the upcoming battle. The scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion was a ninth-order monster beast, equivalent to a cultivator at the origin-returning realm. If these four Saint Kings wanted to kill it, they would have to bear a certain amount of risk, but from their confident looks, it was obvious they were confident they would succeed in this battle. None of these four were fools, so naturally, they wouldn't get involved in such a dangerous situation. Yang Kai didn't participate. With his third-order Saint Realm cultivation, he wasn't qualified to participate in this battle, but he didn't insist and simply stood aside, seemingly bored. An hour later, after everything had been discussed, Guiche grinned meaningfully and took the lead, rushing towards the area covered in yellow sand. Ganji and Jiping wore solemn expressions, not daring to act carelessly. Luo Yao also giggled charmingly as she fell in behind. The four of them wore different expressions, none of them paying any attention to Yang Kai, quickly disappearing into the distance. After a while, Yang Kai sensed a violent energy fluctuation coming from that direction. The sandstorm that connected the sky and the earth became even more violent. Even though he was dozens of miles away, Yang Kai could still smell the stench that belonged to the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion. The brilliance of martial skills and artifacts blossomed, mixed with the shouts and roars of the four people. The battle seemed to be very intense. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked in that direction, but he couldn't see anything. He could only see a few erratic figures moving in the sandstorm. As time passed, the fiendish aura gradually weakened, while the energy fluctuations coming from Guiche and the others grew stronger and stronger. Obviously, they were preparing to take down the Ninth Order monster beast in one fell swoop. Feeling that it was about time, Yang Kai leisurely flew over with a smile on his face, looking very pleased. When he arrived, he discovered a ferocious beast the size of a house lying on the yellow sand. It was motionless and had lost all signs of life. Guiche and the others were almost all injured, all of them standing in place, gasping for breath. The guy named Ganji was particularly miserable, with a meter-long wound on his thigh that was so bloody that his white bones and thick meridians could clearly be seen. This wound had almost reached his crotch, causing Yang Kai's heart to palpitate for him. There was no time to deal with their spoils, the four of them quickly took out pills and swallowed them. Yang Kai walked over to the monster beast and circled around it a few times before reaching out and knocking on its hard carapace in amazement. He could also see that what Guiche and the others said was true. The carapace of this scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion, as well as its pincers and tail, were all excellent materials for artifact refining. As long as they were supplemented with some suitable ores and a skilled artifact refiner, they could be refined into an origin-grade artifact. No wonder they had all become so excited when they heard that they had found a scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion. After half a day, the four of them gradually recovered. This battle had consumed a great deal of their strength. Guiche first consulted the opinions of the other three before walking over to the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion. Tearing open the weak point between its carapace and abdomen with his hands, Guiche reached inside and a moment later took out a fist-sized monster core that glowed blue and yellow. Guiche laughed, "This monster core is worth at least 50,000 high-rank Saint crystals. I'll keep it for now. When we get out, I'll find someone to sell it and we'll split the Saint crystals equally." Saying so, regardless of whether the others agreed or not, Guiche directly put the monster core into his space ring. Yang Kai could clearly see that Ganji and the others all frowned, obviously displeased, but none of them objected. Guiche spent a great deal of effort to cut the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion into 8 pieces. He himself took the hard shell on the back of the monster beast, which could be used to create an excellent defensive artifact armor. Ganji obtained the scorpion's tail while the 2 huge pincers were divided equally between Jipeng and Luo Yao. Yang Kai stood to the side and watched. He had not participated in the battle, so naturally he was not qualified to divide the spoils. Even the small amount of blood left behind was taken by Guiche into his own space ring, as if it wasn't Yang Kai who had come to investigate the situation just now. Although this kind of distribution was somewhat selfish, it was barely fair, so even if the others had some complaints, they didn't voice them. As for Yang Kai's opinion, they didn't care. "Let's rest for a while," Guiche ordered, and everyone sat down to meditate. Jipeng took out the animal skin again and carefully studied it, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, Jipeng let out a loud cry. Everyone was alarmed and turned to look at him, only to see him beaming with joy and dancing with joy, clearly extremely excited. "What did you find?" Guiche hurriedly asked. "I think we may not be far from our goal." Jipeng's face was full of joy, his slight dissatisfaction with Guiche's distribution of the spoils had long been forgotten. Hearing him say this, several people rushed over to Jipeng's side, Yang Kai also moving over to observe. The animal parchment was filled with all kinds of strange symbols. At the top of the parchment was a huge cross, which should be the target they were looking for. At other places on the parchment, there were also some symbols that represented special meanings. "Look at this yellow territory. I didn't know what it meant before, but now I understand." It represents the place where the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion is located. Jipeng pointed to the animal skin and explained his discovery. If this mark is our current location, then wouldn't this blue area be the jungle we passed through before? Guiche asked thoughtfully. Then this should be the lake. Luo Yao also pointed to a certain place and expressed her opinion. It should be correct. Let me see, as long as we keep moving forward, we should be able to find that place in a few days. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was overjoyed. There seems to be some danger ahead. Kai Yang interjected, pointing to a mark on the animal skin. That mark was a large bird flying in the sky. At first glance, one could tell that it wasn't an existence to be provoked. A bird-type monster beast was destined to be more difficult to deal with than a land-based monster beast. Their movements were faster and their bodies were more flexible. Among the same level of monster beast, a bird-type monster beast was much more powerful than a land-based monster beast. Let's take it one step at a time. If that place really is dangerous, we'll take a detour. Guiche took a deep breath. After resting for a while, everyone recovered to their peak condition and continued moving forward. The large bird pattern on the animal parchment caused everyone in the group to be on tenterhooks, raising their heads from time to time, but even when they were about to leave the area, they still didn't see a single monster beast. This made everyone, who was ready to fight at any time, very confused, wondering if they had gone the wrong way. Suddenly, a bright arc of lightning appeared in front of them and a piercing aura of thunder rippled outwards, causing everyone's expression to change. As far as the eye could see, there was a tree that wasn't very tall standing more than a dozen kilometers away. On the sparse leaves, there were constantly flashes of long and short lightning. The five of them released their divine senses to investigate the situation within a radius of a few dozen kilometers. After determining that there was no danger nearby, they followed Guiche's lead and approached the tree. After a while, everyone stopped and stood in front of the tree, staring at it in a daze. The tree in front of him, which was only as tall as a person, contained a terrifying aura of lightning. The few dozen leaves seemed to be completely formed by lightning. Light constantly flowed on the surface of the leaves. Each leaf looked incomparably hard, as if they were made of sparkling jade. They were in a translucent state. What kind of tree is this? Luo Yao asked curiously. In this group of people, apart from Kai Yang who was ignorant and inexperienced, the other four could be considered to have seen a lot, but none of them recognized this tree. Is there no record of it in your ancestors' ancient books? Ganji turned to look at Jipeng, but the latter slowly shook his head. No. Maybe when he came here, this tree didn't exist. It's impossible for such a spirit treasure to appear for no reason. Are you hiding something? Ganji looked at Jipeng with some disbelief. Jipeng coldly snorted and said unhappily, "Is there a need for me to hide anything? This is a bird wood." Guiche suddenly spoke, his eyes flashing with excitement. Bird wood? The three of them were surprised. Jipeng quickly recovered and looked at Guiche. You mean? The bird pattern on the animal skin map should be a thunder attribute flying monster beast. It died here, its body and monster core gave birth to this bird wood. Guiche shouted, his expression becoming more and more excited. Jipeng also seemed to think of something and quickly said, according to my ancestors' ancient books, he did see a big bird wrapped in thunder and lightning, and according to his records, it was a thunder luan. A sharp intake of breath rang out as a look of fear appeared on everyone's faces. Guiche and the other two elders' gazes towards Jipeng also changed. Jipeng shrugged his shoulders. If I had told you this news earlier, you wouldn't have come here. In any case, the thunder luan is dead now, so we won't be in any danger. I'll settle accounts with you when we get out. You knew there was a thunder luan here yet you dared to trick us into coming here. Guiche ground his teeth. Listening to the quarrel between the four of them, Yang Kai understood that the so-called thunder luan was actually a 10th-order bird monster beast that was extremely rare. After it died, its flesh and monster core transformed into nutrients that allowed this bird tree to grow. The avian wood could only be produced in the places where extremely powerful flying beasts died, and the chances were very low. Even if 10,000 high-level flying beasts died, there might not even be one avian wood. This required the right time and the right place, and neither could be missing. Furthermore, the characteristics of each avian tree were different, completely depending on the nature of the bird-type demonic beast that gave birth to them. The Thunder Luan was a thunder attribute monster beast, so the bird tree it produced after its death was naturally also of the thunder attribute. Although everyone was somewhat indignant that they had concealed the existence of the Thunder Luan from Ji Ping, and Guiche had even declared that he would settle accounts with him after they left, the huge value of this bird tree still tempted everyone. After entering this place, except for Yang Kai, who had only obtained some herbs and insignificant benefits, everyone else had made a fortune. Now that there was a thunder attribute bird tree in front of them, and one that had been produced after the death of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan, everyone was so happy and excited that they didn't even have time to look for trouble with Ji Ping. They all began to dig, pushing aside the surrounding soil. A cold light flashed across Ji Ping's eyes, but Yang Kai simply turned his head and pretended not to notice while also helping out. A short time later, a huge pit appeared in the ground, and inside it was a huge skeleton several thousand meters long. From the appearance of the skeleton, it was indeed a bird monster beast, but its flesh and blood had long since disappeared and its monster core was nowhere to be found. Even its bones had decayed and turned to dust with a single touch. All the energy of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan had been transferred to this bird tree. Guiche pushed his Saint Chi to protect his body as he carefully pulled out this human-sized bird tree, not even daring to damage its roots. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to put this treasure into his space ring again, the other three immediately objected and began shouting one after another. Guiche ignored this and forcibly took the bird wood for himself. Although he said that he would distribute it after they left this place, anyone could see that he wanted to monopolize this bird wood. The originally joyous atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Yang Kai stayed out of this, secretly guessing that if not for the greater benefits waiting for them, the other three would not hesitate to attack Guiche. However, their final destination was not far away. They could only suppress the anger in their hearts and wait for the final reward before making any plans. The atmosphere in the teen was very strange. Yang Kai followed silently at the back, very inconspicuous. The further they went, the more desolate it became. It seemed that starting from the territory of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion, the earth had become barren. The land that should have been full of vitality had somehow become barren, and even the world energy here was gradually disappearing. On this day, as they were walking, everyone suddenly felt a strange energy fluctuation in front of them. At the same time, the blood in everyone's body began to surge uncontrollably, causing the faces of the 5 people to turn red. The turbulence of their blood caused them to become excited and violent, causing everyone's eyes to gradually turn red and their breathing to become heavy. Found it. Ji Ping was startled for a moment before summoning his star shuttle without hesitation and flying towards the source of this strange energy fluctuation. The others were not willing to be outdone and followed closely behind. The strange energy fluctuations became more and more intense, stimulating the flow of their blood more and more. Yang Kai even heard a violent heartbeat coming from their chests. This situation was very abnormal, causing Yang Kai to immediately become vigilant. In the blink of an eye, all of them were above a crater. The crater was filled with a bright red liquid that looked as thick as blood. The liquid reflected the sunlight, making this large area look strange and beautiful. Body tempering divine pond? Guiche turned to look at Ji Ping. Ji Ping nodded heavily, his eyes filled with joy. How do I use it? Ganji asked anxiously. They had worked hard and paid a huge price to find this pond. Now that they had arrived, he naturally couldn't wait to temper his body and make it stronger. This was the foundation of a cultivator. The various benefits they had obtained along the way couldn't compare to this kind of fundamental improvement. It's nothing special. Ji Ping laughed and was the first to jump into the blood-red pond, splashing water everywhere as Ji Ping's head emerged, and he let out a muffled groan, as if he was suffering from some kind of pain. But soon, this pain disappeared and was replaced by endless joy. Ji Ping's body seemed to have been greatly nourished and his second-order Saint King aura involuntarily began to spread. Anyone could sense that his vitality force was rapidly increasing. Guiche Ganji, Luo Yao, and the others were still a little vigilant, fearing that Ji Ping was hiding something at the last moment, but after seeing him jump in so unscrupulously, they no longer hesitated, fearing that all the benefits would be taken by Ji Ping alone, so they all jumped into the so-called body-tempering divine pond. The pond wasn't too big, only about 300 meters in diameter. It was unknown what kind of mysteries were hidden inside, but as soon as the three of them entered, they all showed joyful expressions. Xianxia stood in place and didn't move. Jipeng opened his eyes and glanced at him, shouting, "Boy, go to the edge, you can't bear the pressure in the middle." "I can also come in?" Xianxia showed a look of surprise. Jipeng laughed, "I told you when we came here. If you cooperate honestly, you'll naturally benefit." "Of course, I'll keep my word." Xianxia frowned, not wanting to jump in rashly, but knowing that he couldn't refuse, he could only follow Jipeng's instructions and land at the edge of the pond. As soon as he entered the pond, Xianxia's face changed. From all directions, a fierce pressure bombarded him, causing him severe pain, as if his 5 viscera and 6 organs had been severely damaged, causing his face to go pale. But in the next moment, this pain disappeared and was replaced by endless comfort. An inexplicable force overflowed from the pond and penetrated into his body. Under the influence of this force, Xianxia clearly felt that his blood had undergone some subtle changes. Just like Jipeng before, his vitality was rising and his life aura was also becoming stronger. Xianxia quickly immersed himself in examining his own condition. His Saint Qi flowed rapidly through his meridians while his golden blood swelled and absorbed the surrounding energy. Then, a miraculous thing happened. Within his own faint golden blood, a spot of even purer golden blood suddenly appeared. This pinprick of golden blood, which was only the size of a needle tip, contained a tremendous amount of flesh power and unimaginable energy. Xianxia stared blankly at this scene. This newly formed blood was somewhat similar to the blood of the great demon god, and it could be said that it was infinitely close. Because of the unyielding golden skeleton, Xianxia's blood had slowly transformed into a golden color over the years. At first, this change wasn't obvious, and when he was injured, his blood would only be mixed with a faint golden hue. But as his cultivation improved, this golden brilliance gradually overshadowed the original red hue. It wasn't until a few years ago that Xianxia's blood was no longer red, only a golden brilliance remained. However, he knew better than anyone that although his golden blood had a powerful restorative ability, it was still several grades worse than the great demon god's demon god golden blood. Xianxia didn't know how to make his golden blood purer and more powerful, so he could only continue to cultivate and improve his cultivation, hoping that as his strength increased, his golden blood would also become purer. This time, following Jipeng and the others into the so-called body-tempering divine pond had actually given him an unexpected harvest. Xianxia instantly understood that this body-tempering divine pond was not for tempering one's physique, but rather for tempering one's blood. When one's blood was tempered, it would increase one's vitality and strengthen one's physique. Jipeng may have misunderstood the true purpose of this place. This kind of tempering was far more thorough than simply tempering one's physique. Realizing this, Xianxia no longer hesitated and opened his mind to the strange energy that was pouring in from all directions. His mind was constantly observing the newly formed golden blood, slowly growing from the needle tip to the size of a grain of rice and then to the size of a soybean. A new drop of golden blood finally formed, and realizing its uniqueness, Xianxia couldn't help feeling moved. The power contained in this new drop of golden blood was incomparable to the previous drops of golden blood, almost 10 million times greater. This was the true demon god golden blood. Another drop of golden blood slowly formed, repeating the same process as before. After an hour, Xianxia had formed 3 new drops of golden blood in his body. He didn't know how many benefits the others had obtained, but he was certain they wouldn't be inferior to his own. Just as Xianxia was enjoying this moment though, Ganji's exclamation suddenly reached his ears, "Where did Jipeng go?" This shout woke everyone who was immersed in the joy of their own transformation, and after looking around, they really couldn't find any trace of Jipeng. Xianxia's face sank and he quickly released his divine sense to investigate. Soon, at the very bottom of the pond, Xianxia noticed Jipeng's life aura. "I knew there was a problem." Guiche roared, his figure quickly diving down, wanting to see what kind of tricks Jipeng was playing. Just as his figure disappeared, Jipeng suddenly jumped out of the pool, floating in the air with his body dripping wet, calmly looking at everyone. On his face, there was a sinister grin. Xianxia didn't even think about it and wanted to jump out of the pond, but before he could do anything, a huge suction force came from under the water, as if 2 invisible hands had grabbed his ankles, making him unable to move. At the same time, the blood-red pond began to bubble one after another and the sound of popping filled the air. A strange force thousands of times more ferocious than the previous one seeped out of the pond and squeezed into everyone's bodies. The drop of demon god golden blood that had just appeared in Xianxia's body began to grow at an incredible speed. Inside the body-tempering divine pond, Guiche, Ganji, and Luo Yao all went pale as their bodies trembled. Even though they were second or third order Saint King realm masters, they still couldn't bear such a powerful pressure. Xianxia was also in great pain and couldn't help feeling like his body was about to explode. However, the drop of pure demon god golden blood in his body was constantly growing, effectively alleviating the pressure on him, so when he turned his head to look around, he found that among the four of them, he was in the best condition. The other three were already on the verge of collapse and were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Jipeng, what are you doing? Ganji roared angrily. Jipeng glanced down at him indifferently, his eyes filled with sarcasm, not saying a word, staring at him as if he was looking at a dead man. Guiche shouted, Jipeng, you'd best pray that I can't get out of here, otherwise I'll tear out your bones and tear you to shreds. Jipeng laughed and said without fear, I've already opened the altar at the bottom of the divine pond. You're all sacrifices to the divine pond, so no matter how great your abilities are, you won't be able to leave. Altar? Guiche's face changed as he shouted hoarsely, you really were hiding something. Jipeng sneered, if I had told you everything, I'm afraid the one being treated as a sacrifice right now would be me. It's not like I don't know how sinister you are, Guiche, so why do you think I brought you here? With such great benefits, why didn't I monopolize them? What a joke. Now that things have gotten to this point, I'm not afraid to tell you that this body-tempering divine pond contains all kinds of unimaginable mysteries. It can indeed temper one's body, but if you want to thoroughly temper it, you won't be able to do so without enough sacrifices. After you die, just like the Thunder One, your bodies and cultivations will be turned into pure energy while I, like the bird tree, will grow stronger as you die. Hearing him say this, everyone's faces turned even paler, only now realizing Jipeng's true intentions and thoroughly recognizing his sinister face. Although Guiche and Ganji weren't people with great wisdom, they weren't mediocre either. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for them to fall into such a simple and obvious trap. They had been on guard against Jipeng the entire time, but along the way, the various benefits they had obtained had caused them to relax their vigilance and become immersed in the joy of their gains. When they arrived in front of the body-tempering divine pond, Jipeng took the lead and jumped in, followed by the rest of them. It wasn't until something happened that they realized that all of this had been part of Jipeng's plan. But now, it was too late for regrets. Everyone was struggling with all their might, wanting to jump out of the body-tempering divine pool. But the more they struggled, the stronger the suction force under the pool became. Everyone could only stick their heads above the surface of the water, accepting the crazy tempering of their blood while waiting for death to descend. Jipeng, you even want to scheme against me? Luo Yao's hair was disheveled as she stared at Jipeng with a pleading look in her beautiful eyes. The grim and triumphant expression on Jipeng's face slowly converged as he stared at Luo Yao with some pity. After a long silence, he sighed, although we've only known each other for a few years, I don't want you to die. I still like you very much and want to enjoy the effects of this body-tempering divine pool with you. Luo Yao's face lit up with joy as a smile bloomed on her charming face. She had thought that Jipeng really wouldn't let her die. But to her surprise, Jipeng slowly shook his head, but it's too late to say anything now. The altar has already been opened, so you can't come out and I won't go in. Moreover, the number of sacrifices is too small. When my ancestor came here, there were more than a dozen people who were sacrificed. My ancestor's aptitude wasn't high, so when he came here, his cultivation was only on par with that little brat's. He pointed to Xianxia and continued, he was only a third-order saint, the weakest existence in that group, so anyone could bully him and order him around. When the benefits of this body-tempering divine pool were discovered, he wasn't given a share, so everyone pushed him aside and monopolized the divine pool for themselves. But who could have known that it was this kind of exclusion that saved my ancestor's life? After everyone died, my ancestor waited until the divine pool calmed down and he alone enjoyed its effects. He recorded in the ancient records that if it weren't for this pool, even if he cultivated until his death, he would at most be a third or third-order Saint King cultivator. That was his limit. But do you know what his greatest achievement was? The third-order Origin Returning Realm, only one step away from the Origin King realm. Ji Peng's voice was high and his emotions were high as he waved his hands exaggeratedly. Although this Ji Peng's aptitude can't be said to be top-notch, it is still much better than my ancestors'. With this body-tempering divine pool, I can advance towards the Origin King realm, and one day I will be able to reach that realm. Origin King realm. Guiche suddenly laughed wildly, but blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, nostrils, eyes, and ears. Ignoring him, Guiche stared at Ji Peng contemptuously. You think a piece of trash like you can cultivate to the Origin King realm? The Origin King realm is too worthless. Ji Peng didn't get angry and instead said leisurely, you will bear witness to it. When you become a part of my body, you will be able to bear witness to it with me. Luo Yao, although I am very sorry to you, you should join them and become a part of my body. And I will set up a memorial tablet for you to commemorate you. The days ahead are long, and I believe I will meet a woman I like. Madman, you're a madman. Luo Yao's face went pale as she screamed. Say what you want. Ji Peng restrained his pity and stared down coldly. He really had nothing to say to this group of people who were about to die. All he had said just now was to vent his anger. The situation of the people in the pool was getting worse and worse. Aside from Kai Yang, the other three people's blood seemed to be boiling, breaking through their meridians, tearing their flesh apart and seeping out of their skin. Dark red blood flowed into the body-tempering divine pond, dyeing the already dark red divine pond even redder. Yang Kai only felt some discomfort, but he wasn't in any life-threatening danger. The capacity of a person's body was limited, just like how Saint Qi could be stored in one's dantian. When other cultivators reached this limit, they would no longer be able to store any more. Forcing one's Saint Qi into their dantian under the influence of external forces would only lead to endless troubles and even lead to one's death. Yang Kai was different. He used to be able to condense yang liquid, but now he could store excess Saint Qi in every inch of his physique. His body was limitless. The effect of the body-tempering divine pool was similar to the Saint Qi obtained through cultivation. Ji Peng opened the altar below and maximized the effect of the divine pool. Guiche, Ganji, Luo Yao, and the others were unable to withstand this kind of tempering, and dying was only a matter of time. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was able to refine this demon god golden blood into pure demon god golden blood. He couldn't wait to refine this demon god golden blood as fiercely as possible. Now, there were already 10 drops of demon god golden blood in his body, each drop containing a terrifying amount of energy. A miserable howl rang out as Ganji suddenly went mad, his strength erupting like a tidal wave as he madly attacked his surroundings. His eyes turned red as blood flowed from them, making for a tragic appearance. Pung, a muffled bang rang out as a huge splash appeared in the body-tempering divine pool. After the pool water fell back down, the place where Ganji once stood was no longer there. Only pieces of flesh and broken limbs floated on the surface of the pool, gradually sinking to the bottom before being dissolved by the water and turned into huge nutrients. As soon as Ganji died, the body-tempering divine pool boiled even more and a large number of bubbles emerged from the bottom. Yang Kai clearly felt that the strength pouring into his body from all directions had increased, causing him to almost cry out in pain. What Ji Peng said about being a sacrifice was not a bluff but a fact. Now that Ganji had died as a sacrifice, the effect of the body-tempering divine pool had increased. The next moment, Luo Yao's screams resounded through the sky as this charming and dignified young woman followed in Ganji's footsteps. Before dying, Luo Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with an unforgettable hatred as she stared at Ji Peng, as if she wanted to imprint his ugliness into the depths of her soul. The two of them exploded one after the other, leaving not even their bones behind. The effect of the body-tempering divine pool suddenly rose to a whole new level. At this moment, even Guiche, who was the strongest among them, couldn't hold on any longer and hurriedly called out, Ji Peng, get me out of here and I'll give you my space ring. Ji Peng remained indifferent as he stared at him indifferently and said lightly, you're dead, but when the body-tempering divine pool calms down, I'll naturally go down and look for you. I'll take everything in your space ring, everything here will be mine. You'll suffer retribution. Guiche roared. Ji Peng laughed wildly, I'll be waiting, but you won't have the chance to see it. As soon as his voice fell, Guiche completely exploded and the space ring he was wearing flew into the air before falling back into the pool and disappearing. Ji Ping's eyes were filled with envy, but he didn't rush to collect it. After waiting for a while, a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face as he muttered, "How come it can even melt souls?" He had always been on guard against the souls of the few who had died escaping. He was also prepared to kill them all once they tried to do so. He would definitely not let their souls escape. What he hadn't expected was that the souls of these people didn't show any signs of escaping, as if they had been turned into sacrifices and disappeared along with their flesh and blood. Muttering to himself, Ji Peng suddenly turned his head towards Yang Kai and frowned, "Little brat, why aren't you dead yet?" The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged as he endured the unimaginable pain and torture, shaking his head as he said, "I don't know, maybe my strength is too low, or maybe I'm still at the edge of the pool. Do you want to come down and check?" Ji Peng coldly snorted, "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Yang Kai nodded heavily, "You really are an idiot, only focusing on what's in front of you and not even noticing that someone was attacking you from behind." Ji Peng's face changed as he suddenly turned around and saw a blood-stained man with 2 horns on his head hiding his aura quietly approaching from behind. DG? Ji Peng's soul nearly left his body as he paled. After seeing the state of this monster race master, Ji Peng calmed down a lot. DG had encountered some kind of danger in battle, but his body was covered in wounds and he looked quite distressed. On top of that, he was by himself and his companions who had been following him were nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai had been following Ji Peng's group for many days now, and although there were some bumps along the way, they hadn't encountered much danger because Ji Peng had the ancient books left behind by his ancestor, so he knew which direction was the safest. However, DG was different. He had wholeheartedly wanted to find treasures here, so he had encountered all kinds of dangers. Along the way, several people around him had died long ago. He was the only one who was struggling at death's door, and his condition was not good. He had wanted to sneak up behind Ji Peng and kill him, but he hadn't expected Yang Kai to see him so clearly. DG glared at Yang Kai fiercely, annoyed that he had ruined his plans. "How did you find this place?" Ji Peng asked coldly. DG snorted. "I'm not deaf. You think I can't hear the cries coming from here?" Saying so, his expression became ecstatic as he stared at Ji Peng and asked, "Is what you just said true? Can this body-tempering divine pond really improve one's physique? Did your ancestor really cultivate to the third-order origin returning realm?" "So what?" Ji Peng didn't deny it. DG had obviously been here for a while and had definitely heard what he and Guiche were talking about, so denying it now was meaningless. Good, good. DG was overjoyed, "I didn't waste half a year looking for you. Before, I didn't know what you were doing, only that there were benefits to be obtained, but now I know. Ji Peng, you're not my opponent, if you want to live. Leave obediently, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." A trace of panic flashed across Ji Peng's face. He was only a second-order Saint King while DG was a minor realm higher than him, so he knew he wasn't his opponent. But soon, this panic disappeared and Ji Peng smiled, "You're not in a good state right now, are you? If you could kill me easily, there would be no need to speak such nonsense. I just don't know, if the two of us really fought now, who would be the one to survive in the end? Did you see through me?" DG smiled freely, not feeling the slightest embarrassment as he nodded, "Since you saw through me, I won't try to be mysterious. There are only the two of us left here, so I'm afraid neither of us can do anything to the other. How about we discuss this? What do you want?" Ji Peng looked at him angrily. Although he knew that DG had also brought people into this place, he didn't expect to run into him at the last moment. He wanted to kill DG immediately, but he didn't dare act rashly. "Let's not find trouble with each other. Anyway, this pool is so big. Let's enter it together to temper our bodies. That way, everyone will benefit from it and it won't hurt our relationship," DG suggested with a serious expression. "Alright, that's what I was thinking. Since we've already come this far, I really don't want to fail at the last step. There's no harm in sharing some benefits with you." Ji Pingshuang quickly nodded. "So it's settled then?" DG chuckled. Ji Peng nodded again. The two of them looked at each other from a distance of more than 100 feet. Both of them had satisfied expressions on their faces, as if they had really come to an agreement. Suddenly, a dark golden armor appeared on Ji Peng's body. He waved his fists, and a fierce energy burst out from them. The energy condensed into a solid form, and like sharp swords, they whistled towards DG. Silver light flashed in DG's hands and a silver spear appeared in his hand. The patterns on the spear seemed to come alive, releasing a rich water attribute aura as they surged forward to meet Ji Peng's attack. A great battle was about to break out. The two who had previously reached an agreement were now attacking each other at the same time. Xianxia, who was hiding in the pool, sneered. He knew that it was impossible for these two to coexist peacefully because Ji Peng wouldn't give DG any time to recover. Once DG recovered, Xianxia would definitely not be his opponent, so he had to fight DG at this time. Regardless of whether he was competent or not, he had to give it his all. Although Ji Peng's cultivation was slightly inferior, DG's condition wasn't good, so until they fought to the end, no one knew who would emerge victorious. Xianxia watched for a while before his interest waned and he relaxed his body and mind, no longer resisting the suction force from under his feet, allowing it to pull him into the pool. He wanted to see what mysteries were hidden in the pool. The dark red pool water roiled as if it was boiling, the various mysteries contained within constantly tempering Xianxia's blood. Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia sank all the way down and only after a long time did he feel himself touch the bottom of the pool. Only after reaching this point did the suction force disappear. The bottom of the pool was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. The dark red pool water blocked all light from penetrating. Xianxia had no choice but to take out a strange illuminating stone and hold it in his hand before releasing his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Not far away, he sensed a strange fluctuation of power. He knew that this should be the location of the altar Ji Peng had mentioned. Instead of rushing to the altar, Xianxia began to search around the bottom of the pool. A moment later, a space ring lying quietly at the bottom of the pool was found by Xianxia. Probing it with his divine sense, Xianxia grinned widely. Inside the space ring, there was the thunder attribute birdwood bred after the death of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan, the carapace of the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion, countless herbs, and the monster core of a 7th order or 8th order monster beast. This was Guichei's space ring. Xianxia stuffed the ring into his sleeve with satisfaction and carefully put it away. Space rings were very special because they contained their own independent space, so they conflicted with the demon mystic tome. All space rings could not be placed inside the demon mystic tome, but universe bags could. Xianxia didn't know why this was the case. Guichei's space ring contained the most good things, so after finding it, Xianxia felt relieved and continued to search nearby. The body-tempering divine pond wasn't big, only about 300 meters in diameter, but more than 1,000 meters deep. It wasn't difficult to find a few rings in such a place, and soon, the space rings belonging to Ganji and Luo Yao were also collected by Xianxia. Above the pond, fierce energy fluctuations mixed with the angry roars of Ji Peng and DG. The two of them were obviously still locked in a fierce battle. Xianxia paid attention to them for a while and felt that they wouldn't be able to extricate themselves for a while, so he slowly swam towards the location of the altar. A moment later, Xianxia arrived at the altar, and looking around, Xianxia saw an altar-like object standing there quietly with an extremely complex spirit array engraved on top of it. It was surrounded by what appeared to be saint crystals, all of them flashing with a dazzling light and giving off shocking energy fluctuations. Xianxia took a closer look and was surprised to find that these saint crystals could no longer be called saint crystals. They were even better than the best high-rank saint crystals, and the energy contained inside them was almost incomparable to saint crystals. Was there a higher level of energy above saint crystals? Xianxia's expression changed slightly as he didn't know what to call these saint crystals. Atop the altar, the lines on the spirit array were like the lines on a person's palm, densely intertwined and extremely complex. This place was obviously not naturally formed, but rather artificially arranged. Xianxia didn't know what kind of master had created it. Countless specks of light, like fireflies that filled the sky, were flowing on the altar. It was so beautiful that it made one's mind sway. These specks of light converged into a stream of energy that seemed to circulate endlessly. The altar was covered with precious treasures that Xianxia couldn't name, each one of them peerlessly rare. It was under the influence of this altar that the effects of these precious treasures were stimulated, allowing Yang Kai's blood to be tempered, allowing him to produce the purest demon god golden blood. Yang Kai was ecstatic and immediately sat down cross-legged on the altar, wanting to receive an even fiercer tempering. Who would have thought that as soon as he sat down, the entire altar would shake violently? The body-tempering divine pool seemed to have been stimulated by something, and the pool water suddenly lowered and converged fiercely towards the altar. Yang Kai paled, never having expected such a situation to occur. Desperately trying to break free from the altar, he was bound to the spot by the pool's water, unable to even move a finger. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai clearly noticed that the water level of the entire body-tempering divine pool was rapidly dropping. It wasn't that the pool's water was decreasing, but rather that it was being compressed by the altar. This anomaly also alarmed Jiping and DG, who were in the middle of a desperate struggle, and both of them stopped and stared towards the body-tempering divine pool in shock. After discovering that there was a large hole in the divine pool and the pool's water was rapidly decreasing, Jiping roared wildly and desperately rushed over. He had worked so hard, not hesitating to scheme against so many people, all for the sake of tempering his body. His wish was about to be fulfilled, and although DG was obstructing him, he wouldn't compromise. But if the body-tempering divine pool was gone, then he would never be able to achieve his goal. Abandoning DG, Jiping frantically chased after the falling water level, but was unable to touch it. DG was also dumbfounded and stood in place in a daze. In less than 10 breaths of time, the body-tempering divine pool, which was hundreds of feet deep, had dried up. All the water in the pool had been compressed into a small ball, condensing into a 10 feet long blood-red crystal that looked like a cocoon. When Jiping chased down, he happened to see Yang Kai trapped inside this crystal cocoon like a dead man, but the altar that should have been there was nowhere to be seen. Standing in place, Jiping's eyes were dull, as if he had lost his soul. A moment later, Jiping suddenly shouted and madly attacked the blood-red crystal, the full strength of a second-order Saint King causing DG, who was standing in the distance, to tremble. DG knew he had no way of dealing with Jiping's desperate attacks. But the strange thing was that the blood-red crystal was impregnable. Jiping's attacks were unable to destroy it, not even leaving a mark. The earth suddenly trembled and a huge gully appeared in the ground. The monster beast, which had been living here all this time, noticed the arrival of a crisis and rushed out of its habitat, fleeing in all directions. DG's face also changed and he didn't dare to hesitate, quickly fleeing. Jiping also stopped his actions and released his divine sense. Realizing that something was wrong, he finally regained some of his senses and bombarded the crystal one last time before preparing to leave. But it was too late. An endless attractive force emerged from the crystal, and in this inexplicable world, all living things, even the vitality of plants and vegetation, were drawn in by this attractive force and transformed into fluorescent lights that gathered towards the blood-red crystal. Jiping watched helplessly as his skin became wrinkled, his physique withered, and his vitality drained away. In a very short period of time, it was as if 1,000 years had passed from his body, causing him to become old and decrepit. Finally, he collapsed to the ground and turned into a pile of bones. A gust of wind blew past and reduced his bones to dust. Before he died, Jiping met DG's pair of horrified eyes. Across the vast star territory, a starship carefully avoided the numerous asteroids as it headed towards its target. This starship wasn't very big, only about 200 meters in length, making it the smallest starship in star territory, barely a Saint King grade low rank. The hull of such a starship wasn't very sturdy, and from the many dents on its surface, it was obvious it had been hit by asteroids while sailing through star territory. If it had been any other high-grade starship, such a situation would have been impossible. This small starship sailed through star territory as if it was treading on thin ice. It seemed to be fully loaded with goods, so its speed wasn't very fast. Inside the hull, there were about 60 cultivators of different levels, each of them performing their own duties, all of them seemingly bored. This time, they had been ordered to mine ore and had stayed on an ore star for half a year. It wasn't until a few days ago that the starship was finally filled with ore that they set out to return. There had been 100 people when they arrived, but by the time they returned, nearly half of them had disappeared. For some reason, many of their companions had been killed by these star beasts while they were mining. Being able to return alive was already enough for them, so there was nothing to complain about. Half a year of hard work in exchange for many years of freedom, they were all very satisfied. After this trip back, there would be a large amount of rewards, and they could also learn more profound cultivation methods and martial skills. They could even obtain higher-grade secret treasures. Everyone was waiting for the victorious return of the battleship in this kind of imagination. Wu was the person in charge of the starship and was a first-order Saint King. At such a young age, such a cultivation was already considered extraordinary on Shadowed Star. The elders of the family had even asserted that as long as she was willing to cultivate, she would definitely be able to reach the origin returning realm one day. Her strength wasn't the strongest on the starship, the strongest was the foreign elder of the family who had accompanied her, a third-order Saint King. However, he was very old and besides guarding the starship and ensuring its safety, he didn't care about anything else. Even Wu wasn't qualified to order this foreign elder to do anything. There were also a few other Saint Kings. After all, mining in the outside world required a certain level of strength. At this moment, Wu was standing in the starship's power room, looking out at the twinkling star field through the transparent window, a look of longing flashing across her beautiful eyes. Shadowed Star was her homeland, but the world energy on Shadowed Star couldn't compare to that of the other cultivation stars in the territory of Xianxia Star. It was barren, lacking in materials, no high-grade precious treasures, and no powerful masters. On Shadowed Star, the strongest master was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, and it was said that he was already 2,000 years old. Xianxia didn't know if he would still be able to fight. On top of that, Shadowed Star was a relatively remote location in the entire Hangluo star field. This could be seen from the countless dead stars in its vicinity. If one wanted to find an ore star to mine, it would take several months of sailing to reach it. During this time, everyone was constantly on edge, fearing that they would encounter too much danger and lose their lives. It was precisely because Shadowed Star was so remote and barren that the great forces in Xianxia Star's territory rarely paid attention to it. Even the villains from Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair, who committed all kinds of crimes, didn't come here to plunder. Although Shadowed Star was also part of Xianxia Star's territory, it seemed to have become independent and had been forgotten by the world. Wu wanted to leave Shadowed Star and explore the outside world. While she was still young, she wanted to see the wonders of other cultivation stars. She had heard from those who had been to other cultivation stars that there were many things in the outside world that couldn't be found on Shadowed Star. There were Origin King Realm Masters out there and all kinds of unimaginable wonders. On those cultivation stars, one's cultivation speed was extremely fast. The people in the outside world had so many saint crystals they couldn't even use up all kinds of pills. Compared with the people on cultivation stars, Wu felt like she was a country bumpkin who had never seen the world before, a true country bumpkin. She yearned for everything in the outside world, but the current situation of her family had shackled her wings to fly freely. Since she was young, she had been contributing her strength to her family. Everyone knew that this trip to her star would be extremely dangerous. Usually, out of 10 starships sent out, only 5 returned safely. No one dared to take on this task, so Wu had no choice but to take the initiative to volunteer. Under the approving gazes of her family's elders, she had accepted this task. They felt that since she was a woman, even if she accidentally died outside, it wouldn't matter as the foundation of the family would not be damaged, so they readily agreed. If it were any other male direct descendant, these elders would definitely not have allowed it. A group of short-sighted fools, no wonder they can only wait for death on Shadowed Star. What's wrong with women? Wu snorted softly as she clenched her fists lightly, vowing to herself that one day she would leave Shadowed Star, escape this suffocating cage, find her freedom, and experience a wider and more wonderful world. Young lady. A third-order Saint Cultivator hurried over, his eyes greedily lingering on Wu's perky buttocks and soft back for a moment before quickly lowering his head and looking forward. What's the matter? Wu turned to look at him. I just saw Yufeng run out with a group of people. Where did they go? Master Yufeng just found a blood red ore nearby and thought it was something valuable, so he went out with a group of people to bring it back, but the situation was completely different, the cultivator quickly reported. HM? What's the situation? Wu suddenly became curious. She had just stood by the window and seen Yufeng lead a group of people out on their star shuttles and had indeed brought back something, but she hadn't expected it to be a blood-red ore. Young lady should go and see for herself, subordinate doesn't know, the cultivator laughed dryly. Wu Yi frowned and thought about it for a moment before saying, lead the way. Staying in this starship all day long had driven her crazy, so now that there was something new, it was only natural that she would be interested. Perhaps Yufeng also thought so he had rashly left the starship and rushed into Star Field to bring back this blood-red ore. Somewhere in the starship, a large group of people were gathered around a 10-meter-wide, blood-red cocoon-like crystal, all of them exclaiming in amazement. Although they were all extremely curious, no one dared to approach this crystal except for Yufeng, who had brought it back. Yufeng looked around at his companions contemptuously and snorted, isn't it just a dead man inside? What's there to be afraid of? Saying so, he deliberately patted the huge blood-red crystal. Yufeng, what good thing did you find? A clear and melodious voice came from the side. Hearing this voice, everyone's expressions couldn't help but turn serious. The originally sloppy fellows all showed their best sides, and Yufeng even straightened his back, pretending to be mature and reliable. The crowd automatically parted to allow Wu Yi to enter, the fragrance of her body filling the small room, causing the group of people to greedily sniff the air, each of them wearing a happy expression. Wu Yi shook her head. She was the only woman on this starship, so this group of wolf-like men had probably long since become bored. She didn't care about the ugly behavior of her subordinates because each one of them had thicker skin than the last. No matter how she reprimanded them, they would still grin at her, as if being reprimanded was a kind of honor, causing Wu Yi to feel quite helpless. As time passed, Wu Yi turned a blind eye to this situation. The more she paid attention to them, the more presumptuous they became. Yufeng, on the other hand, couldn't take it anymore and rushed up to the men who were sniffing the air the most exaggeratedly, beating them to the ground with a few punches and kicks before viciously declaring, whoever dares disrespect the young lady, I'll take their life. Behave yourselves, show me no respect. As he spoke, he took deep breaths, like a drowning fish. Enough, Wu Yi waved her hand. Wu Yi waved her hand and walked over to the cocoon-like blood-red crystal. Is this what you found? Yes, young lady. Yufeng quickly rushed over to Wu Yi's side and pointed to the crystal. I thought it was some kind of treasure, but when I got closer, I discovered that it wasn't at all. On top of that, there was a dead man inside, a pitiful one who had been dead for who knows how long. When I saw him drifting about in Star Field, I couldn't bear to see him like this, so I brought him back to Shadowed Star to find a place to bury him. Wu Yi nodded gently, having a kind heart is a good thing. Seeing your usually irritable appearance, I didn't expect you to have such a side to you. Receiving praise, Yufeng grinned from ear to ear, shamelessly saying, actually, I just look a bit rough, my heart is very gentle. A burst of unbridled contempt rang out. Wu Yi wanted to laugh, but she was too embarrassed to do so she covered her mouth with her small hand to conceal her smile and changed the subject. Are you sure the person inside is dead? Yufeng was stunned for a moment. How could he still be alive? Wu Yi looked at the person sealed inside the blood-red crystal seriously. He didn't look very old, probably only around 30 years old, and although he wasn't particularly handsome, he was still much better than the group of ugly melons on the starship. Even with his eyes closed at this moment, there was an inexplicable charm to his cold face. Releasing her divine sense, Wu Yi wanted to carefully check whether there was any vitality leaking out, but to her surprise, the blood-red crystal actually blocked her divine sense, causing her to be quite surprised. Go invite foreign elder Xianxia over, let him see if this person is dead or alive, Wu Yi quickly said. Immediately, someone went out to carry out the order. Foreign elder Xianxia was the strongest person on the starship, a third-order Saint King. If not for his age, he should have had hopes of breaking through to the origin-returning realm. He was quite knowledgeable and experienced, so perhaps he would recognize what this blood-red crystal was. Why do you want to invite foreign elder Xianxia over? Yufeng laughed, rushing over to the crystal and patting it gently. Even if this guy is alive, I'm afraid he won't be able to come out. I tried just now, but no matter how much strength I used, I couldn't break this crystal, not even leaving a trace. I don't even know what it is. Yufeng laughed heartily as he patted the blood-red crystal, swearing confidently. Wu Yi nodded in agreement. Yufeng was a first-order Saint King and was much older than her. He had broken through much later than her, but he had at least reached this realm. Since his attack couldn't leave a mark on this crystal, it meant it was indeed very tough. But as soon as Yufeng's words fell, a subtle cracking sound rang out. Looking towards the source of this sound, Yufeng's laughter came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had grabbed him by the neck, his eyes bulging as he rushed over to Wu Yi, shielding her behind him as he stared vigilantly towards the blood-red crystal. The cultivator who had been gathered nearby also became vigilant, no longer looking as relaxed as before. Wu Yi poked her head out from behind Yufeng, and after seeing what had happened, she couldn't help calling out in alarm, "Yufeng, did you break it?" At this moment, crisscrossing cracks appeared on the seemingly incomparably hard crystal. The cracks quickly spread in all directions, and in less than a few breaths of time, the originally sparkling and translucent crystal became full of cracks, as if it would shatter at any time. Yufeng cried out in grievance, "I didn't use much strength, who knew it would be so fragile? When we were outside, it wasn't like this. No matter how we bombarded it, we couldn't leave a single mark on it. Young lady, you should step back, something's not right." Wu Yi nodded lightly and stepped back a little, but her pair of big eyes remained glued to the blood-red crystal, wanting to see what kind of changes it would undergo. "Foreign Elder Chang is here," someone shouted excitedly. Everyone turned around and saw Foreign Elder Chang Chi with a goatee on his chin walking over. The group of people quickly saluted, and after Chang Chi came to stand beside them, Wu Yi asked, "Foreign Elder Chang, do you know what this thing is? Why is there a person sealed inside?" Chang Chi frowned as he continued to probe it with his divine sense, but after a while he shook his head and said, "Young lady, please forgive this old master for not being able to see what kind of material this is. Perhaps this is not something that can be produced on Shadowed Star." "From outside?" Wu Yi's beautiful eyes lit up. "I think so." Kacha. The blood-red crystal, which was already full of cracks, made another noise. Under everyone's gaze, the blood-red crystal suddenly exploded. Fragments flew in all directions, causing the group of cultivators to curse and hurriedly cover their faces. The sealed person fell to the ground and slowly opened his eyes. He seemed to want to stand up, but he was too weak and fell to the ground. "He's still alive?" Many of the cultivators' faces paled, and even Wu Yi, who was extremely curious, paled. Everyone thought that he should have died long ago, but he was still alive and well at this moment. This was beyond the scope of everyone's understanding. Strands of divine sense spread out from all directions and covered the person. After discovering that the person who came out of the blood-red crystal didn't have the slightest bit of strength in his body, everyone relaxed. Without power, there would be no danger. Naturally, there was no need to be vigilant or afraid. This is not an ordinary person. Chang Chi slowly shook his head. It's impossible for an ordinary person to be sealed in a crystal and still be safe and sound. It's very likely he has temporarily lost his strength. We don't know what his cultivation realm is, but if he were to recover. Yu Feng's face changed and he took a step forward, pushing his Saint Chi as he shouted, "I'll kill him." The cultivation of the person inside the blood-red crystal was unknown, and his origin was unknown, so Yu Feng naturally didn't dare take him lightly. "There's no need to kill him, right?" Wu Yi quickly stopped him. "He doesn't look very old, so even if he has some skill, his cultivation realm shouldn't be too high. Just restrict his freedom." "Is young lady very curious about him?" Chang Chi glanced at Wu Yi thoughtfully. "Isn't Foreign Elder Chang curious?" Wu Yi smiled, ignoring Yu Feng's attempt to stop her, walking straight up to the man, squatting down and asking, "Do you understand what we're talking about?" Seeing the man give an affirmative response, Wu Yi asked again, "What's your name? Where are you from?" "Yang Kai, from Rainfall Star," Yang Kai replied honestly. "Rainfall Star?" Wu Yi raised her brow. "Sure enough, you're from the outside. Rainfall Star is several years away from here. How did you end up here?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I only remember going to a certain place and entering a blood-red pool, accidentally touching some kind of barrier, then passing out. When I woke up, I was already here." Wu Yi thought for a moment before asking, "Doesn't that mean you drifted all the way here?" "I think so. Where is this place?" Yang Kai frowned, not used to being questioned like this. "Boy, answer the question honestly, there's no place for you to speak here." Yufeng shouted at Yang Kai, waving his huge fist, as if saying he would beat Yang Kai up if he didn't cooperate. This place, it's near Shadowed Star. Yang Kai shook his head again, he had never heard of Shadowed Star before. It's understandable that you haven't heard of it, Shadowed Star is relatively remote, so many people haven't heard of it. Haha, you're quite bold, you don't seem to be afraid at all. What's there to be afraid of? You don't seem to have any malicious intent towards me, Yang Kai grinned. That's hard to say, it's all up to you. Haven't you heard that a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea? Maybe I'll send someone to kill you in the next moment. After all, we don't know anything about you, so I don't feel comfortable leaving a stranger on the starship, Wu Yi said faintly. The smile on Yang Kai's face immediately converged. Wu Yi giggled, seemingly quite satisfied, and, let me ask you, what's your cultivation? Third Order Saint Realm. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. A Third Order Saint cultivator really didn't need to be so nervous. Although Yang Kai was suspected of lying, with his age, even if he was lying, his strength couldn't be too high. I still have a lot of questions to ask, but you seem very tired, so let's stop here for today. Yufeng, take him to rest and give him something to eat. Wu Yi saw that Yang Kai's complexion wasn't quite right, so she suppressed her curiosity and ordered Yufeng lightly. Yufeng nodded, picked up Yang Kai, and walked off in a certain direction. A short time later, they arrived in front of a room and Yufeng kicked open the door, tossed Yang Kai inside, and said fiercely, "Boy, stay here obediently and don't try to play any tricks. If I see you try to scheme anything, I'll immediately take your life." Got it, Yang Kai nodded, I'll be very obedient. Yufeng turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly turned back to Yang Kai and asked, "What's in your space ring?" "Some saint crystals and pills," Yang Kai replied. Yufeng glanced around and found that no one was around, but just as he was about to say something, Yang Kai took the initiative to throw his space ring over. Yufeng caught it, swept it with his divine sense, and immediately grinned, nodding to Yang Kai, "Boy, you're smart. Wait here, I'll find you something delicious to eat." After saying that, he disappeared without a trace. Yufeng grinned and strode off in a certain direction. Although Wu Yi's insistence on keeping Yang Kai here made him feel a little uneasy, being able to harvest so many saint crystals made him very happy. Turning a corner, Yufeng happened to see Wu Yi standing there with a big smile. Yufeng quickly tucked his space ring behind his back and grinned widely. "Give it to me." Wu Yi stretched out her hand to him. "What does young lady want?" Yufeng played dumb. "That person's space ring, is it in your hands now?" Wu Yi smiled lightly. Yufeng sighed, his head drooping like a defeated rooster as he slowly walked over and placed Yang Kai's space ring in Wu Yi's hand, saying weakly, "Young lady, can you not be so smart? You're making us men lose our status. We're not bandits, why would we steal from others? Why would we become enemies for no reason? If the family was filled with people like you, how could it survive?" Wu Yi reprimanded him without any trace of politeness. When Yufeng heard this, he immediately felt a headache coming on and repeatedly cupped his fists and begged for mercy. Wu Yi ignored him and scolded him fiercely until Yufeng seriously admitted his mistake and promised he would never do it again. After Yufeng left, Wu Yi sent her divine sense into the space ring and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her pretty face. No wonder people say people outside have so many high-rank saint crystals they can't use up. A Third Order Saint cultivator actually has so many high-rank saint crystals, it's really unfair. Stealing from him shouldn't be a problem, but he should be able to give it to me. In any case, I did save his life. After muttering to herself for a while, Wu Yi put away the space ring with a clear conscience, preparing to have a good talk with Yang Kai about the ownership of this space ring the next time she saw him. Inside the room, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. The space ring on his hand was just a facade. After all, in star territory, as long as one had a bit of strength, they would have a space ring. The one on Yang Kai's hand contained less than 500 high-rank saint crystals and a few bottles of commonly used pills, so losing it wasn't a big deal. However, the actions of the man named Yufeng had made Yang Kai vigilant, so he quickly searched his chest and after finding the 3 space rings, he let out a heavy breath. Although Yang Kai didn't know how much time had passed, these 3 space rings that originally belonged to Gu Che and the others had not been lost. After listening carefully and confirming that no one was monitoring him from outside, Xianxia quickly transferred the contents of these 3 space rings into the demon mystic tome. If the contents of these 3 space rings were lost, Xianxia would feel distressed. After doing all this, Xianxia had time to examine his own situation. Since waking up, he found that his body was empty, without a trace of Saint Qi, as if he had lost all of his cultivation, a fact that made his hair stand on end. If a cultivator had no cultivation, they were equivalent to an ordinary person. After carefully examining himself, Xianxia calmed down. The Saint Qi in his body had indeed been depleted, and the strength he had accumulated over so many years had been completely consumed. It was unavoidable for him to panic, but his foundation was still there. Xianxia tried to circulate his secret art and found that he could still absorb the surrounding world energy and transform it into nutrients for his own strength. As long as his foundation was intact, restoring his strength was only a matter of time. With the assistance of pills and saint crystals, it wouldn't take too long, at most a few days, but if he wanted to regain the inexhaustible strength he had before, it would take him many years to accumulate it again. His spiritual energy had not been consumed much and had instead increased significantly. Using his divine sense to investigate his body, Xianxia soon became pleasantly surprised. The golden blood flowing through his body seemed to have become purer and more condensed. Furthermore, there were nearly 100 drops of the most orthodox demon god golden blood. Each drop of demon god golden blood contained terrifying power. This was the true demon god golden blood, one that was comparable to the blood in great demon god's body. Compared to these 100 drops of golden blood, the blood flowing through his body before only had a powerful restorative ability. However, these 100 drops of golden blood contained Xianxia's insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as his understanding of various strengths, seemingly having infinite uses. The frustration and faint uneasiness in Xianxia's heart was instantly replaced by ecstasy. He didn't know what had happened to the body-tempering divine pool, but Xianxia was certain that he had triggered some kind of barrier on the altar, causing the entire pool to compress into a blood-red crystal. While drifting through the star field, his blood was still being tempered, resulting in this exciting situation. His Saint Qi would not disappear for no reason. It was very likely that it had merged with his blood, nourishing the birth of these 100 drops of golden blood. With his blood becoming purer, Xianxia believed that the vitality he could erupt with when fighting would be more vigorous. His vitality was directly linked to his restorative ability and vitality, which meant that his restorative ability and vitality were much stronger than before. In order to verify his guess, Xianxia gathered the little bit of strength he had just recovered and cut a long, bone-deep wound on his palm. Golden light flashed, and blood didn't even flow out. That terrifying wound quickly healed, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, it disappeared without a trace. Not a single mark was left on the palm. Xianxia took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. In the past, this kind of injury was not serious and could only be considered a minor injury, but it would take at least 1 to 2 hours to completely heal. But now, half a cup of tea was enough. His recovery ability had indeed increased by several times. After examining his body and confirming that the current situation was only a matter of time, Xianxia relaxed, took out a piece of Saint crystal, held it in his palm, circulated his secret art, and began absorbing the power contained in this Saint crystal before stuffing a large number of pills into his mouth to dissolve their efficacies. Feeling his strength slowly recover, Xianxia felt as if he had been reborn. The mark of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid on his chest had long since disappeared, so Xianxia could infer that he had been in a coma for a long time, but he couldn't tell exactly how long. That woman had said that this place was near Shadowed Star and was several years away from Rainfall Star, which meant that he might have been sealed for several years. During this period of time, the energy in the blood-red crystal had combined with his own Saint Qi to temper his blood. When the crystal's energy and Saint Qi were completely exhausted, the altar seemed to have disappeared, so after the crystal shattered, Xianxia had not seen any trace of it. The precious treasures placed on the altar should have also been turned into nutrients that had seeped into his blood. Although the operation this time was a little muddled, they had gained quite a lot of benefits. Although Yufeng was a bit rude and barbaric, he was still an honest person and really found some food to give to Xianxia. Xianxia didn't refuse and ate everything Yufeng brought him, restoring some of his strength. Although after reaching the Third Order Saint realm, it didn't matter if Yang Kai didn't eat for a long time, everyone had a desire for good food. On top of that, the things Yufeng brought him also had some restorative properties that were of great benefit to Yang Kai. Throughout the night, Yang Kai consumed 3 high-rank Saint crystals and accumulated a lot of Saint Qi in his meridians, but it still couldn't compare to when he was at his peak. The next day, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door and the woman who had spoken to Yang Kai before didn't wait for Yang Kai's response and directly pushed open the door and walked in. A diligent man moved a chair behind her and put it down with a flattering look on his face. After Wu Yi sat down, she waved to the cultivator, indicating that he could leave. The cultivator hesitated for a moment before asking, "Young lady, will there be a problem if you're alone with him?" "What problem?" Wu Yi glared at him unhappily. "Or do you think you're stronger than me and can protect me?" The cultivator's expression suddenly became awkward and he hurriedly said he wouldn't dare, respectfully walking out and closing the door behind him. Glancing at Yang Kai, who was sitting on the ground and leaning against the wall, Wu Yi chuckled and asked, "You're alive?" Yang Kai nodded. He didn't know what this woman would ask him, but he also felt that the cultivator on this starship didn't have any malicious intent towards him. Although Yufeng had clamored to kill him at first, it was only because of his own vigilance. "Look, you've been drifting in the star field all this time. If it weren't for my subordinates rescuing you this time, you might still be wandering outside. If you accidentally encountered a powerful star beast, you might have been swallowed whole," Wu Yi said softly, trying to frighten him. "If you were swallowed by a star beast, you'd be miserable." Yang Kai saw Wu Yi talking while playing with a space ring and knew what she wanted to do. Laughing dumbly, he said, "You saved my life. Naturally I should thank you properly, but I don't have anything on me. The only space ring I have was taken away by that man named Yufeng yesterday." "So, you're willing to give me this space ring as a thank you gift?" Wu Yi was overjoyed. "Great, then this space ring and everything inside is mine now, you can't go back." "I don't want it," Yang Kai shook his head. Only then did Wu Yi feel at ease as she took out everything from the space ring and put it into her own ring before tossing the empty one back to Yang Kai. "You're really rich, there are actually 500 high-rank Saint crystals in that space ring. Don't you know such a large amount of wealth can easily attract the attention of others? Fortunately, you encountered my starship. If it had been anyone else's starship, you might have already lost your life." "You call that rich?" Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "Does it not count?" Wu Yi said somewhat sadly, "People like you do have a lot of Saint crystals, but on Shadowed Star, it's different. There are only a few Saint crystal mines and they are all controlled by several great forces. It's impossible for my family to obtain more, so we can only risk our lives to mine on the ore stars outside. Each time, many people die." "Are you really so poor?" Yang Kai was stunned. Since coming to Star Territory, he had never had to worry about Saint crystals. On the floating continent, he had robbed the people from Purple Star and Sword Union, obtaining a lot of Saint crystals. On Rainfall Star, he had also plundered the storehouse of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's branch. He really didn't know that someone would feel sad about 500 high-rank Saint crystals, and it seemed that this woman's identity wasn't low. "You said you're from Rainfall Star?" "As far as I know, that Cultivation Star is owned by a force called Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, right?" Is Hengluo Chamber of Commerce big? Do they have many masters? Is the strongest origin King Realm? I heard that there are palaces built with Saint crystals there, and that the people there eat pills as snacks. Is that true?" Wu Yi's rapid barrage of questions stunned Yang Kai. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Have you never been outside?" Wu Yi shook her head. "I can only move around Shadowed Star, this place is too remote. I heard that Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's businesses are spread throughout Star Territory, but Shadowed Star doesn't have any. It's really annoying, they look down on us too much. Why can't you just move around Shadowed Star? Since you want to, why don't you go out and see for yourself?" Yang Kai suddenly felt that this woman was a little pitiful. She clearly had a heart that yearned for the outside world, but for some unknown reason she was bound by it. "Do you think it's so easy to go outside?" Wu Yi rolled her eyes at him flirtatiously. Yang Kai couldn't help staring blankly at her. "Without a suitable star, a strong starship, and abundant resources, how can we support a voyage that lasts several years?" Very few people here can go outside, and basically no one from the outside will come here. Shadowed Star is destined to be a forgotten place. Hearing her say this, Yongkai couldn't help thinking of Tongxian realm. The two had many similarities, both were extremely remote, but Shadowed Star was obviously better off than Tongxian realm. At the very least, Tongxian realm knew about the situation inside Star territory, while Tongxian realm was a completely isolated world that didn't even have the qualifications to explore its territory. In the vast Star territory, existences like Tongxian realm and Shadowed Star were definitely not exceptions. It was very likely that there were many such cultivation stars in unknown corners. For a moment, Yongkai actually felt a sense of kinship with this woman, thinking about it for a moment before saying, "In fact, your situation is much better than mine." "What's better?" Wu Yi was puzzled. "Do you know where I came from?" "Where I came from, the strongest person was only a third-order saint." Wu Yi's small mouth twitched. "You don't believe me?" Yongkai smiled, "But it's a fact. We don't even know about star shuttles, starships, or other cultivation stars in Star territory. We're frogs at the bottom of a well, thinking that the third-order saint realm is the peak of the martial Tao. If I hadn't accidentally obtained a star shuttle, I wouldn't have been able to come to this wonderful world, but from that land, besides me, no one can enter Star territory, so they're still living ignorant lives on that continent." Wu Yi stared at Yongkai blankly for a long time before saying, "You're really pitiful." Once one found that others were more pitiful than themselves, they would no longer feel sad. Yongkai's words gave Wu Yi a sense of superiority. Compared with the homeland of this man named Yongkai, Shadowed Star was simply a paradise on earth. Wu Yi greatly admired Yongkai for rushing out of Tongxian realm alone and breaking into the territory of Shadowed Star, her two beautiful eyes filled with worship. She obviously admired this kind of fearless behavior, and if she had the opportunity, she would have done the same. Unfortunately, there were various restrictions that kept her trapped here. As they chatted, the atmosphere became harmonious. Wu Yi didn't hold any hostility towards Yongkai, and Yongkai was also a person who knew how to adapt to circumstances, so naturally, he wouldn't try to harm her. It wasn't until Yufeng ran over to report something that Wu Yi reluctantly left. After she left, Yongkai continued to take out saint crystals, take some pills, and circulate his secret art to restore his strength. Time passed by, and after a month, Yongkai had restored his third-order saint realm cultivation, but the saint chi in his body hadn't accumulated much, at least not compared to before. Yongkai continued to absorb the energy from the saint crystals to supplement the strength stored in his body. Yongkai was accustomed to an inexhaustible supply of strength, so no matter how much he used it, he wouldn't collapse. But now, his current state made him feel a little uncomfortable. The energy in the saint crystals quickly transformed into a powerful source of strength for Yongkai, allowing his saint chi to flow through his meridians. His heart was as calm as a mirror as he swept his divine sense through his meridians, carefully examining the 100 drops of pure demon god golden blood. These 100 drops of golden blood were produced because of the altar and the massive amount of saint chi in his body. There were only 100 drops of golden blood, so they would eventually be used up. If he wanted to produce more in the future, what method would he use? The altar in the body-tempering divine pond was no longer there, and Yongkai hadn't completely memorized the complex spirit array engraved on it, so even if he wanted to duplicate it, it would be impossible. Just as he was thinking about this though, the golden blood flowing through his body seemed to be stimulated and began madly swallowing his saint chi. Yongkai, who had just recovered, suddenly went pale and couldn't help feeling like he was about to collapse. Carefully inspecting it, Kai Yang was shocked. More than half of the saint chi in Yongkai's body disappeared at once, but this saint chi was quickly swallowed up by his golden blood. After swallowing his saint chi, his golden blood began producing a pinprick of pure gold the size of a needle tip. It was a drop of pure demon god golden blood that had yet to form. Yongkai thought for a while with a gloomy expression before coming to a conclusion and quietly releasing his suppression, allowing his golden blood to continue swallowing his saint chi. The saint chi he had painstakingly cultivated rapidly decreased, but the needle-like golden blood grew larger. As expected, Yongkai couldn't help but look ecstatic. Sure enough, golden blood could be produced by consuming Xianxia, confirming Yang Kai's previous guess that the reason why his vast Xianxia had disappeared was because he had produced 100 drops of golden blood. In the future, if Yang Kai wanted to condense pure golden blood, he would only need to consume his Xianxia. However, the amount of Xianxia consumed was quite large, so much so that Yang Kai felt distressed. After restoring his Xianxia for an entire month, Yang Kai could only condense a single drop of golden blood the size of a grain of rice. This meant that he would have to cultivate for at least 3 months before he could condense a single drop of pure golden blood. Although he felt distressed, Yang Kai's heart calmed down. Because Xianxia could be obtained through cultivation, taking pills, or consuming Saint crystals, as long as he found the right place and method, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain Xianxia. However, demon god golden blood was not something that could be obtained casually. Now that there was a way to convert the two, Yang Kai was happy. Although this was a one-sided conversion process that wasn't as flexible as using yang liquid, at least the demon god golden blood wouldn't be completely consumed. There were still 100 drops of golden blood in his body, but Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to produce more. Right now, the most important thing was to accumulate Xianxia. In a good mood, Yang Kai's cultivation speed seemed to have improved greatly. In just one day, Yang Kai consumed 10 pieces of Saint crystal and absorbed all their energy. Wu Yi came again. During this past month, whenever she had some free time, she would run over to Yang Kai. The news Yang Kai would bring her about the outside world had fascinated her greatly. Whether it was big or small, she would listen with great interest. The more she heard, the more she yearned to explore the outside world, to the point where she couldn't wait to order the starship to change course and head towards that wonderful world. Seeing her sitting in front of him with an eager look on her face, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and helplessly said, "Wu Yi, I've only been in the starry sky territory for a few years now. I've already told you everything I know and see, there's nothing else I can hide from you." Yang Kai really couldn't stand her anymore. How could a person's curiosity be so strong? He didn't know if it was her own tragedy or his own. Just think about it, there's always something you haven't told me. As long as it's news from the outside world, I'll listen to it. Wu Yi refused to back down and stared at Yang Kai with great interest. The last few times she had said something like this, Yang Kai had racked his brains to think of a few trivial things to satisfy Wu Yi's curiosity and send her away. Yang Kai wasn't prepared to compromise today. This little girl was a wolf that couldn't be fed. If he compromised today, there would definitely be a next time. There's nothing else, really nothing else. I even told you about my flirting with women, what else have I not told you? Let's talk about that then. I want to know how men and women in the outside world treat their feelings differently from those on Shadowed Star, Wu Yi said with great interest, completely ignoring Yang Kai's face that was as black as the bottom of a pot. At the critical moment, Yufeng had run over to save Yang Kai's life. Seeing him so flustered, Wu Yi's expression also became serious. What happened? There's a group of black rock beasts outside the starship. Wu Yi's expression suddenly changed as she hurriedly stood up and rushed to the window to look out, but after seeing the situation outside, her face became even uglier. Not bothering to dig up any more information from Yang Kai, she hurriedly ran out with Yufeng. After they left, Yang Kai also looked out the window and saw a large group of black monster beasts gathered around the starship. There were at least 300 to 400 of them, and this was all within Yang Kai's field of vision. He didn't know how many were outside his field of vision. Black rock beasts, Yang Kai had heard from Wu Yi during their conversation. These monster beasts lived in the territory of the starry sky and had extremely tenacious vitality. They also liked to gnaw on ores. As such, traces of black rock beasts could often be found in asteroid seas, dead stars, or stars. Wu Yi and the others called these monster beasts star beasts. Black rock beasts weren't very strong, the weakest only being 5th order, equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. The strongest were 7th order Saint King realm while the majority were 6th order. What gave Wu Yi a headache though was that black rock beasts lived in groups, and not only did they like to gnaw on ores, they also liked to gnaw on starships. The hulls of starships were made from a variety of rare ores, which were the most suitable for the black rock beast's appetite. Their skin was thick and their flesh was thick, making them extremely difficult to kill. Many starships on Shadowed Star were destroyed not because they encountered storms in the star field, but because they encountered black rock beasts. Once a starship was gnawed by this monster beast, the cultivator inside would lose its protection and naturally suffer casualties. Over the years, the great forces on Shadowed Star had suffered heavy losses because of these star beasts and had even joined forces to exterminate them once, but these black rock beasts were like bamboo shoots after the rain. After one batch was cut down, another would pop up, making it impossible to kill them all. It could be said that black rock beasts were the biggest enemy of any cultivator on Shadowed Star. They were also the biggest obstacle preventing cultivators from entering the territory of the starry sky and integrating into the wonderful world outside. If they couldn't solve this problem, they would never be able to integrate into the starry sky territory. Wu Yi's starship was only St. King grade low rank and was unable to resist the sharp fangs of the black rock beasts. As such, when she heard that there were black rock beasts following them, Wu Yi's expression immediately changed. Xianxia stood in place and thought for a moment before walking out. Over the past month, although he hadn't been able to integrate into the starship, no one had tried to embarrass him. After all, his true cultivation wasn't high. Wu Yi had also allowed him to walk around the starship as long as he didn't go to any secret places. Along the corridor, the cultivator rushed out, each of them brimming with murderous intent. Under Yu Feng's orders, they all ran off in an orderly manner. Many people were cursing, shouting that they would fight the black rock beasts to the death, vowing to live or die with the starship. Everyone turned a blind eye to Xianxia. At that moment, the starship shook violently and a shocking energy fluctuation burst out, causing all the cultivator to grin. Xianxia looked out the window and saw a white light shoot out from a certain part of the starship and crash into the black rock beasts. Dozens of black rock beasts that had gathered together instantly turned into a bloody mist. Wherever the light passed, the space became empty, leaving nothing behind. Crystal cannons. Every starship carried a kind of artifact that was completely powered by Saint crystals. Although it was extremely powerful, its consumption was also enormous. With the financial resources of Wu Yi and the others, it was likely they could only use it once. Sure enough, the explosion of the crystal cannon caused all the cultivators' blood to boil. The starship's hatch slowly opened and under Yu Feng's leadership, everyone rushed out. Even Wu Yi was no exception. She wore a fiery red artifact armor from head to toe that pulsed like it had a soul, exuding a saint-grade low-rank aura, her pretty face filled with a resolute light. After these people left, the hatch slowly closed again. Xianxia swept the starship with his divine sense and was surprised to find that including himself, there were less than 10 people left on board. These 10 people were the minimum number required to maintain the starship's operations while the rest had already charged into the black rock beast horde. The battle was fierce. Having grown accustomed to the wealth of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, suddenly seeing a group of people desperately defending a small St. King grade low-rank starship, Xianxia couldn't help feeling a bit awkward. If it had been Xueyu instead of Wu Yi who had been on this starship, she probably wouldn't have gone out to fight for it. Her safety was much more important than the starship. But then again, if it had been Xueyu's starship, she wouldn't have just fired the crystal cannon once. A crazy woman like her would have continued firing until the black rock beasts were completely obliterated. Outside the starship, the brilliance of artifacts and martial skills dazzled everyone's eyes as a variety of different types of power was released by the cultivators and bombarded the dense black rock beasts. Even though the black rock beast's skin was extremely tough, they were unable to withstand such a violent attack. In just a single sweep, more than 25th or 6th order black rock beasts were torn to pieces. The cultivators on the starship moved in a very orderly manner, showing a kind of group formation. None of them would rush out alone to attack the black rock beasts, instead acting as a group under Wu Yi's command. Wherever Wu Yi pointed, they would attack. There weren't many of them, only 50 to 60 of them, so compared to the huge black rock beasts, they were insignificant, so they could only use this method to gain some advantage. Xianxia heard the sound of prayers and cheers from the cultivators on the starship cheering for their companions. Their cultivations were the lowest among all, so they weren't qualified to participate in such a battle and could only remain on the starship and maintain its operations. A scream rang out as a third-order Saint cultivator was the first to be torn to pieces by a black rock beast, instantly dying. Immediately, someone else took his place and forced the black rock beast to retreat. In the next moment, a dozen or so attacks were launched, killing the black rock beast on the spot. Wu Yi's dispatch was very orderly and effective. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time they had dealt with such a battle, so each of them was very experienced. If this situation continued, even if Wu Yi's side was outnumbered, they would still be able to achieve victory. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that everyone fighting outside was worried about something, as if they knew what the black rock beasts would do next, something they couldn't resist. Another blood-curdling scream rang out as a cultivator at the outermost edge of the formation was bitten by several black rock beasts. His hands and feet were bitten, and he became the second person to die. After the black rock beasts killed the cultivator, they didn't devour his flesh and blood, instead spitting it out of their mouths. Black rock beasts only ate minerals, not flesh and blood. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Wu Yi and the others were surrounded by this green liquid. Everyone's expression became solemn as they quickly moved out of the way under Wu Yi's command. A cultivator who was carelessly stained by the green liquid screamed out miserably as a puff of smoke rose from his body. The majestic artifact armor he wore on his chest quickly melted away, and even his body was corroded, leaving behind only a pile of bones. This dark green liquid clearly had an extremely strong corrosive property. Xianxia paled as he couldn't help worrying for Wu Yi and the others. If Wu Yi and the starship were defeated, everyone on the starship ship would be destroyed. If that was the starship, everyone on board of them would be destroyed and everyone on starship would suffer. If and the starship were defeated too, if they were to starship of them, and starship so everyone. Kai Yang suddenly felt that he should do something. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk. A series of muffled thumps rang out from the ship's hull as Xianxia saw the black rock beasts actually avoid Wu Yi and the others and jump onto the starship, spraying the green liquid from their mouths and beginning to corrode the hull before gnawing at it. Crunching sounds like silkworms eating mulberry leaves rang out, densely packed together, causing people to involuntarily feel a chill run down their spines. Wu Yi and the others no longer stayed together and instead split up into groups of 3 to 5 as they followed the black rock beasts and jumped onto the starship's hull, valiantly killing the enemies and protecting the ship. More and more people died, each of them surrounded by several dozen black rock beasts. Yufeng joined forces with the other 3 to protect Wu Yi, releasing their Saint Qi together with her. Wu Yi cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so she waved the several rings in her hands, her graceful waist dancing like a water snake, condensing a series of flames into a dragon-like attack, causing the black rock beasts to hesitate, none of them daring to approach. The few black rock beasts that did manage to approach were all strangled to death. These beasts seemed to be very afraid of fire. More and more black rock beasts noticed this scene and quickly rushed over. Yufeng and the others did their best but were unable to stop the tide of beasts, not to mention, there were several 7th-order black rock beasts in this group. A 7th-order monster beast was equivalent to a cultivator's Saint King realm. 2 of the 7th-order black rock beasts entangled Yufeng while the others rushed to meet the other cultivator guards around Wu Yi, keeping them busy. The rings in Wu Yi's hands erupted with an even stronger flame aura and bombarded one of the 7th-order black rock beasts that was rushing over. Flames splashed out and the black rock beast howled in pain as it retreated, but it was not killed. Black rock beasts had thick skin and extremely strong defensive power, so Wu Yi could kill 5th-order or 6th-order black rock beasts, but she couldn't kill a 7th-order black rock beast in a short time. After being attacked by the flames, the black rock beast seemed to become incomparably furious. It opened its bloody mouth, which was full of irregular sawtooth fangs. Faintly, one could see dark green corrosive acid gathering in its mouth. It hid behind several of its companions and, taking advantage of Wu Yi's confusion, bit towards her waist. As long as this black rock beast bit down, with the corrosive power of its acid, even if Wu Yi didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Wu Yi could see it clearly, but she had no way to resist. Yufeng and the others also glared at Wu Yi, but they couldn't help her. A sense of despair rose from her heart as Wu Yi's expression became bleak as she helplessly watched the 7th-order black rock beast bite down on her. At that moment, a drop of golden light suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yi. This drop of golden light appeared without warning, leaving no trace behind. The moment this drop of golden light appeared, it transformed into a long spear that pulsed with a powerful energy fluctuation that caused everyone's complexion to pale. The long spear was like a bolt of lightning as it shot towards the grade 7 black rock beast with its mouth wide open. The spear smashed a big hole in its head, smashing its entire head into pieces. The golden spear didn't slow down in the slightest as it pierced through more than a dozen black rock beasts. None of these thick-skinned monster beasts could resist this attack, whether it was 5th order or 6th order, all of them bursting into a bloody mist and disappearing from everyone's sight. Yu Feng, who was dumbfounded, forgot about the danger he was in as he stared blankly at the golden spear rapidly approaching him, a cold chill filling the depths of his heart. He felt like he was about to die. However, to his surprise, the golden spear seemed to have a mind of its own. The moment it arrived in front of him, it suddenly changed directions, brushing past his body and swallowing up a black rock beast behind him. The group of people looked around blankly, all of them confused as to who had produced this golden spear. Wu Yi was even more so, searching around. What should have been a certain death situation had been resolved by this golden spear, allowing her to escape. Her pretty face filled with doubt as she looked around with lingering fear. She wanted to find the owner of this golden spear. She didn't know she had such a powerful subordinate. This spear alone was enough to make him the main force of the family. Wu Yi naturally had value as a cultivator with such means. She searched for a while but didn't find anyone suspicious. Suddenly, she saw Yang Kai standing behind a window somewhere in the starship. Yang Kai was waving his hands at her, seemingly trying to say something, but from his nervous expression and mouth movements, Wu Yi was able to infer that he was cheering for her and the others. Wu Yi shook her head and didn't pay too much attention to Yang Kai, instead joining forces with Yu Feng and the others to launch another attack on the black rock beasts while quietly observing the golden spear. Since the appearance of this strange golden spear, the situation of the battle seemed to have changed. The cultivator group, who had originally been at an absolute disadvantage, seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they desperately pushed their strength, gradually reversing the situation. The golden spear moved around the battlefield as if it had a life of its own. It had its own eyes. Every time it attacked, it would kill several black rock beasts. Every time it attacked, it would save a warrior's life. It had grasped the opportunity quite well. Everyone discovered this strange golden spear and recognized its ferocity. Some of the more experienced cultivators hid behind the spear and began to hunt down the wounded black rock beasts. Wu Yi was also very smart and decisively ordered everyone to follow behind the spear and attack. This was an indestructible spear, so with it leading the way, it was only a matter of time before the black rock beasts were all killed. The black rock beasts that jumped onto the warship were gradually cleaned up. The black rock beasts seemed to have sensed the threat from the spears and gathered in one place, eyeing this side covetously. However, they did not dare to attack casually. Wu Yi also raised her hand and motioned for everyone to rest for a while. They were too few in number while the black rock beasts still had hundreds of monster beasts. If they rushed in rashly, casualties would definitely occur. The situation suddenly reached a deadlock. The black rock beasts were afraid to attack and didn't dare to attack, while Wu Yi and the others also held back. The deadlock was broken by the golden spear. For some unknown reason, the golden spear suddenly emitted a shocking energy fluctuation and the originally 10-meter-long spear suddenly grew longer and thicker. In the blink of an eye, it had become a 50-meter-long giant spear. The giant spear flickered and suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight, as if it had never existed. Just as everyone was searching for traces of the giant spear, at the location where the black rock beasts were gathered, a golden light burst out, enveloping the entire group of beasts. Many 5th order and 6th order black rock beasts disappeared in an instant, as if they had evaporated. Even the 7th order black rock beasts began to howl, their black hides flipping as dark red blood flowed out from their bodies. When the golden light disappeared, the huge herd of black rock beasts shrank significantly. At least a few dozen black rock beasts had died in the golden light. The remaining black rock beasts no longer dared to remain and under the leadership of several 7th order monster beasts, fled in terror. The group of cultivators stood in place in a daze until the black rock beast disappeared into the starry sky with their eyes. Only then did they burst into cheers, each of their faces filled with joy and the joy of surviving a calamity. As the cultivator cheered and celebrated their victory, Wu Yi's lips also curled into a faint smile, her pair of beautiful eyes sweeping over her familiar subordinates, seemingly trying to peer into their souls to see if they were hiding anything. A thoughtful look appeared on her charming face for a moment before she waved her hand and said, "Return." She took the lead and flew towards the starship, the other cultivator following closely behind. The starship's hatch slowly opened and those who had stayed behind rushed out, standing in the corridor to welcome their companion's triumphant return. They had never experienced such a battle before. The Black Rock Beasts this time was the largest group they had ever encountered. Originally, all of them had given up all hope, but unexpectedly, they had won in the end. Moreover, the price they had paid wasn't too high, only a dozen or so people had died in this battle, and not many had been injured. Such a victory was worthy of celebration. Yu Feng, send some people to repair the starship's damaged areas. After 2 hours, gather everyone who participated in this battle, I have something to say, Wu Yi ordered lightly. Yu Feng, who was grinning widely and bragging to his companions about how brave he had been just now, immediately nodded and said, understood. Watching Yu Feng find a few people familiar with repairing the starship and fly off, Wu Yi walked back to her room. This battle had been a complete mess, so she naturally wanted to get to the bottom of this, but before that, she had to clean up the blood on her clothes. Inside Yang Kai's room, he sat down cross-legged, his divine sense circulating around his body as he examined the 100 drops of golden blood. Even with his eyes closed, a look of excitement and surprise appeared on his face. He had never expected the power of a single drop of golden blood to be so great. Just now, when he saw Wu Yi and the others struggling, he suddenly had an idea and used a drop of golden blood. He just wanted to help out a little and see how powerful this drop of golden blood was, but the result had exceeded his expectations and directly resolved the crisis Wu Yi and the others had faced. The drop of golden blood had condensed into the 9 heavens divine skill, the punishing heaven spear, which contained the mysteries of the Tao of space, so even though Yang Kai was inside the starship, he could still control it. What satisfied Yang Kai the most was that although the drop of golden blood had separated from his body, it still felt like a part of him, like an extension of his body. It was like his hands and feet, like his eyes, and he could use it without any hindrance. This drop of golden blood was the crystallization of Yang Kai's 3 months of hard work. 3 months' worth of Saint Qi could only be used to condense a single drop of golden blood, which explained why it had such power. This golden blood was thousands of times more precious than the previous Yang liquid, and its power was also not something that Yang liquid could compare to. However, this kind of thing could not be casually replenished like the Yang liquid, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat distressed. Yang Kai really wanted to know what other uses the golden blood had besides attacking. If Great Demon God was still alive, Yang Kai might be able to get some inspiration from him. After all, Great Demon God's research on golden blood was definitely much more profound than his own. Unfortunately, Great Demon God had died long ago, so Yang Kai could only rely on himself to find the answer. While Yang Kai was studying the golden blood, in a large hall of the starship, all the cultivator who had participated in the previous battle had gathered. Many of them were smiling as they discussed whether the young lady wanted to reward them with something, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement. Only Yu Feng and foreign elder Changqi exchanged glances and guessed Wu Yi's intentions for gathering these people together. After waiting for a while, Wu Yi, dressed in a long green dress, walked over, her ethereal aura causing everyone's eyes to pop out of their sockets. The faint smile at the corners of her mouth was captivating, as if it was trying to pull in one's soul, making it impossible for them to extricate themselves. Yu Feng didn't conceal the admiration in his eyes and slapped the heads of several of his companions who were currently acting ugly, grinding his teeth as he scolded, "All of you restrain yourselves. Look at what a bunch of stupid pigs you become. Big brother Yu Feng, you're not much better yourself, why are you slapping us?" Someone grabbed his head and cried out. "Father here is admiring you, unlike you bunch of idiots. Do you even know what admiring is?" Yu Feng coldly snorted, saying so as a smile appeared on his face and he rushed over to Wu Yi's side, flattering her, "Young lady, everyone has gathered here, you can speak now." N. Wu Yi nodded lightly, her pair of beautiful eyes sweeping over her group of worthless subordinates. Everyone who caught her eye couldn't help raising their heads and puffing out their chests, restraining their filthy demeanors and giving off a dignified and awe-inspiring aura. Yufeng diligently brought over a chair for Wu Yi to sit down before saying, "You're all quite fierce, why didn't I notice it before? I always thought you were a bunch of idiots waiting to die, but now I know I was wrong, very wrong." Many of these people didn't hear the ridicule in Wu Yi's voice and simply grinned, saying the young lady had overestimated themselves and acting extremely humble. Wu Yi sneered lightly as she watched them blow their own trumpets, pretending to be humble, but in reality, each and every one of them had their tails stuck high up in the sky. Suddenly slapping her chair, Wu Yi ground her teeth and shouted, "Do you think I don't know what kind of conduct you have? Do you really think I'm praising you? A bunch of brainless fools." Even if they were reprimanded by Wu Yi like this, everyone was still laughing, not showing the slightest bit of anger. Being reprimanded by a beautiful woman was also a kind of glory, and everyone knew that although Wu Yi said so, she didn't actually think so in her heart. "You there, stand up. Don't think you've hidden yourself well enough, this young lady has already found your weakness, don't think you can do it without anyone noticing." Wu Yi shouted as she swept her beautiful eyes across the crowd. Everyone who met her gaze felt as if she was looking at them. Everyone's faces immediately became serious as they remembered the golden spear they had seen during the previous battle and understood why Wu Yi had gathered everyone here. The young lady clearly wanted to find the owner of that golden spear. Walala, suddenly, more than a dozen people stood up from the crowd, each of them wearing an embarrassed expression as they hesitated to speak. Some of the more shameless ones even stuttered, "Young lady, in fact, I didn't want to say it, but since you've found out, I can't hide it any longer." Wu Yi rubbed her forehead, a helpless expression filling her pretty face because she had noticed Yufeng among these dozen people. She felt that she had underestimated the shamelessness of this group of bastards. The crowd immediately fell into chaos as more than a dozen people kept insisting that the golden spear was their masterpiece, refusing to back down, causing a ruckus. "Young lady." The old foreign elder Xianxia walked over to Wu Yi and folded his hands into his sleeves, his mouth twitching slightly as he said, "Don't you know what kind of trash these people are? That golden spear definitely wasn't their doing." Wu Yi sighed, then who could it be? "On our starship, besides these unworthy fools, only Yang Kai is capable of such a feat. However, when we were fighting the Black Rock beasts, Yang Kai was still inside the starship, and his strength is only a third-order saint, so naturally, it couldn't have been his doing." Xianxia thought for a moment before saying, "Perhaps some master happened to pass by and helped us." "Master?" Wu Yi frowned. "Foreign elder Chang, do you know of any master on Shadowed Star who uses that kind of artifact?" Xianxia shook his head. "Young lady, that golden spear doesn't seem to be an artifact." "Not an artifact? Could it be a martial skill?" "It doesn't seem to be a martial skill either." This old master paid close attention to that golden spear during the battle and discovered that it was giving off an astonishing vitality. Although it was in the form of a spear, this old master had the illusion that it was made out of flesh and blood. "I also noticed the vitality," Wu Yi nodded, "but why didn't this person say anything about helping us? At the very least, he should have let us know who was helping us." Xianxia smiled lightly. "There are many powerful masters who like to do things without leaving their names. Perhaps in his opinion, it was just a small matter. But in the end, he saved the lives of several dozen people. Young lady doesn't need to worry, as long as that person is from Shadowed Star, we will know one day. When that time comes, we can go and thank him. Our family isn't an ungrateful bunch, but if young lady learns who he is in the future, you must be careful when interacting with him. Such a powerful master is temperamental, perhaps he didn't take this matter to heart. What foreign elder says is correct." Wu Yi nodded lightly, glancing over at the group of crooked melons who were still arguing and trying to take all the credit for themselves. Wu Yi's nose almost went crooked from anger as she shouted, "If you keep acting so shamelessly, I'll confiscate all your rewards when we return." As soon as these words came out, the several dozen people suddenly fell silent, none of them daring to make a sound, all of them exchanging awkward glances. "There's still a month before we return to Shadowed Star, all of you be careful, don't make any mistakes." Wu Yi scolded before getting up and leaving. After she left, Yufeng snorted and squinted at the crowd. "Good, now there's no need to argue. You bunch of stupid pigs, why did so many of you suddenly stand up for me? This kind of credit should have been taken by father alone, it's really this Yufeng's shame to be associated with you lot." The dozen or so people rolled their eyes and ignored the angry Yufeng, going back to their own tasks. Inside his room, Yang Kai was meditating when Wu Yi rushed in angrily and sat down in her usual chair, her full chest heaving up and down in a spectacular display. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at her for a moment before closing them again and continuing with his own business. After waiting for a while, seeing him remain motionless, Wu Yi took the initiative to say, "You're making me so angry." Yang Kai sighed, knowing that he couldn't continue to cultivate. This little girl was good at everything, but she was a bit too active. Every time she came in, she would pull him to her side and talk, as if she hadn't spoken for hundreds of years. Seeing Wu Yi sitting there with a straight face, waiting for him to ask, Yang Kai sighed and unwillingly asked, "Who provoked you?" "That group of smelly men. How can their IQs be so low? How can they not feel ashamed to take credit for themselves?" "Yang Kai, are the people outside also like this?" Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before replying, "I don't know about others, but I do know that men can become very stupid under certain circumstances." "What circumstances?" "When facing the woman they like, they often pretend to be stupid in order to attract her attention." Wu Yi thought about it for a moment before suddenly giggling and nodding, "What you said makes sense. In fact, they aren't usually stupid, they're actually smarter than anyone else, but every time I see them, it seems they're showing off their IQ. If you don't do that, how can you show off your intelligence?" "You mean to say that I'm actually stupid? That I only appear smart because of their help?" Wu Yi suddenly became unhappy. "That's not what I mean, you're thinking too much. If you weren't smart enough, no one would dare let you take charge of this starship, and they wouldn't put their lives in your hands." "That's more like it," Wu Yi snorted. She was very satisfied with Yang Kai's answer, suddenly saying, "Do you know, when we were fighting outside just now, I thought we were all going to die? I had never encountered such a large group of black rock beasts before. If they had really destroyed the starship, less than 30% of us would have survived, but suddenly a golden spear appeared and helped us resolve the crisis." "Yang Kai, what kind of person do you think the owner of that golden spear was? You were also watching the battle, did you not notice anyone suspicious?" "No," Yang Kai shook his head. Wu Yi stared at him deeply, seemingly unintentionally saying, "If that person is willing to identify themselves, I will definitely thank them." Yang Kai sat in place, his eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, like an old monk in meditation, his expression indifferent. After a long time, Wu Yi sighed, "We'll be returning to Shadowed Star in a month, you should rest well. I see that you haven't fully recovered during this time, did you hurt your foundation? I'll have someone send you some pills and Saint crystals later." Yang Kai nodded and did not refuse. Shortly after Wu Yi left, a cultivator brought over 10 high-rank Saint crystals and a few Saint-grade high-rank pills, saying that the young lady wanted to deliver them to Yang Kai so he could recover before returning to Shadowed Star. Yang Kai thanked him and took it. Looking at the 10 Saint crystals and the few Saint-grade top-rank pills he usually didn't care about, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Last time, Wu Yi had robbed him of 500 high-rank Saint crystals, but as far as Yang Kai knew, those high-rank Saint crystals had not been pocketed by Wu Yi alone. Instead, she had taken them out and distributed them to her subordinates. Although everyone didn't get much, they were all overjoyed. Yang Kai immediately knew that these people did not live a rich life. Now that Wu Yi had sent him 10 Saint crystals, it was enough to show her kindness. The days passed uneventfully as Yang Kai spent most of his time in his room recovering and storing his Saint Qi, occasionally coming out to walk around. Although this small starship wasn't of high grade and was obviously quite old, it was well maintained by Wu Yi's subordinates. The floor of the starship was spotless and the windows were cleaned every day. These people cherished this starship far more than their own lives. Yang Kai wasn't one of Wu Yi's subordinates, so he couldn't go to some of the starship's secret locations, such as the power room. Other than these places, he could walk around freely. The cultivator also gradually became familiar with Yang Kai as an outsider, some of them even inquiring about the outside world with him. Everyone got along well. As time passed, the starship got closer and closer to Shadowed Star, and the mood of the several dozen cultivator became inexplicably high. They had experienced many hardships along the way, and now that they were about to return home with a bountiful harvest, they were naturally overjoyed. Even Wu Yi was infected by this joyous atmosphere and didn't visit Yang Kai for the past few days. Finally, the huge shadowed star appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and inside the starship, loud cheers rang out. Kai Yang, who had been meditating in his room, was alarmed by the commotion. He went outside and looked out through the corridor window. Seeing an unimaginable giant star appear in front of his eyes, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. So big? Shadowed star size was incredible. Yang Kai had wandered the star territory for a few years now and had seen many cultivation stars, but none of them were as magnificent as Shadowed Star. It was more than 10 times larger than Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's water moon star, like a behemoth standing in the middle of a star field. In a distant location, there was an even larger sun star that exuded a scorching light that enveloped Shadowed Star. Near Shadowed Star, there were 7 or 8 moon stars revolving around it, each of which was the size of Rainfall Star. I heard that Shadowed Star is the largest cultivation star in the star territory. Is that true? Wu Yi stood beside Yang Kai at some unknown point and was very satisfied with his surprised expression. No matter how much she wanted to leave Shadowed Star and expand her horizons, this cultivation star was, after all, her homeland, and she felt proud of its vastness. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to find another cultivation star comparable to Shadowed Star, Yang Kai replied seriously. In fact, Shadowed Star's world energy isn't bad, it's just that it's too big, so compared to other cultivation stars, it's a bit thin, Wu Yi said faintly. Wu Yi said faintly, I also heard that a long time ago, there were many cultivation stars here. At that time, we had not yet been cut off from the outside world, but for some unknown reason, some changes occurred in the starry sky and some of the smaller cultivation stars disappeared, leaving behind only the largest, Shadowed Star. The various crises along the star path, the lack of materials, and especially the lack of Saint crystals made it impossible for us to restore our former glory. Even communication with the outside world has been cut off. Unless someone from the outside world came to visit us, the people of Shadowed Star rarely went outside. She rambled on, and Kai Yang didn't interrupt, only listening quietly. Wu Yi suddenly changed the topic and a confident smile appeared on her face. My wish is to reconnect Shadowed Star with the outside world so that our people can go out whenever they want and never have to worry about a lack of Saint crystals. Yang Kai turned to look at her and gave her a big thumbs up. People with aspirations were worthy of respect. Compared with Wu Yi, Yang Kai didn't seem to have much ambition right now. All he wanted to do was become stronger as quickly as possible. My family isn't strong, so I can't get them to support me. Yang Kai, please help me. Yang Kai, who was looking at Wu Yi approvingly, smiled bitterly and said, that last sentence was your real purpose, right? Wu Yi spat out her pink tongue, silently agreeing. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, thinking to himself that no wonder Wu Yi looked a bit sentimental today. It turned out she had some kind of idea about him. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai shook his head and said, I'm just a third-order Saint cultivator, how can I help you? I don't know what you can help me with, but at the very least, you came from the outside, so you know what kind of forces we can cooperate with. That's all I don't know. I lack people like you around me, so it doesn't matter if your strength is a bit low. Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai with sincere eyes. Yang Kai frowned. He had a good impression of this woman. Although she looked soft and weak on the outside, she was actually very strong and had a strong will to pursue her ideals. However, Yang Kai really didn't want to get involved in other people's affairs. To Shadowed Star, he was just a passerby who would soon leave. Rashly agreeing to her request would be irresponsible, but looking at the clear look in her eyes, Yang Kai couldn't bear to discourage her. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, I heard you say before that your family is attached to a force called Shadow Moon Hall, right? Yes, Shadow Moon Hall is one of the largest forces on Shadowed Star. My Haika family is attached to Shadow Moon Hall. There are many families like my family on Shadowed Star, so if they don't attach themselves to a great force, they won't be able to survive. I understand. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This kind of thing was commonplace on Tongxian realm, but the Haika family Wu Yi belonged to was just a peripheral force, so it was likely their status was very low and their family wasn't very strong. Who is the strongest in your family? Yang Kai asked again. Although she didn't understand what he wanted to do, Wu Yi still pointed to the side. Foreign elder Changqi is one of the strongest. Yang Kai was stunned, not even an origin returning realm master? Wu Yi couldn't help rolling her eyes at him. Do you think there are many origin returning realm masters? Are you going to help me or not? Yang Kai smiled bitterly, your dream seems to be very far away. If you want to realize such an ideal, it's impossible to do so without a strong master under your command. And you should first become the patriarch of your family. I'll think about it when the time comes. Think about it? Wu Yi trembled with anger. She had sincerely invited him but hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so perfunctory, causing her to grit her teeth, wishing she could bite off a piece of flesh from his back. Good, when you really take charge of your family, if you still have such ambitions, I'll help you. Yang Kai stared at her with scorching eyes. It's a promise. Wu Yi immediately smiled and stretched out her small white hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly and gave her 3 palms as a promise. Just wait, in less than 2 or 3 years, I'll become the patriarch of my family, Wu Yi said confidently. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai really didn't have the heart to tell her that once she became the patriarch of her family and stood at such a height, she would find that her thoughts at that time were somewhat different from her current thoughts. Right now, she was simply pursuing her own dreams without any worries, but in the future, she would have to consider the livelihood of her entire family, so all kinds of restrictions would tighten her wings even more. Time would wear down a person's spirit, causing a hot-blooded person to become more mature. The starship flew under the clouds of Shadowed Star for a long time before finally descending slowly and landing on a huge wide chalk field. Inside this wide chalk field, some people who had received the news were waiting. Standing by the window, Wu Yi saw familiar faces waving their hands towards them and couldn't help jumping up and down. It's Uncle Howen and the others. Yu Feng grinned, we've worked hard this time, so Senior Howen will naturally come to greet us personally. Big Sister Xiao Ji, after we return, we'll be rewarded, right? You only know how to reward us. Wu Yi rolled her eyes at him before chuckling, don't worry, the ores we collected this time are all rare, you'll be rewarded handsomely. Hearing this, the nearby cultivator suddenly cheered. With a dull thud, the starship landed firmly on the broad chalk field and the hatch slowly opened. Wu Yi took the lead, followed by Chang Qi, and a large group of people walked out like soldiers who had just returned from a victorious battle, their chests puffed out in pride as they walked out of the starship with their heads held high and chests puffed out. The old man named Howen quickly stepped forward, followed by several Haika family cultivator, cupping his fists and bowing, Big Sister Xiao Ji has worked hard, everyone has worked hard. It's what we should do, Uncle Howen is too polite, Wu Yi smiled. Big Sister Xiao Ji being able to return safely, this old man's heart can finally relax, Howen said with a trace of fear. Everyone knew how dangerous it was to drive a starship into star territory. Wu Yi had been gone for a week now, so many people who were concerned about her were unable to eat or sleep well. Howen was one of them and enthusiastically said, Big Sister Xiao Ji, please return to the family quickly, the patriarch and the elders are all very worried about you. If they see you safe and sound, they will be very happy. Wu Yi smiled and shook her head, there's no need to rush, let's transport the ores from the starship first then return. Howen's face stiffened slightly, but he quickly composed himself and forced a smile, there's no need for Big Sister Xiao Ji to take charge of this matter, someone will naturally take care of it. Wu Yi stood in place and thought about it for a moment before nodding, very well. Saying so, she turned around and shouted, help transport the ores we collected back. Yes. Yu Feng and the others replied loudly. No need, we can do it ourselves. A voice suddenly called out. The moment she heard this voice, the smile on Wu Yi's face disappeared, replaced by a thick sense of vigilance and disgust as she glanced around. In the direction of the sound, a group of cultivators was rushing towards them. The leader was a short young man. The young man's height was too horrible to look at. He only reached Yang Kai's chest. Although he was short, he walked like a dragon or a tiger. He looked insufferably arrogant. The cultivator behind him also had a complacent expression. Their eyes were full of undisguised contempt. Xia Hongwen? Wu Yi's black and white pupils shrank as she called out, why are you here? Why can't I be here? The young man named Xia Hongwen grinned meaningfully, although this is your Haika family's vast chalk field, it's also my Shadow Moon Hall's territory, so I can come and go as I please. And little sister Wu Yi has worked hard this time. I heard you went deep into Star's territory this time and collected a lot of rare ores. What does that have to do with you? Wu Yi suddenly became vigilant. How does it have nothing to do with me? Xia Hongwen laughed and pointed to the starship. The ores inside now belong to my Shadow Moon Hall. Didn't anyone tell you? Wu Yi's face went pale while Yu Feng and the others also wore ferocious looks as they became furious. Wu Yi turned her head to look at Howen, expecting him to give an explanation. Howen wore a guilty look on his face and after hesitating for a long time, he sighed, "Big sister Xiao Chok, let's go back first, the patriarch will give you an explanation." Explanation? Wu Yi sneered, instantly understanding the cause and effect of this situation, causing her fiery heart to go cold as she coldly declared, "In order to collect these ores, more than 100 of us went out, but now only half have returned. Does the family know what kind of danger we've encountered? Do they know we were attacked by several waves of black rock beasts? Do they know we almost didn't make it back? We were almost wiped out? Who were we desperately collecting these ores for? Now that we've returned with a bountiful harvest, why can't we enjoy the fruits of our hard work? Can we only get an explanation?" This series of questions left Howen speechless, the shame on his face becoming even thicker, as if he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Not only was Wu Yi furious, her tender body trembling, but the 50 or so cultivator behind her were also glaring at Xia Hongwen with burning eyes, all of them secretly circulating their strength. Xia Hongwen remained motionless, his face still wearing that disgusting smile as he shot a provocative look towards Yu Feng and the others, as if he couldn't wait for them to make a big fuss. "Elder sister Xiao Ji, this is the family's decision." Howen held back for a long time before finally squeezing out a few words, looking towards Wu Yi with a sincere expression, almost pleading, "Please consider the overall situation, elder sister Xiao Ji." Wu Yi wasn't a little girl who didn't understand anything. Although she understood that the family had made such a decision out of desperation, she also understood that if she didn't compromise at this time, it would only bring greater disaster to the people behind her. Clenching her fists tightly, the anger on her face transformed into helplessness as she sighed heavily, "I understand. Elder sister Xiao Ji." Yu Feng shouted, seemingly having something to say. "Go back. You won't be short on rewards, even if the family doesn't pay, I will." Wu Yi glared at him fiercely. Yu Feng's eyes went bloodshot as he lowered his head dejectedly. With a soft clap, Xia Hongwen, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, laughed and said, "I've long since heard that little sister Wu Yi is skilled in managing her subordinates. Seeing you in person today, it seems your reputation is well deserved. So many grown men are willing to listen to a little woman like you. Big brother admires you. Who's your little sister? Whose big brother are you?" Wu Yi looked at him with disgust. "Xia Hongwen, I'll tell you. The starship's ores are soaked with the blood of my Haika family members. We mined them with our own lives. I hope you won't have nightmares when you take them back and won't be haunted by resentful spirits." Xia Hongwen's face went cold, but he soon smiled. "Wu Yi, I know you're not convinced, but so what? You can only blame your family for being too weak. And one day your family will be surnamed Xia and you will become a woman surnamed Xia. I'll leave you with these words, just wait and see." Saying so, he laughed loudly and waved his hand, "Go move the oars, anyone who dares stop you will be killed without mercy." The cultivator behind him all rushed forward one after another and entered the starship. "Go back." Wu Yi didn't want to see him make a fool of himself, so with a cold expression, she led the several dozen cultivator away in a different direction. The ores they had painstakingly harvested from the depths of Shadowed Star's territory fell into the hands of an outsider the moment they returned to Shadowed Star. This was nothing short of torture and destruction for all of them. The atmosphere in the team was extremely oppressive, and Yang Kai could clearly see that everyone's eyes were bloodshot. He believed that as long as Wu Yi gave the order just now, all of them would have attacked Xia Hongwen without any regard for their lives to protect the fruits of their hard work. Yang Kai had thought of returning to Shadowed Star and wanted to say goodbye to Wu Yi, but now was not a good time. Leaving without saying goodbye was not a good idea, so in desperation, he could only follow the team forward. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai approached Yu Feng and asked softly, "Does that Xia Hongwen have a grudge with your family's elder sister Xiao Ji?" Yu Feng's anger had not yet subsided, so after hearing this question, He shot a glance towards Yang Kai with bloodshot eyes and shook his head. No, it's just that he wanted to marry elder sister Xiaoji a few years ago but was rejected by her. Since then, he has been holding a grudge against our family. Is that guy very powerful? What does he count for? Yu Feng said disdainfully, if not for the protection of Shadow Moon Hall, I could have killed him at any time. It's just that his father is an important figure in Shadow Moon Hall, so he can act so unscrupulously. My Haika family is just a peripheral force of Shadow Moon Hall. No matter how he bullies us, no one will come to uphold justice. Boy, why are you asking so many questions? I'm warning you, don't try to steal Wu Yi from me, otherwise I'll beat you so hard your mother won't recognize you. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before snickering, rest assured, I won't steal her from you, and I have many women. Yu Feng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, isn't that right? With that kind of character of yours, there are many women willing to follow you, so what are you going to use to protect them? Yang Kai just shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. Yu Feng acted as if he had discovered a new world and ran up to the front, walking side by side with Wu Yi, acting mysteriously. No one knew what they were talking about. A moment later, Wu Yi looked back at Yang Kai, her brow furrowing slightly as a look of disbelief filled her face. Yang Kai's face went pale, knowing that Yu Feng had sold him out, but after seeing him act like this, Wu Yi's mood seemed to improve slightly, her tight little face gradually relaxing as an imperceptible smile appeared on her face. The Haika family's manor wasn't far from the wide chalk field where the starship was anchored, only about 50 kilometers away, so after a short while, the group arrived. Wu Yi, Helen, and Changqi naturally went to meet with the important figures of the family to ask them for an explanation. The rest of the Haika family's people swarmed into the manor and scattered, soon disappearing without a trace. Only Yu Feng and Yang Kai were left behind, the two of them glancing at each other. Yu Feng scratched his head and muttered, Sister Xiaoji told me to entertain you properly, but after thinking about it for a while, I don't know how to entertain you. Father here has no experience in this area. Yang Kai laughed and said, do as you please, I'll just walk around. Do as you wish, Father happens to have some free time. And, don't go to the inner mansion, that's where the main family lives, just walk around the outer mansion. If you're really bored, there's Heavenly Fate City about 200 kilometers from here, you can go there. Yang Kai nodded. One of the big differences between Shadowed Star and other cultivation stars was the strength of its gravitational pull. In the past, Yang Kai had discovered that the larger a cultivation star was, the greater the gravitational pull. It seemed that the two were directly proportional. And Shadowed Star's gravitational pull was particularly strong. Other cultivation stars simply couldn't compare to it. Cultivating in this kind of environment would definitely give Yang Kai greater benefits than cultivating on other cultivation stars. On top of that, the world energy aura here wasn't as thin as he had imagined. Compared to Rainfall Star and Watermoon Star, it was indeed slightly inferior. However, Yang Kai was from Tongxian Realm, so compared to Tongxian Realm, this place was like heaven on earth. Yang Kai was very satisfied with this place. After wandering around Star Territory for several years, Yang Kai felt that he should find a place to temporarily settle down and cultivate. Only when his strength was strong enough would he have the strength to do what he wanted. In the vast expanse of Star Territory, finding Su Yan was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Yang Kai saw a feasible method from his previous path. That was to make his name known and let everyone in Star Territory know of his existence. This way, no matter where Su Yan was, she would definitely take the initiative to find him, eliminating the need for Yang Kai to run around and search for her. Back on Tongxian Realm, the Hu sisters Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier had come to Nine Heaven's Holy Land to ask him for help precisely because they heard his name. This process may be very long, but it was much more feasible than running around like a headless fly. Yang Kai was prepared to spend a dozen years or even 100 years to achieve this goal. Yang Kai didn't care about time because no matter how long it took, the feelings between him and Su Yan would never fade. The same was true for his little senior sister. When he was strong enough, he could return to Tongxian Realm and bring them back to Star Territory. Shadowed Star was one of the stops Yang Kai decided to make. After walking around the Haika family manor for a while, Yang Kai grew bored and was considering whether he should go to Heavenly Fate City to take a look when the light of a star shuttle suddenly rose up from the manor and shot out. Yang Kai clearly saw Wu Yi's figure standing on top of this star shuttle. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai used his star shuttle to follow behind Wu Yi. Yang Kai didn't know what Wu Yi had encountered, but she seemed quite aggrieved. As they flew, Yang Kai could still hear her sobbing. Wu Yi flew aimlessly and soon landed on a barren mountain peak, sitting alone on top of which was her green-robed Wu Yi was hugging her knees and burying her head in her arms. Kai Yang landed beside her, but he didn't know how to comfort her, so he just stood there and waited for her to recover. Wu Yi Yang Kai sex Wu Yi, s Yang Kai's Wu Yi's star. Yang Kai was speechless. Yang, Wu Yang Yang's Wu's, Wu, and Wu, she Wu's and Wu Yang Wu's, Wu's Yang Wu's too aggrieved, Wu Yang sobbed. Wu Yi said while choking with sobs, so many people died just to collect those ores, but the family gave them all to that bastard Xia Hongwen with just a few words, not even a decent reward. Small families have their own sorrows, this isn't the first time something like this has happened, right? Why do those strong people like to bully the weak? Is there no fairness in this world? If I were standing in a high position, I would never do such a thing. Wu Yi shouted indignantly, seemingly venting the anger in her heart. Don't they know that doing this will only chill the hearts of the people? Once the hearts of the people are gone, the family will also be gone. How can they be so short-sighted? Do they have to bow and scrape to survive? When you really stand in that position, perhaps you'll understand this kind of helplessness. Whose side are you on? Wu Yi glared at Yang Kai bitterly, somewhat annoyed that he wasn't speaking up for her. Yang Kai quickly raised his hand. Good, you speak, I'll shut up and just listen. Wu Yi seemed to have been encouraged and her red lips began to move, pouring out all the grievances and injustices she had suffered over the years, regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing to listen or not. Her family's cowardice made her sad, Shadow Moon Hall's strength made her helpless, and her own weakness made her sad. She seemed to have endured a lot of pressure and torture. After rambling for a long time, Wu Yi's mood finally eased a lot, but her eyes were still swollen like peaches. Suddenly changing the topic, she turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Was that golden spear made by you?" Yang Kai decisively shook his head. This woman really did have some doubts. After all, she knew all about his subordinates, the only one she didn't know was Yang Kai, whom she had picked up halfway. It really wasn't you? Wu Yi seemed to be in disbelief. Why do I feel like you're not as weak as you look? Yang Kai had to admit, this woman's intuition was quite terrifying. Yang Kai smiled and said, I'm just a third-order saint, even if I have some hidden means, how strong could I possibly be? Wu Yi stared at him blankly for a moment before slowly shaking her head. I don't know, I just feel like you're not someone to be trifled with. If I were to fight with you, the one who would lose would likely be me. It's just a feeling I have, one I trust very much in. You think too highly of me, Yang Kai flatly denied, changing the subject. Right, I want to say goodbye to you. Goodbye? Wu Yi was stunned. Where are you going? Is there anyone you know on Shadowed Star? No, but don't try to win me over, I won't join your family. Wu Yi smiled, our small family is not something you can accept. Although your cultivation isn't high, you're still an outsider and have seen many great storms. And, how about this, don't say goodbye to me, I won't try to win you over, but don't forget the agreement between us. Of course I haven't forgotten. Then don't go. Wu Yi got up and stretched exaggeratedly, letting out a mewling sound as her curvaceous figure was revealed. Not minding Yang Kai's strange look, she simply stomped her foot and said, how about I give you this barren mountain? Give it to me? Yang Kai was stunned. This Dragon Cave Mountain is a property under my name and has a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Although there aren't any precious treasures or rare ores here, the world energy here doesn't lose out to anywhere else. I often come here to cultivate and the scenery is quite good. Yu Feng and the others also come here often. In any case, you don't have anywhere to go, so you can stay here. As long as you're willing, from now on, this is your territory. Yang Kai frowned at her and found that she didn't seem to be joking, asking in surprise, such a big piece of land, you want to give it to me just like that? Wu Yi giggled, what do you know? On Shadowed Star, such a piece of land isn't worth anything. Shadowed Star is too big. Even if my Haiku family is a small family, we still have a territory of several tens of thousands of kilometers. What does a trivial mountain count for? You haven't encountered such a situation on any other cultivation star, have you? Xianxia nodded, only now realizing that such a piece of land wasn't worth anything on Shadowed Star at all. Why are you trying so hard to keep me here? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to me? Xianxia suddenly became vigilant. Wu Yi stared at him for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Xianxia's face went black. What are you laughing at? Wu Yi waved her hand and said, I know you have many women and all of them like you, but don't think so highly of yourself. I only want to revitalize my family and haven't considered the matters between men and women. And even if I did, I wouldn't take a fancy to a guy with so many women. That's good, Xianxia snorted somewhat unhappily. Is that a deal? Wu Yi looked at him with a smile. I'll stay here for the time being, I have nowhere to go anyways, Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. In fact, this place is quite good. Just 50 kilometers from here is Heavenly Fate City, so if you want to buy anything, it'll be more convenient. Oh right, you don't seem to have anything now, so I'll have Yufeng send you some things in a few days to help you set up your residence. You can live here with peace of mind, don't think too much about it, just treat this place as a place to settle down. When I take charge of the family one day, I'll summon you, don't even think about refusing. Xianxia spat disdainfully. He felt that it would take at least a few dozen years for Wu Yi to take charge of the Haiku family. Following Wu Yi, the two of them shuttled through the mountains and soon arrived at a deep cave. There were some traces left behind by someone who had meditated here before. Wu Yi explained that they were her handiwork. The cave seemed to be quite deep and extended all the way into the belly of the mountain. Inside, there was a clear mountain spring that converged into a pool, its water so clear that one could see the bottom. The conditions are a bit difficult, but you'll have to make do. And, if you want, you can actually live in my family's manor. Yufeng and the others are all there. No need, this place is quite good, Xianxia shook his head. In any case, it was just a place to settle down, so it didn't matter where he lived. Although the manor was lively and not lonely, the world energy aura there couldn't be compared to here, so Xianxia was quite satisfied. Then you should familiarize yourself with the place first. I have to go back, I haven't given them the reward I promised yet, Wu Yi said before leaving. After Wu Yi left, Xianxia took a closer look at the place he had chosen to stay. Although there was a mountain spring in the cave, the environment was not humid, making it very suitable for living. Even though this cave was naturally formed and had many twists and turns, it didn't have a proper stone room. Spreading out his divine sense, Xianxia found that the situation within a 1,000-kilometer radius around him was as clear as day. As Wu Yi said, there were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines here, nor were there any mineral lodes worth paying attention to. Besides the decent world energy aura here, it was just a barren mountain. No wonder she didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache when she said so. Xianxia knew why Wu Yi wanted him to stay, it was simply because he had come from the outside and was more familiar with the outside world. This was what Wu Yi valued the most. As for his own strength, she probably didn't place him in her eyes. Wu Yi had a great ambition to revitalize her family while Xianxia also had a great ambition to reach Yangyang's territory. The two of them had different goals, but they both required years of hard work to achieve them. Xianxia suddenly felt that this place might be a good springboard. Through the Haiku family, through Shadow Moon Hall, and through Shadowed Star, his name would spread throughout Yangyang's territory. At that time, he wouldn't need to worry about Su Yan not being able to hear his name or not being able to find him. Thinking so, Xianxia was filled with hope for the future. Xianxia simply cleaned up the cave and found a relatively good location for his own bedroom. Immediately after, Xianxia left the cave and wandered around the 1,000-kilometer Dragon Cave Mountain, recalling the various spirit arrays used to gather world energy. Xianxia had come into contact with this type of spirit array many times before, such as in Tongxian Realm's Soaring Heaven sect, Nine Heavens Holy Land, Guizu's residence on the floating continent, and Rainfall Star's Zone AO a few years ago. Since Xianxia decided to stay here, it was only natural for him to find a comfortable cultivation environment. Xianxia didn't have much knowledge about spirit arrays. What he knew most was spirit arrays used for alchemy, but the Tao of spirit arrays was one of a kind. After many years of exposure, Yang Kai also knew how to arrange a world energy gathering spirit array. This required the coordination of the geographical location, supplemented by some materials, and through various means, a decent formation could be formed. Although Dragon Cave Mountain wasn't very large, Yang Kai found that the natural conditions here were quite good. Near the cave Wui had found for him, there were several mountain peaks surrounding the cave. If he used them as a foundation, he would be able to arrange a good spirit array. While wandering around the mountain, Yang Kai kept recalling some of the things Great Elder Su Hui had told him when he was the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, including the mysteries of the Holy Land's 9 peaks and spirit arrays. Soon, Yang Kai had some ideas. Instead of returning to the cave, Yang Kai went directly to Heavenly Fate City, which was 50 kilometers away. Heavenly Fate City was one of the forces under Shadow Moon Hall, so even if the Haika family was nearby, they didn't have full control over it. This was because the entire city was very rich, not something a small family in the periphery could occupy. The Haika family only operated a few businesses in the city, earning some cultivation materials from the cultivator who passed by. After entering Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai found that this place was bustling with people and shops everywhere. In terms of prosperity, it was not inferior to the cities on Rainfall Star or Water Moon Star, perhaps even more so. Most of the owners of these shops were disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, but there were also people from Shadow Moon Hall's affiliated forces. Here, they were able to make a lot of money, so every shop was a cash cow. There were no guards at the city gates to collect crystal stones, so Shadow Moon Hall allowed anyone to enter and leave the city freely. Along the way, Yang Kai was in high spirits, his pace neither fast nor slow as he strolled through the various shops. Soon, Yang Kai was surprised to discover that in this city, or even all of Shadowed Star, the value of Saint crystals was much higher than that of other cultivation stars. For example, a bottle of Origin warming pills would cost 300 low-rank Saint crystals on other cultivation stars, but here, it only cost 200. An item worth 500 low-rank Saint crystals would only cost 400 or so. Isolation from the outside world allowed Shadowed Star to have its own way of calculating the value of Saint crystals. The scarcity of Saint crystals made the value of Saint crystals even greater. Very few Saint crystals could be exchanged for many things. Yang Kai was very excited. Because in his black book space, there were more than 47,000 high-rank Saint crystals, and the conversion rate between Saint crystals of different qualities was 1 to 5. In other words, 1 high-rank Saint crystal could be exchanged for 5 mid-rank Saint crystals, and 1 mid-rank Saint crystal could be exchanged for 5 low-rank Saint crystals. In total, Yang Kai had 1,000,000 low-rank Saint crystals, so he could buy anything he wanted. Yang Kai only bought some ores and materials he needed. After that, Yang Kai went to a place called Artifact Refining Pavilion. Whether it was Tongxian Realm or Star Territory, as long as there was a city with a high concentration of cultivator, such a place would definitely exist. Because not every cultivator knew how to refine artifacts, they would often find skilled artifact refiners to help them. In this way, not only would these artifact refiners have the opportunity to practice their craft, but they would also be able to obtain a good reward. Heavenly Fate City's Artifact Refining Pavilion was also a subsidiary of Shadow Moon Hall. Most of the several dozen artifact refiners here were members of Shadow Moon Hall while some were hired. These hired artifact refiners would receive a share of the rewards from Shadow Moon Hall. Although most of the rewards would be taken by Shadow Moon Hall, such people were relatively free and could leave at any time without being subject to the jurisdiction of Shadow Moon Hall. When Yang Kai arrived, he was shocked by the lively scene inside. There were at least 200 cultivators of varying strength waiting in line, waiting for the artifact refiners of Artifact Refining Pavilion to refine artifacts for them. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, he was met with cold and hot gazes. Some people were even quite vigilant, as if they were afraid that Yang Kai would cut the line. This scene reminded him of the crowd outside the 9 peaks when 9 Heavens Holy Land was helping people with alchemy. At that time, many people were willing to wait for 1 to 2 months or even longer outside the 9 peaks to ask the alchemists of the Holy Land to refine pills for them. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel the helplessness and anxiety of those people. Will I have to wait for a long time? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. A man who looked like a shop assistant came over. He wasn't young, but his strength wasn't high. It seemed that he had given up on his own cultivation and was only working here to earn some remuneration to make a living. He enthusiastically handed Xianxia a piece of paper and smiled, "Take a look and choose for yourself. If there's anything you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask me." Xianxia took the paper suspiciously, and after looking at it for a while, he found that the names of the dozens of artifact refiners in Artifact Refining Pavilion were written on it, along with their abilities, charging standards, and a number. Xianxia asked around and learned that the number indicated how many cultivator were waiting for this artifact refiner to refine an artifact. Glancing around, Xianxia found that the most powerful person had more than 30 cultivator waiting, and this person's greatest ability was to refine Saint King grade high-rank artifacts. No wonder so many people wanted to ask him for help. Artifact refiners were the same as alchemists in that they had their own ranking system. The higher their rank, the more high-grade artifacts or pills they could refine. It wasn't easy for a cultivator to find materials. Gathering the materials for an artifact was even more difficult than gathering the materials for a pill, so when choosing an artifact refiner, one would be extremely cautious. They would rather choose the expensive than the poor. This artifact refiner who could refine Saint King grade high-rank artifacts didn't charge a low fee, but with his rank, it was only natural that these cultivator would flock to him. Xianxia's eyes swept over the names of these artifact refiners one by one and soon stopped at the name of one named Xianxia. Frowning for a moment, Xianxia waved to the shop assistant. "Has honored guest chosen an artifact refiner who will be responsible for refining your artifact?" The shop assistant ran over with a smile. "Is there something wrong with the information on this?" Xianxia asked. The shop assistant still smiled. Honored guest is worrying too much. Our artifact refining pavilion is a property of Shadow Moon Hall. Most of the artifact refiners here are disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Their methods and abilities have all passed the assessment of Shadow Moon Hall. Their prices are fair and honest, there is no suspicion of fraud. Xianxia looked at him deeply before handing the piece of paper to him and pointing to it. "Look at this guy named Xianxia charges such a high fee, and he says he can refine origin-grade artifacts, so why doesn't anyone patronize him?" The number behind Xianxia was clearly 0, which meant that no one was waiting in line for his artifact refining. Compared with his leisurely appearance, the other artifact refiners were simply bustling with activity. The shop assistant smiled strangely and said, Honored guest, the credibility of Artifact Refining Pavilion is only guaranteed by the artifact refiners from Shadow Moon Hall. As for the external hired artifact refiners, we cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information they provide. We don't have that kind of free time. When this Grandmaster Xianxia came to Artifact Refining Pavilion, we also told him this, but he insisted that he can refine origin-grade artifacts. If honored guest doesn't believe this, please don't choose him. If there is any loss, we won't pay for it. We have many other artifact refiners to choose from. Listening to this shop assistant's words, Xianxia immediately understood that this should be a way for Shadow Moon Hall to suppress external artifact refiners. Artifact Refining Pavilion's credibility was not guaranteed to the hired artifact refiners, so any cultivator who came to refine an artifact would have some misgivings and would not choose them. The other artifact refiners. Xianxia frowned and slowly shook his head. The other artifact refiners all had busy schedules, and even the fastest one would take a dozen or so days. Is honored guest in a hurry? If you are in a hurry, you can leave the materials here and come back to pick them up when they are finished, the shop assistant made a suggestion. Xianxia did not answer and instead asked, has anyone asked this guy named Xianxia to refine something? Yes. What was the result? The shop assistant's face suddenly twitched as a strange look appeared on his face. After a long time, he finally said, Honored guest, I suggest you find another Grandmaster to refine an artifact for you. Their fees are also more reasonable, unlike this one. Even this shop assistant didn't seem to be very optimistic about this artifact refiner called Xianxia, which made Xianxia very puzzled. He didn't know how bad this Xianxia's skills were. While they were talking, an extremely tall and sturdy man walked out of a room while cursing. He had a murderous look on his face, and he held a sledgehammer in his hand. He looked very majestic. He cursed as he walked out of the room, looking extremely angry. Someone dared to curse an artifact refiner? Yang Kai was stunned. Artifact refiners and alchemists were a rare group of people with noble status. No matter who a cultivator offended, they would never offend these two groups of people, because no matter which cultivator it was, they needed artifacts and pills. Offending them was tantamount to cutting off their own path of retreat. On the other hand, the cultivator waiting in the hall seemed to be used to this scene, as if it was not the first time they had seen such a scene. Not only did no one try to persuade him, they even looked over with interest. The burly man cursed as he walked out, soon disappearing from sight. That Grandmaster Young Inflammation is looking for a scolding again, someone in the hall laughed gloatingly. He can't even refine a Saint King grade artifact properly, yet he still dares to brag about being an origin grade artifact refiner. If all the artifact refiners in this world are like this, who can guarantee the quality of our artifacts? That's right, I heard that a few days ago, someone brought an artifact he had been using for several dozen years to Grandmaster Young Inflammation and asked him to refine it. It was originally an excellent Saint King grade high-rank artifact, but after being refined, it dropped a level and became a Saint King grade mid-rank artifact. The owner of that artifact cried his heart out, how pitiful. What's wrong with that? I also heard that someone asked Grandmaster Young Inflammation to refine a sword-shaped artifact, but he only refined it into a heavy machete. An artifact refiner who can't meet the requirements of our cultivator, how can he be considered a qualified artifact refiner? I think his skill level is quite limited. How could Artifact Refining Pavilion hire such a poor artifact refiner? This has nothing to do with Artifact Refining Pavilion. Grandmaster Young Inflammation is just a hired artifact refiner. All those who go to him for artifact refining are told the truth by Artifact Refining Pavilion staff, but there are still people who are deceived. It can only be said that those people are stupid and greedy for the weight of an origin-grade artifact refiner. In any case, I'd rather wait a few months than ask that person for artifact refining. All kinds of words entered his ears, causing Yang Kai's expression to become more and more strange. The staff also sighed to the side. Grandmaster Young Inflammation is really a maverick. Our artifact refining pavilion has warned him many times, but he still remains stubborn and unrepentant. It looks like he'll have to leave in a few days. Why? Yang Kai turned to look at him. His actions will cause some damage to Artifact Refining Pavilion's reputation. Naturally, we can't tolerate him here. But I saw the sledgehammer artifact that the quality of that burly man just took out was very good. It also fits his physique and Saint Chi attribute, so why isn't he satisfied? The shop assistant laughed. That warrior wants to refine not a sledgehammer, but a sledgehammer. Yang Kai's face darkened. He immediately understood why the burly man was so furious. Indeed, it was as those voices had said, a refiner who couldn't meet the requirements of a cultivator was not a good refiner. Sir, have you made your choice? The waiter looked at Yang Kai and asked. I've chosen. Yang Kai nodded and handed the piece of paper back. Grandmaster Yang Yen. The shop assistant was stunned for a moment before he asked in a strange tone, are you sure? Yang Kai smiled. What I want to refine is not an artifact, but something very simple. No matter how bad he is, he should be able to refine it. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. Please come this way. The shop assistant no longer tried to dissuade him and led Yang Kai to the room on the other side. Stopping in front of the room, he motioned to Yang Kai to go in by himself and said meaningfully, good luck. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing and stepped inside. The room was very large, covering an area of 1,000 meters. Inside the room was a huge furnace with a figure sitting cross-legged behind it. This should be the so-called Grandmaster Young Inflammation. The curses of the burly man just now didn't affect him in the slightest. His aura was calm, like an ancient well, and only the sound of his even breathing could be heard. Yang Kai walked over to a cushion in front of the furnace and sat down. Immediately, Grandmaster Young Inflammation's voice came from behind the furnace, what do you want to refine? Yang Kai was stunned and couldn't help tilting his body and looking at Young Inflammation from the side of the furnace. Because he found that this artifact refiner named Young Inflammation was actually a woman. Moreover, her voice was sweet and pleasing to the ear, making people feel refreshed. He really wanted to know what a woman with such a sweet voice looked like. At first glance, Yang Kai was very disappointed. He only saw a pair of bright eyes looking at him in the darkness. Young Inflammation was wrapped in a huge black robe, so he couldn't see his face or figure. Everyone is like this. Are you here to refine artifacts or to look at people? Young Inflammation muttered discontentedly. Yang Kai looked embarrassed and immediately understood that everyone who came here was as curious as him. Embarrassed, he said, sorry, I was just a little curious. I thought Grandmaster Young Inflammation was a man. N. Young Inflammation didn't mind and continued to ask, what do you want to refine? Yang Kai replied, I want to refine a few simple things, not artifacts. I'll draw them for you to see. Saying so, he picked up the pen and paper that had already been prepared next to the futon and quickly drew a few strange things. When a cultivator was refining, they would put forward their own requirements. They would have their own idea of what an artifact would look like, so the pen and paper would definitely be prepared. After he finished drawing, Yang Kai handed it over. Young Inflammation took it and looked at it. He seemed to be very surprised and asked, you want to arrange a spirit array? Yang Kai was stunned, just from the shape of this thing, you can see it? Young Inflammation sneered, how difficult is that? The things you want to refine have no other use except for arranging a spirit array. If I can't see it, then wouldn't I be blind? Do you understand spirit arrays? Not very good. Yang Kai honestly shook his head. Although he was sure that he could arrange a spirit array, he couldn't guarantee how effective it would be. Perhaps the effect would be very subtle. If you don't understand, then don't fiddle around blindly. It's a waste of money. The ores and materials needed to refine these things are worth a lot of money, Young Inflammation said lightly. Yang Kai suddenly became unhappy. Arranging a spirit array is my business, refining these things is your business, I will pay you. He finally understood why this Young Inflammation was so lonely. She seemed to like meddling in other people's business. Such a person was destined to be disliked. To Yang Kai's surprise, this woman didn't try to refute, remaining silent for a while before suddenly saying, how about this, I'll help you refine these things and even arrange a very good spirit array for you. How about you pay me? You can arrange a spirit array? Can? You're not lying, right? Why would I lie to you? Young Inflammation said disdainfully, wait until I arrange a spirit array and you're satisfied with it. I don't want much. Seeing that your strength isn't high, you shouldn't be rich either. How about 100 high-rank Saint crystals? If you can take it out, I'll go with you right now. Are you short on Saint crystals? Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant, feeling that this woman was a bit too kind. He had only come here to ask her to refine a few simple things, yet she had actually taken the initiative to offer to arrange a spirit array for him, which was quite unusual. I'm an artifact refiner, of course I'm short on Saint crystals. Buying those artifact refining materials requires a lot of Saint crystals. Aren't artifact refiners very rich? How could they be short on Saint crystals? Yang Kai was confused. The richest people in the world were either artifact refiners or alchemists. These two kinds of people never had to worry about money. At the very least, Yang Kai had never had such an experience. Alchemy was a rare craft that could be used anywhere. Look at my situation, do I look like someone who has a lot of Saint crystals? In the darkness, Young Inflammation rolled her eyes at Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately understood. No one had come to her for artifact refining, so naturally she had no gains. The vigilance in his heart eased a little as he asked worriedly, if you just leave like this, will there be any problems? There's no problem, I only have an employment relationship with Artifact Refining Pavilion, so I can leave at any time. And they can't wait for me to leave so I don't ruin their reputation, a bunch of mediocre people. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai nodded and said, good, if you can arrange a spirit array that satisfies me, I'll pay you 100 high-rank Saint crystals. Then let's go. Young Inflammation said, putting the huge furnace in front of her into her space ring and slowly standing up. Kai Yang looked her up and down. Although he still couldn't see her face, he found that this woman's figure was petite. Her head only reached his shoulders, but she had a pair of luxurious twin peaks, towering and shaking, which was very eye-catching. Exquisite and full, Yang Kai couldn't help but stare at her a few more times. Leaving the room, Yang Inflammation asked Yang Kai to wait outside while she went alone to a room in Artifact Refining Pavilion. After a short time, she walked out with a relaxed look on her face and gestured to Yang Kai to lead the way. Yang Kai didn't speak any nonsense and flew off on his star shuttle with Yang Inflammation following closely behind. After the two left, the Artifact Refining Pavilion seemed to burst into cheers as many cultivators celebrated that Grandmaster Yang Inflammation had finally left and would no longer cause trouble for others. Even the shop assistant who had received Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief as he stood at the entrance of Artifact Refining Pavilion and waved to Yang Inflammation, as if saying goodbye and wanting her to go as far away as possible. On the way to Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation flew side by side, but strangely, Yang Kai felt that this woman's eyes were intentionally or unintentionally staring at him, a look of eagerness flashing across her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai didn't care at first, but when she kept staring at him like this, Yang Kai felt a little uncomfortable and couldn't help asking, "What are you looking at me for?" Yang Inflammation raised her eyes and curled her lips, "Who's looking at you?" "Then why are you staring at me?" "I'm looking at the star shuttle under your feet." Yang Inflammation snorted, "A St. King grade high-rank star shuttle, not bad. Do you want me to refine it? I guarantee I can improve its performance by another 10%, provided you can find enough materials. And you'll also have to pay me a certain amount of remuneration." Yang Kai almost fell off his star shuttle, but after calming himself down, he stared at her suspiciously and asked, "You're not really an origin-grade artifact refiner, are you?" Refining an artifact and refining it were two completely different tasks. The former was much more difficult. A person who could refine a Saint-grade high-rank artifact was at least an origin-grade low-rank artifact refiner. Since Yang Inflammation dared to say such a thing, it meant she had the ability to do so. "Of course I am." As soon as her artifact refiner grade was mentioned, Yang Inflammation puffed up her towering chest, her pretty face filled with pride. Outside, Yang Kai discovered that this woman's appearance was as sweet as her voice. She was the kind of woman who looked innocent and harmless, easily giving others a good impression of her. Yang Inflammation looked harmless on the surface, but Yang Kai wasn't familiar with her, so naturally he wouldn't naively believe her words. "Since you're an origin-grade artifact refiner, why are you so miserable?" "Because no one believes me." Yang Inflammation pouted her red lips aggrievedly, "No one dares to ask me to refine a high-grade artifact. Those who do ask me to refine them are all trash, so naturally I receive very little compensation. When I was in the Hall of Artifact Refining Pavilion just now, I heard someone say that you tempered a St. King grade high-rank artifact into a St. King grade mid-rank artifact?" Yang Kai looked at her with a strange look. N. To Yang Kai's surprise, Yang Inflammation actually nodded and admitted that guy's cultivation is only a third-order saint, so even if he had a Saint King grade high-rank artifact, he wouldn't be able to display its full power. A Saint King grade mid-rank artifact is his bottom line. I lowered the grade of that artifact, but when he fights, his combat effectiveness will increase. When his cultivation improves, he can come to me and raise the grade of that artifact. I also heard that you refined a long sword into a machete. What does he know? The secret art he cultivates, martial skills, and even his Saint Chi attribute all belong to the grand melee category. The long sword is too ethereal, making it impossible for him to fully display his advantages. Using a machete is the way to go. Once he uses it for a while, he'll understand my good intentions and will be grateful to me." Yang Kai sighed, not knowing whether to believe this woman's words or not. If what she said was true, then she really was an origin-grade artifact refiner, an extremely rare talent. After all, she was so young. It was also because she looked so young, even younger than Yang Kai, that no one would believe she was an origin-grade artifact refiner. Whether this was true or false, Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. "Yang Inflammation, you can't do this. As an artifact refiner, the most important thing is to satisfy the cultivator's own needs, not refine an artifact according to your own ideas. You're not like others, how can you know what others want the most? It's easy for you to make decisions like this to cause problems." Yang Inflammation looked even more aggrieved and muttered, "But I can't stand to see those people waste good materials." Yang Kai shook his head and no longer said anything. A short time later, the two arrived in front of Dragon Cave Mountain and landed. Yang Kai was surprised to find that Yufeng was leading a group of people in and out of the cave's cave, seemingly transporting something. Seeing Kai Yang arrive, Yufeng ran over with a big grin on his face and affectionately patted Kai Yang's shoulder. I heard from the young lady that you want to stay? Staying is also good. In any case, you have no relatives on Shadowed Star, so if you stay and work with young lady, you'll be able to bring glory to your ancestors in the future. Young lady asked us to help you decorate the cave. All of our brothers are busy, Yufeng said as he pointed to the cultivator entering and exiting the cave. These people were all cultivators from the starship. Taking out a space ring, Yufeng handed it to Yang Kai and said, "This is the ring you used to wear. Inside it is a small token of appreciation from our brothers. Since everyone has contributed, we'll all be family in the future. There aren't many things, so don't mind." Yang Kai took it and swept it with his divine sense, finding that there were a few hundred low-rank saint crystals and a few bottles of commonly used healing pills inside. There really weren't many things here, not even on the same level as the one he had been robbed, but Yang Kai still accepted it solemnly and nodded his thanks. It wasn't until this moment that Yufeng seemed to notice the existence of Yang Inflammation and exclaimed as he stared straight at Yang Inflammation, grinning ambiguously, "Little brat, you're really amazing, bringing back a woman from outside in such a short time? Where did you find her?" "Not bad, tell big brother, I'll go look for her too." Yang Inflammation's face went cold as he glared at Yufeng fiercely. Yufeng smiled awkwardly. Yang Kai explained, "This is Grandmaster Yang Inflammation." "Grandmaster?" Yufeng was stunned. "What Grandmaster?" "I invited her from Artifact Refining Pavilion. She's proficient in artifact refining and has come to help me arrange a spirit array." "Artifact refiner?" Yufeng immediately put away his frivolous smile and his attitude became much more serious, looking Yang Inflammation up and down before cupping his fists and saying, "This you has been rude, please don't take offense." Although Yufeng didn't look serious or reliable, he also knew that artifact refiners had noble status. Although Yang Inflammation didn't look very old, he didn't dare treat her carelessly because no one could guarantee that this woman wouldn't become an outstanding artifact refiner in the future. If things didn't go well, he might have to ask her for help in the future. Yang Inflammation's face became slightly pale as she gently nodded. Yufeng then said, "Since Miss is an artifact refiner, can you help me refine an artifact?" "Sure." Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes lit up as she readily agreed. "What grade? What kind of artifact do you want me to refine?" "I'll leave you to it. I'll go in and take a look." Yang Kai couldn't bear to see Yufeng's expectant look and quickly found an excuse to enter the cave. Inside the cave, many cultivators went in and out, bustling about. During the past few months aboard the starship, Yang Kai had gotten along quite well with this group of people. Some of them were familiar with him while others he didn't know were familiar with. Under Wu Yi's orders, these cultivators came to help Yang Kai tidy up the cave. None of them showed any signs of resistance and were instead quite enthusiastic. People constantly greeted Yang Kai and Yang Kai thanked them one by one. After walking around the cave, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a slight warmth in his heart. The cave had been completely transformed. In the stone room Yang Kai had chosen as his bedroom, there were now beds, chairs, and benches. The corridor was decorated with strange stones used for illumination, dispelling the darkness inside. Other places had also been more or less renovated, making the corridor more spacious and livable. It was obvious that these people had worked very hard. Some of them even patted Yang Kai on the shoulder with a smile, telling him that if he ever felt wronged or bullied in the future, he could come to the Haika family manor to find them and they would stick up for Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. After walking around the cave for a while, Yang Kai was very satisfied with the interior transformation and walked out. Yufeng stood there, muttering something under his breath while Yang Inflammation was nowhere to be seen. "Where's that woman?" Yang Kai walked up and asked. "Oh, she said she was going to explore the nearby terrain and will be back soon," Yufeng replied casually. Yufeng nodded casually before his expression suddenly became bitter. "Yang Kai, I only asked her to help me refine a spirit-grade artifact, and I even found all the necessary materials, so why did she charge me 50 low-rank saint crystals? Isn't that a bit too much? You get what you pay for." Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Admit it, you came to me yourself, it's too late to regret now. Yufeng was annoyed. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to Heavenly Fate City's artifact refining pavilion to find someone to refine it for me. I only asked for half the reward, what a waste. Forget it, seeing that little girl's poor appearance, I'll just take pity on her and take care of her business. I just hope she won't ruin my artifact. She won't ruin it, but I don't know what she'll refine. By the way, what do you want a spirit-grade artifact for? Xianxia didn't understand. Yufeng was a first-order Saint King Realm cultivator, so he had no use for spirit-grade artifacts. Only Yuan Qi or Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators could use them. I'll give it to a little brat, Yufeng grinned. After waiting for a while, Yang Inflammation returned. Without saying a word, he took out a pen and paper from his space ring and began drawing something on it, frowning from time to time as he fell into contemplation. Xianxia and Yufeng stood to the side, not bothering to disturb him. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Yang Inflammation looked at the paper in his hand and nodded with satisfaction, handing it to Xianxia and saying, "Follow the marks on this and modify the nearby terrain slightly. Since there are so many of you, if you work together, it should only take a day." Xianxia took the paper and, together with Yufeng, both took a look. Yufeng didn't see anything special, but Xianxia was shocked and immediately understood that Yang Inflammation really did have some skill. Regardless of her accomplishments in artifact refining, her spirit arrays were definitely much better than his own. If the terrain was modified according to the markings on the map, it would be much easier to set up the formation. After the formation was completed, the effect would be even more outstanding. Understood, Xianxia put away the paper and turned to Yufeng. "I'll have to trouble you for a day." Yufeng nodded, "You're too polite. Since young lady has asked us to help you, naturally we'll do our best. Wait here, I'll go call the others." After Yufeng left, Yang Inflammation said, "Can you understand the marks on this paper?" Seeing Xianxia nod, she nodded and said, "Then you go command them, I'll refine what I need first. And, give me the materials." Xianxia took out all the materials he had purchased before and handed them to Yang Inflammation. Yufeng led a group of people out of the cave, and after Xianxia explained what they were going to do, everyone expressed that they had no problem with it. Dragon Cave Mountain suddenly became lively as several dozen cultivator groups of 3 to 5 began digging ditches, leveling hills, or cutting down excess trees, meticulously carrying out the modifications requested by Yang Inflammation according to the drawings she had drawn. None of them were ordinary people, so naturally, they were quick to complete the task of modifying the terrain, all of them completing it in less than a day. By the time everyone returned to the cave, Yang Inflammation had already finished the final preparations. Seeing her run out with a few strange things in hand, everyone was confused as to what she wanted to do. She simply nodded to Xianxia before flying out. Everyone only saw her petite figure shuttling through the mountains, landing on a mountain from time to time as she busied herself. Yufeng scratched his head and asked with a puzzled look, "Xianxia, what kind of spirit array are you arranging? Why is it so expensive?" "You'll know soon enough." Xianxia didn't say anything and simply waited with a smile. He was now full of confidence in the spirit array arranged by Yang Inflammation. When Yang Inflammation arrived at the last mountain and busied herself for a while, everyone saw her fly up and stand mid-air, waving her small hand. "Success!" Xianxia shouted and raised his hand in response. Yang Inflammation quickly flew back. The flow of world energy in the surrounding area seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. The several dozen kilometers around the cave slowly exuded an invisible suction force that gathered the surrounding world energy. It wasn't strong, but it was continuous. Yufeng's expression changed as he quickly asked, "You arranged a spirit gathering array?" Xianxia nodded with a smile. "Amazing. You can arrange a spirit gathering array without using Saint crystals?" Yufeng shouted while the other cultivators also looked towards Yang Yan, who was flying back from the distance, with looks of admiration. The Haika family also had some secret places that were rich in world energy and specifically used for the cultivation of the family's disciples, but the arrangement of these places had cost the Haika family a huge amount of financial and human resources and required a considerable amount of Saint crystals and other rare materials to maintain. However, the arrangement of the spirit gathering array on Dragon Cave Mountain was something that Yufeng and the others had all participated in, yet Xianxia and Yang Inflammation hadn't used too many materials, nor had they seen any saint crystals, which was somewhat incredible. The terrain here is quite good. If it wasn't, it wouldn't have been possible to arrange it, Xianxia explained casually. Moreover, its effect will be tested over time. Xianxia really didn't know what the effect of this newly arranged spirit array would be. Perhaps it would be just passable, but since this was just a place for him to settle down, he hadn't invested too much effort into it, so even if the effect wasn't good, he wouldn't be disappointed. Time. As long as there is enough time, this place will become the place with the richest world energy within 1,000 kilometers, and as time goes by, the world energy will only become richer and richer. Young Inflammation, who had flown back, was full of confidence in her masterpiece. Your cultivator here really doesn't have good vision. This mountain is a very powerful crouching dragon land, yet you didn't know how to make use of it. Crouching dragon land? Xianxia looked at her suspiciously. It's the name of a special terrain. Young Inflammation replied casually, even if I explained it to you, you wouldn't understand. All you need to know is that this place is very suitable for arranging a spirit gathering array. It's called Dragon Cave Mountain, right? Yufeng nodded. The name isn't without reason, it's just that I haven't met anyone who knows what's good for me. Young Inflammation raised her small face proudly, as if she was the only one in the world who knew what was good for her. Xianxia and Yufeng looked at each other for a moment before Yang said, Do you want to tell Wuyi about this place mountain? She said that she gave this mountain to me. If she wants to take it back now, I don't mind. Xianxia's Yufeng's Xianxia, Yufeng smiled, Xianxia Yufeng grinned. You can stay here without worry. If you need anything, just come to the manor and find us. If the spirit chi here is really rich in the future, I want to stay here too. At that time, just don't chase me away. Yufeng and a group of cultivators then returned to the Haiku family. Now that the spirit array had been fully arranged, Young Inflammation's work had also come to an end. According to their previous agreement, Xianxia took out 100 high-rank saint crystals and handed them to her as a reward for helping him arrange the spirit array. Young Inflammation accepted them without any trace of politeness and began counting the saint crystals one by one, a silly grin appearing on her face. Xianxia shook his head, no longer paying attention to her, turned around, and walked into the cave's only stone room, took out the 7 colored spirit-gathering flags, and arranged them according to a certain pattern nearby. These 7 colored spirit-gathering flags were artifacts Xianxia had obtained from the middle-aged woman from Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's branch on Rainfall Star. They were specifically used to assist one's cultivation and had surprisingly good effects. The reason why Xianxia didn't care much about Young Inflammation's spirit-gathering array was because of these 7 colored spirit-gathering flags. If the spirit-gathering array didn't have much effect, he could still use these artifacts to gather world energy, but if the spirit-gathering array was effective, it would be even better. Using both methods at the same time, the speed at which Xianxia could gather world energy would be much faster. Just as he finished arranging the 7 different colored flags, Young Inflammation quietly appeared, her large robes covering her entire body as she squatted down and stared straight at one of the flags, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes that were somewhat frightening to look at. Why haven't you left yet? Xianxia was surprised. I still need to refine a spirit-grade artifact for Yufeng, we agreed on that before. Young Inflammation replied quickly before turning a fiery gaze towards Xianxia and asking anxiously, an origin-grade low-rank artifact. Where did you get it? You're only a third-order saint, how could you have such a high-grade artifact? Xianxia frowned, someone gave it to me as a gift. Do you want to refine it? Do you want me to help you refine these 7 flags? There are a lot of impurities in them, if I refine them, I can increase their effectiveness by at least 15%. Her eyes became even more fiery, even containing a hint of madness. Xianxia's face went black, he finally realized that when this woman saw a high-grade artifact, it was as if she had become a completely different person. No matter what kind of artifact it was, in her eyes, it could be refined and improved, but he didn't know if this was true or not. Xianxia didn't know what her abilities were, so naturally he wouldn't take any risks. These 7 colored spirit-gathering flags were the biggest help to his future cultivation, how could he allow her to refine them casually? Quickly shaking his head, he refused. Young Inflammation couldn't help showing a look of disappointment, her small mouth pursing as she muttered discontentedly, none of you believe in my ability. If none of you are willing to try, how can you know how powerful I am? She spoke in a pitiful tone, her hot-bloodedness going down the drain. As she spoke, she glanced towards Yang Kai, seemingly hoping he would change his mind. Don't you have anywhere to go? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Yang Inflammation froze for a moment before innocently changing the subject. If you don't have anywhere to go, you can find a place to stay here. In any case, I'm the only one here right now. I can live here? Yang Inflammation was pleasantly surprised. I'll say this first, don't bother me if you have nothing to do, Yang Kai waved his hand. Yang Inflammation immediately ran off, and a moment later, Yang Kai felt a familiar aura from somewhere in the cave. It was the fluctuations of Yang attribute energy. This woman cultivates a Yang attribute secret art? Yang Kai's eyes flashed a look of surprise, but he really didn't know that an artifact refiner like her cultivated a Yang attribute secret art. The strange thing was, why was she so miserable? No matter which artifact refiner or alchemist, as long as they joined a decent force, they would be well taken care of, have a high status, and have a bright future ahead of them, but this woman was clearly extremely poor. She had even agreed to refine Yufeng's spirit-grade artifact for the reward of 50 low-rank saint crystals. Yang Kai would have to ask her some other day if she had committed some kind of taboo and had been expelled by some great force. If that was the case, accommodating her would be troublesome, so he would have to cut off all contact with her as soon as possible. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon discovered that Yang Inflammation was somewhere in the cave, using her own strength to melt the cave walls. It seemed she was trying to create a stone room. Ignoring her, Yang Kai began to inspect his own supplies. Since entering the body-tempering divine pond and being wrapped in the blood-red crystal, Yang Kai hadn't had the time to investigate his gains until now. Taking out a number of space rings from his sleeve, Yang Kai found a total of 3, one belonging to the dead Guiche, Luo Yao, and Ganji. Inside Guiche's space ring was a thunder attribute birdwood. This was the crystallization of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan's essence, qi, and soul after it died. Its trunk was wrapped in lightning and was of extraordinary quality. If it was used to refine an artifact, it would definitely produce a powerful thunder attribute artifact. The several dozen crystal clear leaves filled with thunder attribute energy were also treasures. Yang Kai was overjoyed and stored this birdwood into the demon mystic tome. Next, he took out a purple hard shell from Guiche's space ring. This was the hard shell of a 9th order monster beast, the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion. It could be used to refine a defensive artifact, so Yang Kai continued to store it in the demon mystic tome to become the demon race's demon mystic tome. Taking out one item after another, collecting them one by one, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited. The harvest of that adventure had basically been obtained by him alone. In addition to the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion's pincer assigned to Ji Peng, the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion's tail, various monster cores, and various other monster beast materials were now all in Yang Kai's bag. In addition, the 3 of them had collected countless herbs along the way. They weren't very rich, so some of the artifacts they had originally placed in their space rings weren't very high grade, so Yang Kai didn't care about them and simply threw them into the demon mystic tome. The harvest was great, but these things weren't useful for the time being. Yang Kai suddenly realized that if Yang Inflammation was really an origin-grade artifact refiner, he really had something to ask of her. At the very least, the hard shell of the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion could be used to refine a defensive artifact from her, which was what Yang Kai wanted. However, the extent of her ability still needed to be tested. A day later, Yufeng came again and took the spirit-grade artifact he had asked Yang Yan to help him refine before leaving happily. Over the next few days, Wu Yi's subordinates came here in groups of 3 or 5, bringing the materials they had collected or the artifacts they wanted Yang Inflammation to help them refine them. Everyone was looking forward to it, and everyone's requests were fully met. Yang Inflammation seemed to have gained an epiphany and no longer arbitrarily changed the shape or grade of the artifacts the cultivator used, instead strictly refining them according to their personal wishes. For a time, there was a flood of praise. Almost everyone in the Haika family knew that there was an artifact refiner living in a cave on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although the remuneration she charged was a bit high, her skill was quite good. The artifacts she refined were all excellent and the Artifacts she refined could increase in power by at least 20 to 30%. Yang Kai didn't care because he lived in a relatively innermost position in the cave, so those who came to ask Yang Inflammation for help couldn't disturb him. The only thing that made Yang Kai feel indignant was that this woman would find an opportunity to come here every day, stare at the 7-colored spirit-gathering flags eagerly, and ask if she wanted to refine them. Although every time she received a negative answer, she seemed to be quite happy, as if she felt that her sincerity would one day move Yang Kai. Yang Yan was a very strange woman. In addition to being interested in high-grade artifacts, her biggest interest was Saint crystals. Every time Yang Kai came out and passed by her stone room, he would see her counting her Saint crystals, one by one, without a trace of annoyance. The stains on the low-rank Saint crystals would be wiped clean by her, leaving behind a shiny luster that seemed to give her great satisfaction. Every time this happened, Yang Inflammation's face would fill with a deranged grin, and when she found Yang Kai staring at her strangely, she would quickly put away the Saint crystals, as if she was afraid Yang Kai would snatch them away. This woman has gone mad, Yang Kai concluded. As time passed, fewer and fewer people came to the cave to seek out Yang Inflammation for artifact refining. The requests of those who came were all met, and Yang Inflammation's business gradually declined. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly heard Wu Yi call out to him from outside. Wu Yi had been busy with something recently and hadn't come out, but after hearing her voice, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the cave and saw her standing outside, so he quickly smiled and greeted her. "How is this place?" Wu Yi asked with a smile. "Very good." Yang Kai nodded, glancing at her face thoughtfully and discovering that she didn't seem very happy. "I heard Yu Feng say that you and a woman arranged a spirit-gathering array here?" Wu Yi turned her head and looked around, feeling the rich world energy around her before taking a deep breath and saying, "The effect seems to be quite good. If I had known this place was so good, I would have found someone to arrange a spirit array here long ago. Yu Feng and the others still need to pay a certain amount of contribution points or Saint crystals to enter the family to cultivate. Do you regret it?" Yang Kai looked at her calmly. Wu Yi rolled her eyes and pouted playfully, "Do I look like such a stingy person? Since I've said that I'm giving this mountain to you, then it's yours. No matter how good this place becomes, it has nothing to do with me. You can live here in peace. No one will dare to do anything to you." Yang Kai was just about to say something when he suddenly frowned and turned his head towards a certain direction. Off in the distance, a blue light flashed as someone on a star shuttle flew back and forth above Dragon Cave Mountain, seemingly inspecting something. "Someone from your family?" Yang Kai asked as he looked at the figure. He's one of my family's stewards, you don't need to pay attention to him." Wu Yi also showed some displeasure. He came here this time to find that artifact refiner called Yang Inflammation. "Why are you looking for her?" Yang Kai was stunned. "She's a weapon refiner. Why do you think we need her?" Wu Yi smiled. "For a small family like ours, it's not easy to cultivate an artifact refiner. Now, there is a wandering artifact refiner here. Although she isn't very old, she is still worth recruiting. I heard from the family's disciples that she can refine Saint-grade artifacts." The strength of the cultivator who had come to find Wu Yi during this time wasn't very high, the most powerful being Yu Feng. The grade of the artifacts they requested to refine was naturally not too outrageous, so the Haika family had always believed that Yang Inflammation was a Saint-grade artifact refiner. Now that there was a lone artifact refiner nearby, no matter what the grade of this artifact refiner was, the Haika family felt that they should show their sincerity. Perhaps this artifact refiner would bring great benefits to the family, so they had sent someone over. "What's your relationship with that woman? I remember you saying that you didn't know anyone here, so how did you manage to bring back such a beauty in such a short time?" Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai mockingly, as if she was certain that there was some kind of unspeakable relationship between him and Yang Inflammation. "I'm not familiar with her, I just asked her to come back and help arrange the spirit array. After that, she refused to leave, so I was too embarrassed to drive her away. And it would be best if you could recruit her, she's annoying me to death," Yang Kai complained bitterly. "Whether she can succeed or not is up to her, it's none of my business. I just came here today to see how you're doing." Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled, not delving too deeply into this matter. A moment later, the steward from the Haika family flew over and nodded to Wu Yi. the world energy aura in this mountain is quite good. After a year or so I'm afraid it will be even better. I heard young lady gave this mountain away. Did you give it to him? Saying so, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced over at young Kai, his eyes filled with contempt. Wu Yi frowned and said, Uncle Zhou didn't come here for this mountain, right? Do you have some other task? The cultivator surnamed Zhou smiled. I was just asking casually, young lady doesn't need to take offense. Glancing over at young Kai again, he crossed his arms behind his back and walked into the cave. It's really annoying how they want to meddle in everything. I've never seen them care so much about this place before. My family has a territory of several tens of thousands of kilometers, but because I'm a woman, they assigned this barren mountain to me. Now that they see some benefits, they want to stick their hands in it. How infuriating, Wu Yi said angrily. Yang Kai fell silent. It was really not convenient for him to express his opinion on the internal affairs of others. Wu Yi no longer complained and with a smile on her pretty face began chatting with Yang Kai about her recent life, asking him if there was anything he needed. The two chatted happily, Wu Yi looking forward to her future ambitions, her beautiful eyes filled with expectation. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, Manager Zhou suddenly walked out of the cave angrily and angrily shouted, a little girl who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness, humph, does she really think she's so great? A trivial Saint-grade artifact refiner, does she think my Haika family can't cultivate one? Shamelessly boasting about being an origin-grade artifact refiner, what a joke. He walked out angrily and without even saying goodbye to Wu Yi, summoned his star shuttle and flew off. Wu Yi's mouth fell open slightly, seemingly not having expected that this artifact refiner named Yang Inflammation would actually refuse her family's offer. When she arrived, she had also seen the letter of appointment and felt that the conditions offered by her family weren't bad. Although it wasn't comparable to a great force like Shadow Moon Hall, it was still quite good for a small force. The woman you brought back seems to have very high standards. Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai. Steward Chow said she was an origin-grade artifact refiner? Isn't she only in her 20s? I don't know, she claimed to be an origin-grade artifact refiner. Yang Kai shook his head. Interesting. Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled. Forget it, she's an artifact refiner, she has the right to choose, it's just that her words are a bit disagreeable. I still have something to do, I'll come see you later. After saying goodbye to Wu Yi, Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before walking back into the cave and arriving at Yang Inflammation's stone room. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips and looked towards Yang Kai, saying somewhat unhappily, why doesn't anyone believe I'm an origin-grade artifact refiner? How do you expect people to believe you? Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. Give me a chance to prove myself, as long as they find me some origin-grade materials, I promise I can refine an origin-grade artifact, Yang Inflammation shouted, her full chest heaving up and down, looking quite aggrieved. Do you think origin-grade materials are cheap? This kind of thing could only be obtained by great forces. The Haika family was just a small family, so even if they had such a thing, it would be extremely rare. How could they use it just to verify Yang Kai's abilities? What if Yang Kai destroyed their materials? If I told you I was a Saint King grade high-rank alchemist, would you believe me? Yang Kai looked at her seriously. Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked him up and down, curling her lips slightly, you? Immediately after, she burst into laughter, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Yang Kai's face went black. He suddenly understood why no one believed Yang Inflammation's words, just as Yang Inflammation didn't believe his own words. Both of them were too young to match their noble titles. Saint King grade alchemists, origin grade artifact refiners, which one of them wasn't old? After understanding this, Yang Kai immediately realized that Yang Inflammation might not be lying, nor was she deliberately using a false title to improve her status. She might really have such ability. I'll ask you seriously, are you really an origin-grade artifact refiner? Yang Kai stared at her with a scorching gaze. Don't make me keep talking about this title, okay? Whether I am or not, can't you just find some materials for me? How about you let me refine your star shuttle or those 7 flags? If I fail to refine them, you can do whatever you want with them. You're only somewhat attractive because of your figure, Yang Kai said disdainfully, even if I sold you, I wouldn't be able to compensate for the loss of a failed refinement. Yang Inflammation immediately ground her teeth, causing them to creak. What can you refine with these materials? Yang Kai waved his hand and a large pile of materials suddenly appeared in front of Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai felt that it was time to test this woman's true ability. Yang Inflammation, who was gritting her teeth and glaring at Yang Kai with hatred, suddenly opened her eyes wide and rushed over to the pile of materials, picking them up one after another in a pleasantly surprised manner: 8th Order Monster Beast, Thunder Cloud Leopard's Tooth, Blazing Blue Flame Rhinoceros Horn, Illusion Cloud Butterfly's Wings, heavens, there's even a Diamond Dragon Beetle's Tentacle. Every time she picked one up, she could accurately call out the origin and name of these materials. She entered a state of madness in an instant, completely ignoring the unpleasant smell of these materials. She held them in her arms as if they were treasures. Her small arms were filled to the brim, and she kept picking them up from the ground. One after another, she dropped them, causing her to be at a loss of what to do. Picking up and calling out to pick up, Kai Yang suddenly discovered that her eyes had turned red. Large tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes, sliding down her cheeks to her chin. Why are you crying? Yang Kai was suddenly speechless. He found that this woman's brain was indeed a little abnormal. I haven't seen so many precious materials in a long time. Yang Inflammation's shoulders trembled as she choked out, they all thought I was lying. The materials I brought were all saint grade and below, the artifacts I brought were also the same, I didn't lie. Don't cry, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself now. I don't care what you want to refine or what you want to refine, these materials are all yours to use. Really? Yang Inflammation raised her head and looked at Yang Kai with red eyes. Yang Kai nodded and said lightly, I also want to know if you're lying or not. Hearing Yang Kai say that so many high-grade materials were under her control and that she could refine as she pleased, Yang Yan immediately perked up, her eyes flashing a terrifying light as she rubbed the corners of her eyes and took a deep breath. I won't let you down. The materials in my hands will never go to waste. I'll wait and see. So many materials, where did you get them from? Your strength isn't high, it's impossible for you to kill so many 8th Order Monster Beast, Yang Yan asked curiously. I picked them up, Yang Kai said casually. These things had all been obtained from hunting Monster Beast with Gui Che and the others. They originally belonged to several people, but after they died, their space rings had all been picked up by Yang Kai. Where did you pick them up? I want to pick them up too. Yang Yan said with an eager expression as she stared at Yang Kai. Following Yang Yan's instructions, Yang Kai took the list she had given him and went to Heavenly Fate City to buy a lot of ores. After all, artifact refining didn't just require a part of a monster beast's body, various ores were also necessary. After obtaining these ores, Yang Yan immediately threw herself into the artifact refining business, completely sealing off the stone room where she lived, as if she didn't want to be disturbed. Yang Kai could clearly feel that there was a strong yang attribute energy fluctuation coming from her stone room every day, but he didn't inquire about how it was progressing. All he wanted was the results. Through the results, he would be able to judge Yang Yan's abilities. The materials taken out before were all things Yang Kai didn't think he could use and could only be sold. If Yang Yan could really refine them into artifacts, their value would definitely increase. When the time came, he could sell them for more saint crystals. Even if they were destroyed, it didn't matter. In any case, Yang Kai didn't lack them. A month passed peacefully without any disturbances from Yang Yan. During this time, Yang Kai's life was extremely leisurely. The spirit array on Dragon Cave Mountain was constantly working and now, a faint mist had appeared over the entire mountain. This mist was a symbol of the gathering of world energy, and although it wasn't dense, it made Dragon Cave Mountain look somewhat like a spirit mountain. Over time, the world energy here would become more and more abundant. Wui came over twice but seemed to be very unhappy with her family. Each time she came, she didn't do anything but chat with Yang Kai to ease her mood. A month later, Yang Kai was meditating in his stone room when he suddenly heard the door to Yang Yan's artifact refining retreat open. Immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps came towards him. Looking up, Yang Kai saw Yang Yan standing at the door with a flushed face, holding onto her large black robes with both hands, panting heavily as she stared at Yang Kai with an excited look on her face. Can I come in? Yang Yan poked her head out and asked worriedly. Ever since she had annoyed Yang Kai by entering uninvited, Yang Kai had grabbed her by the neck and thrown her out, Yang Yan had not dared to step into this stone room at will. Yang Kai nodded and couldn't help asking expectantly, "Have you finished refining?" Yang Yan just smiled and said mysteriously, "Close your eyes first, I'll give you a surprise." "Since I've already said it, how could there be a surprise?" Kai Yang's expression was strange, but he still followed her words and closed his eyes. In the next moment, however, Yang Kai's face changed dramatically because a burst of energy fluctuations belonging to Saint King grade artifacts suddenly appeared in the stone room. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw Yang Yan pointing to the neatly arranged artifacts in front of him with a proud expression. "The materials you provided, the ores you bought, I didn't waste them, all of the results are here, a total of 4 Saint King grade artifacts." Yang Yan sat down cross-legged and picked up a mace-shaped artifact, saying, "Let me introduce them to you. This one was refined from the teeth of the 8th order monster beast, Thunder Cloud Leopard, and some ores. These ores were used to refine the body of the club and the skull of the Thunder Cloud Leopard. The teeth of the Thunder Cloud Leopard are very strong and sharp, so I refined them into barbs. This kind of rough artifact is very suitable for strong men, just holding this thing gives them a majestic appearance. And this is a Saint King grade low-rank artifact." Finished speaking, she handed the mace-shaped artifact to Yang Kai. Yang Kai received it, examined it carefully, and nodded gently. It could be seen that Yang Yan had made the best use of this artifact. As long as it could find a suitable owner, it wouldn't be difficult to display its full power. This dagger was refined from the horn of a fiery blue flame rhinoceros. Although it's not very sharp, the fiery blue flame rhinoceros horn itself has some very special effects. It's best used to break barriers, so it's not meant to be used to kill enemies, but rather a must-have item for adventuring. I think many people will buy it. And it's also a Saint King grade low-rank artifact, Yang Yan said, handing over a pale blue dagger to Yang Kai. He picked up another one and said, "This whip is made from the tentacles of the Vajra dragon beetle. It's the most difficult whip to refine. If you're not careful, you might destroy the material. Fortunately, I'm the one who did it. If it were another refiner, you'd be crying right now. This thing is suitable for girls to use. Since you obtained that tentacle, you should know how terrifying the diamond dragon beetle is. Let me tell you, once you're hit by this whip, it's not just your flesh that will be damaged, but your bones. If you're hit a few times, even your bones may break. This is a Saint King grade mid-rank artifact." Yang Kai took the soft whip from her hand, infused it with yuan qi and swung it a few times. Suddenly the stone room was filled with shadows of the whip. Yang Yan was so scared that her little face turned pale. She was afraid that Yang Kai would accidentally whip her. After waiting for Yang Kai to put away the soft whip, she excitedly picked up the last artifact. Her movements were very careful, as if she was picking up a work of art, her beautiful eyes filled with infatuation. "This is the work I'm most proud of this time." Yang Kai looked around and found that this thing was actually a pair of palm-sized wings. These wings flashed with a blurry light, their colors constantly changing, creating a beautiful sight. Needless to say, this artifact should have been refined from the wings of an illusionary cloud butterfly, and it was also of the highest grade, Saint King grade high rank. "The materials you gave me were originally only enough to refine a Saint King grade mid-rank artifact, but this time I exceeded my expectations and raised its grade to a whole new level. Heavens, I've always wanted to refine a pair of wing-shaped artifacts, but unfortunately I haven't been able to find the right materials." Yang Yan held the pair of wings and examined them carefully. The more she looked at them, the more satisfied she became. She didn't hand them over to Yang Kai, instead glancing over at Yang Kai from time to time. Even a blind man would be able to see the deep meaning in her eyes. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to her and Yang Yan reluctantly placed the pair of wings in his hand, saying nervously, "Be careful, don't break it." "Isn't this mine?" Yang Kai looked at her amusedly. "Yes, it's yours, but it was refined by me. I have a responsibility to ensure its safety." "You're so extravagant. Is a Saint King grade high-rank artifact so easy to break?" Yang Kai chuckled. Yang Yan opened her mouth but didn't know what to say, quickly changing her mind and saying, "Although I can use a star shuttle to travel, this pair of wings can increase the speed of a cultivator in battle and can also be used as a form of protection at a critical moment." This thing is worth at least 30,000 high-rank Saint crystals. If you take it to auction, it will only fetch a higher price, perhaps even 40,000. There are too many rich people in this world, it's really hateful. As she spoke, she waved her small fists, as if she was annoyed with herself for being so poor. 30,000? Xianxia frowned, remembering that he had spent 12,000 high-rank Saint crystals to buy a star shuttle of the same grade back on Watermoon Star. Although they were of the same grade, the value of this pair of wings was undoubtedly much higher than that of a star shuttle, so it wasn't strange for it to fetch such a price. On top of that, its appearance was also very beautiful, so presumably, many men would be willing to pay a high price to buy it for the woman they liked. Do you want to buy it for 30,000? Xianxia looked at Yang Yanyan and asked. Yang Yanyan nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. I'll sell it to you. Xianxia tossed the pair of wings to her casually. Yang Yanyan caught it stupidly for a moment before saying shyly, I don't have that many Saint crystals. She blushed. I know, I didn't ask you to pay up immediately, just owe me. And I'll ask you to refine me some more, so you can deduct your own payment from these 30,000 high-rank Saint crystals. When you finish deducting them, you'll be free. Until then, you'll be my dedicated artifact refiner. A payment of 30,000 high-rank Saint crystals? Yang Yanyan was taken aback. Do you know how much I should charge you for refining this time? How much? I was going to charge you 1,000 high-rank Saint crystals. That's my monthly payment. 30,000? Doesn't that mean I'll have to spend 30 months without sleep? That's 2.5 years. Yang Yanyan's face went pale as she couldn't help feeling like she had just boarded a pirate ship. 2.5 years isn't long, you'll pay me back eventually. What if you can't pay me back? Yang Yan was on the verge of tears. She had never had so many Saint crystals before and couldn't even imagine what 30,000 high-rank Saint crystals was like. Then you should be prepared to devote yourself to me. Xianxia grinned wickedly as he swept his eyes over her proud figure and nodded, not bad, I'm quite interested in your type. Yang Yanyan's face went even paler as she stared at the wing artifact in her hand, wanting to smash it into Xianxia's evil face, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. After thinking about it for a while, she suddenly said seriously, let me ask you something first, do you have so many materials for me to refine? Since you want to use my payment to pay off your debt, you should continue to provide me with materials. If you don't ask me to refine artifacts for you for a few years, when will I ever be free again? This little girl isn't stupid. Xianxia originally wanted to establish his identity as the debtor, but Yang Yanyan, who looked foolish, suddenly became shrewd. You don't have to worry about the materials, take these and refine them, Xianxia said, taking out a large pile of materials and placing them in front of Yang Yan. When Xianxia was with Guiche and the others, they had killed a lot of 7th order and 8th order monster beast, so naturally, they had obtained a lot of materials. Last time, he hadn't collected all of the useless materials, but now he had cleared them all. If Yang Inflammation's performance was satisfactory, Xianxia decided to let her help him refine an origin-grade artifact. Looking at the monster beast's body on the ground, Yang Inflammation hesitated for a long time before finally compromising. Wasn't it just 30,000 high-rank Saint crystals? She felt that she would earn enough one day. Putting all the materials into her space ring, Yang Inflammation once again wrote out a list and handed it to Xianxia. Go and buy these ores, I need to rest for a few days before I can start refining. Xianxia took the list and didn't even ask what kind of ores she needed, simply nodding and preparing to leave. Yang Inflammation asked cautiously from behind, can I recover in your stone room? The world energy here is more abundant. Of course. Leaving Dragon Cave Mountain, Xianxia flew directly towards Heavenly Fate City. According to the list given by Yang Inflammation, it only took half a day to purchase all the ores on it. Yang Inflammation seemed to know what kind of ores were available in Heavenly Fate City, so everything on the list could be found here, so there was no need to worry about supply. While Xianxia was checking the quantity and quality of the ores he had purchased with the shop assistant, a fat old man with a smile walked over and looked at Xianxia with great interest before asking, little brother, you're buying so many ores, are you planning to use them for artifact refining? Xianxia frowned at him and the shop assistant immediately introduced, honored guest, this is our shopkeeper, Qian Tong. Yang Kai nodded lightly but didn't speak. This fat old man looked harmless to humans and animals, but his strength wasn't low. He should be an origin returning realm master as his aura was extremely restrained. Yang Kai didn't know what this old man had seen through him, but at this time it was best not to reveal too much. Xiantong didn't mind, still smiling as he said, "Little brother can rest assured, our firm's price is fair and honest, we will never engage in any kind of black-hearted business. We also purchase artifacts. If little brother has an artifact to sell, we can sit down and discuss, the price will definitely satisfy you." "How can you be sure I have artifacts to sell?" Yang Kai looked at him again, puzzled. Xiantong laughed, "Old master, you are a guest, this is what this old master says to every guest." "I really do have some artifacts to sell," Yang Kai smiled. Yang Kai had come to Heavenly Fate City this time to purchase the ores on Yang Inflammation's list and to sell the artifacts refined by that woman. In any case, he had no use for them. Whether it was the mace, dagger, or whip, none of them were suitable for him. Keeping them in his space ring would only be a waste of heaven's treasures, so he might as well trade them for some saint crystals. Buying those ores had cost him a lot of saint crystals. He had originally wanted to ask Wu Yi for help in selling those artifacts. After all, he wasn't familiar with the market here, but Wu Yi's situation wasn't good either. Her strength wasn't high and her status wasn't high, so asking her for help might cause some unnecessary trouble. Now that this fat old man had taken the initiative to come to him, Yang Kai was just about to accept. The other party wasn't weak, but Yang Kai wasn't afraid. If worse came to worst, he could just tear space and escape. With a life-saving method, he naturally had the confidence to negotiate. "Oh? It seems this old man's vision isn't bad. Haha, this way, little brother." Xiantong gestured before leading Yang Kai to the side. A short time later, the pair arrived at a secret room. It was obvious that this secret room was specifically used for transactions. Many people didn't like to have their faces seen when they were selling things, and they even more so didn't want unrelated people to see what they were selling. As such, there were often situations where people wearing masks would come to these shops to make transactions. The existence of this secret room was a good way to avoid these problems. Once the door to the secret room was closed, only Yang Kai and Xiantong remained in the room. Even their divine senses seemed to be isolated from the outside world, making it impossible to probe. Yang Kai glanced around, his expression remaining calm and composed. A light flashed across Xiantong's smiling eyes as he secretly felt shocked, wondering if this young man was simply being thick-skinned or if he was truly unafraid. He was a businessman, so although he was surprised, he didn't say anything and instead asked, "What kind of artifacts does little brother wish to sell? What grade are they?" Yang Kai took out the 3 artifacts refined by Yang Yen. Xiantong glanced at them before picking up the 3 artifacts and inspecting them one by one. A moment later, he gently nodded, "Although this old man isn't proficient in artifact refining, I can still see that these 3 artifacts are of the highest grade and should have been refined by the same artifact refiner. What price does little brother want?" Xiantong only talked about business and didn't inquire about other miscellaneous information, which made Yang Kai very satisfied. "I don't understand the price. How do you usually buy things?" Yang Kai asked back. Xiantong was stunned. He didn't expect that Yang Kai would actually hand over the initiative to him. Which one of the people who came to sell things didn't tightly grasp the initiative? Afraid that they would make a loss, not only would they praise their own things without any principles, they would also think of ways to raise the price. Even after the transaction was successful, many people would secretly regret whether or not they had made a loss. This young man was quite free and easy, as if he didn't care at all whether or not he suffered a loss. Smiling, Xiantong said, "The starting price of a Saint King grade artifact is generally 5,000 high-rank Saint crystals, there is no bottom line. Of these 3 artifacts, 2 are Saint King grade low rank and 1 is Saint King grade mid rank, both of which have been refined quite well. This old man offers 6,000 high-rank Saint crystals for the 2 low-rank artifacts. What about 8,000 high-rank Saint crystals for the Saint King grade mid-rank artifact? A total of 20,000? Yang Kai frowned, this price seemed to be a bit lower than what he had expected. However, thinking about it for a moment, Qian Tong understood that the value of Saint crystals on Shadowed Star was much higher than elsewhere. In other words, this Qian Tong's price was fair, and he was a businessman, so naturally he wanted to make a profit. If little brother thinks the price is too low, we can discuss it again. Business is a matter of setting the price on the ground and returning the money when the price falls. Qian Tong smiled slightly. Give me the ores outside and we'll do business. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed outside. Qian Tong laughed in surprise. Little brother is quite astute. The total price of the ores you bought is not low, more than 3,000 high-rank Saint crystals. And, let's make friends. And, if you have any more artifacts to sell in the future, please choose our firm first. Deal. Yang Kai nodded. The firm's speed was very fast. Yang Kai left the 3 artifacts behind and soon obtained 20,000 high-rank Saint crystals and all the ores he needed before leaving Heavenly Fate City. After he left, Qian Tong looked at his back with a smile and muttered, "Interesting. Elder Qian, this business deal was a loss. Giving him more than 3,000 high-rank Saint crystals worth of ores, we didn't make much profit." The shop assistant who had just received Yang Kai came over and complained. Qian Tong smiled and said, I think we made a lot of money." The shop assistant looked at him blankly as he counted with his fingers, but still felt something was wrong. "What do you know? That little brat should have a very powerful artifact refining master behind him. Last time, he also bought some ores, but it wasn't here. It just so happened that I was in that shop at that time, so I have some impression of him. He can be considered quite astute. He actually knew to change to another shop to buy ores. But most of the shops in Heavenly Fortune City belong to my Shadow Moon Hall. It's only been a month, but now he's come back to buy ores and 3 Saint King grade artifacts. What do you think this means?" Qian Tong was in a good mood and said a few words to the shop assistant, but seeing the confused look on his face, he couldn't help laughing. "He'll come back again. If he does, notify me immediately. If he can't contact me, you can trade with him. Even if you lose some money, it doesn't matter, the most important thing is to satisfy him," Qian Tong said. "Disciple understands," the shop assistant quickly responded. The shop assistant nodded quickly. Although he didn't know what Qian Tong meant, it was absolutely right to listen to his instructions. Qian Tong immediately left the shop and rushed to a palace in Heavenly Fate City, where he found another old man and handed him the 3 artifacts. The old man gently stroked the artifacts with his eyes closed, seemingly sensing something. A moment later, his expression changed as a look of surprise appeared on his face. After half an hour, the old man put down the 3 artifacts and opened his eyes. "Grandmaster Galin, what did you see?" Qian Tong asked immediately. "The one who refined these 3 artifacts is an origin-grade artifact refiner." The old man named Galin took a deep breath. Origin grade. Qian Tong's eyes immediately bulged. Although he had inferred from various signs that there was a powerful artifact refiner behind Yang Kai, he hadn't expected it to be an origin-grade artifact refiner. An origin-grade artifact. In terms of ability, it's no worse than this old master's. The materials used are basically from the body of an 8th-order monster beast. Who refined them? Is there such a person near Heavenly Fate City? Galin asked curiously. "I don't know who refined them, but a young man came to sell them today." Qian Tong shook his head. "Have you tracked his whereabouts?" Galin asked again. "I didn't dare act rashly. I didn't want to cause a misunderstanding with the person behind him. If that happened, the gains would not be worth the losses." Galin nodded, "That's true. Such a person can only be won over, not offended. Being able to kill an 8th-order monster beast shows that this person's strength is not low. He can both fight and artifact refining, much stronger than this old master. You should pay more attention to this young man. As long as you show enough sincerity, it shouldn't be difficult to figure out the identity of the person behind him." "That's what I was thinking, and he should be coming back soon. Today, he bought a lot of Saint King grade ores, he should be using them to refine artifacts. Good job, I'm old and probably won't live much longer. If you can get that person to take over my position, when the time comes, if your artifacts break, someone will be able to repair them." Galin smiled bitterly. Artifact refiners did not focus on cultivation or fighting, so their vitality was not strong and their lifespan was generally much shorter than a cultivator of the same rank. Looking at young Inflammation lying in his stone room, sleeping soundly without a care for her image, young Kai could only shake his head helplessly. A month of artifact refining seemed to have made her extremely tired. Lying there, her breathing was heavy, her whole body spread out like the Chinese character, not caring whether or not she would seduce young Kai. Her towering twin peaks and exquisite figure were extremely eye-catching. When young Kai came back, the noise he made did not wake her up. Turning around and walking out of the cave, young Kai caught a few game on the mountain and set up a fire outside the cave to roast them. Young Inflammation's physical and mental energy consumption was very serious, so eating something would be very helpful to her recovery. Halfway through the roasting, young Inflammation ran out and smiled, hugging her arms as she squatted down beside young Kai, staring straight at the roasted golden rabbit, waiting to eat. "Have you rested well?" Young Kai glanced over at her. "Not bad, I still need to rest for a few more days." Young Inflammation replied casually before calling out, "Hurry up and turn it over, it's already roasted." "Aya, you're so stupid, let me do it." Calling out like this, she snatched the rabbit from young Kai's hand without any explanation. Young Kai didn't care and simply sat down, staring at her suspiciously as he asked, "You're an origin-grade artifact refiner, why are you so miserable?" This was something young Kai couldn't understand. Yang Yan had skills, and as long as she showed them, she would be able to live a superior life. Any great force on Shadowed Star would accept her with the most generous treatment and would even try to snatch her away. Young Inflammation pursed her lips, "What do you know? You think I should join one of those great forces, right?" Young Kai nodded. "I don't want to join them," Young Inflammation snorted, "they're not good people, I won't refine artifacts for them." As soon as she said that, young Kai understood. Without the support of a great force, a woman like Yang Yan wouldn't be able to display her true ability. This was because she couldn't find high-grade materials to refine artifacts. Even if she entered a place like the Artifact Refining Pavilion, her ability would be questioned. She would only be allowed to refine low-grade artifacts. Even if she claimed to be an origin-grade artifact refiner, no one dared to use origin-grade materials to verify her abilities. Under this vicious cycle, who would be miserable if not her? Even Yang Kai didn't believe her easily. He deliberately gave her some materials that he didn't need. "Do you have a grudge against them?" Yang Kai asked. "I just don't like him, but I don't hate him. I've heard that no matter which faction you're in, there will always be a conflict of power and interests. I just want to refine in peace and don't want to be involved in those troublesome matters." This wasn't wrong. The more powerful an artifact refiner was, the more they would be valued and won over. Moreover, each great force wasn't monolithic. Even a small family like the Haika family was constantly divided, not to mention a behemoth like Shadow Moon Hall. Once Young Inflammation got involved, she would probably be annoyed to death. The aroma of roasted meat filled the air and Young Inflammation looked at the roasted meat in her hand with satisfaction, tearing off a rabbit leg and handing it to Young Kai. Young Kai slowly shook his head and Young Inflammation unceremoniously stuffed it into her mouth. "I sold the artifacts she refined," Young Kai said casually. "Oh, they're yours, you can do whatever you want with them." "I sold them for a total of 20,000 high-rank Saint Crystals. The price is fair, I didn't suffer a loss," Young Inflammation nodded casually. "How many Saint Crystals do you have?" Young Kai asked again. "Why?" Young Inflammation suddenly became vigilant and covered her space ring, a look of fear on her face that Young Kai would try to steal her Saint Crystals. Thinking about it for a moment, she felt it was impossible and said hesitantly, 2,000. Low-rank Saint Crystals. So poor. Young Kai was speechless, shaking his head and sighing before taking out some high-rank Saint Crystals and a few bottles of restorative pills from his space ring and handing them over. "Artifact refining consumes a lot of energy, these are for you." Yang Yan wiped her hands and didn't act polite with Young Kai, accepting the Saint Crystals and stuffing them into her space ring before opening the bottle and taking a sniff. Her expression couldn't help changing. Saint King grade pills? She hadn't expected Young Kai to be so generous. A bottle of Saint King grade pills was not cheap, these few bottles were equivalent to half of the artifacts she refined. "You seem to be very rich." Yang Inflammation looked at Yang Kai strangely. Taking out countless 7th Order and 8th Order monster beast materials, a few bottles of Saint King grade pills, a Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle, and an Origin grade artifact, the 7-colored flag. Yang Inflammation found it hard to imagine that a 3rd Order Saint Cultivator could have so many good things. Compared to him, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Where did he get all these things from? He didn't look like someone with any background at all. Don't be stingy with pills, when you run out you can ask me for more, I have a lot, Yang Kai ordered. He had some understanding of Yang Inflammation's character. She was the kind of person who valued wealth as much as her life. Yang Kai was really worried that this woman wouldn't use pills to restore her strength. You're such a good person, Yang Inflammation was moved to death. Saying so, she picked up a piece of barbecue and continued to gnaw on it, her mouth covered in oil. A few days later, Yang Inflammation fully recovered and began artifact refining again. This time, Yang Kai let her work directly in his stone room. He had arranged the 7-colored spirit-gathering flags in his stone room, which would be of great help to her recovery. This way, she would be able to save time in artifact refining and improve her efficiency. The burning hot Yang attribute energy was constantly bursting out, and this kind of energy fluctuation made Kai Yang feel very comfortable. While Yang Inflammation was refining, Yang Kai didn't stay idle either. He went to Yang Inflammation's residence and entered retreat to accumulate his Saint Chi. It had been at least 4 or 5 years since he broke through to the 3rd Order Saint realm. Although Yang Kai had been sealed inside the blood-colored crystal for most of these years and was unable to perceive the passage of time, with the birth of the 100 drops of demon god golden blood, Yang Kai clearly felt that his strength had improved again. While he was unaware, his cultivation had risen to a very high level. Yang Kai faintly felt that the Saint King realm was within reach. He didn't lack comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, all he lacked was the accumulation of Saint Chi. As long as he accumulated enough Saint Chi, he could naturally break through. While accumulating Saint Chi, Yang Kai was also studying the uses of his golden blood. The last time he used a drop of golden blood to transform it into a golden spear and resolve the crisis Wu Yi and the others faced, Yang Kai realized just how powerful his golden blood was. Yang Kai was curious to know what other uses his golden blood could serve besides fighting. Recalling the scene at that time, Yang Kai's expression changed as a novel idea suddenly came to his mind. Squeezing out a drop of golden blood, Yang Kai flicked his finger. The drop of golden blood flew into the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye, reappearing 1,000 kilometers away. Just like that time, Yang Kai was inside the cave on Dragon Cave Mountain, but his eyes could clearly see the scene 1,000 kilometers away. The drop of golden blood seemed to have an inseparable connection with him, allowing his consciousness to freely switch between his physical body and the golden blood. Through the golden blood, Yang Kai could easily see the scene in the distance. Immediately, Yang Kai entered an ethereal state and observed his surroundings with his golden blood. He saw cities passing by below and mountains quickly being left behind. The movement speed of the golden blood was extremely fast, several times faster than a star shuttle. On top of that, Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space allowed the golden blood to break through the shackles of space, allowing it to travel at a speed even faster than Yang Kai's divine sense. A huge amount of vitality spread out from the golden blood without any concealment, and wherever it passed, many masters on Shadowed Star were alarmed. The eyes of countless masters followed the golden blood as it passed, their faces filled with shock. None of them knew who was exuding such a violent life aura, nor did they know how strong this person was. The speed at which this golden blood spread out was faster than their divine senses, but after a brief moment, it disappeared without a trace, making it impossible for them to investigate. The leaders of many great forces gathered together to discuss whether there was a possibility of an enemy coming to find them. There were also some people who did not believe in superstition and chased after the flash of golden light, wanting to get a closer look. Yang Kai had no idea that his inadvertent actions had caused the entire Shadowed Star to panic as he immersed himself in the wonders of the golden blood, unable to extricate himself for a long time. In just 3 short days, the drop of golden blood flew around Shadowed Star once before returning in the opposite direction. The vitality inside the golden blood had not weakened much, as if this strange journey had not put any pressure on it at all. Yang Kai was secretly moved. His consciousness had followed the golden blood around Shadowed Star, so he was well aware of the vastness of this cultivation star. If he had used a star shuttle to fly around it, it would have taken him at least 4 months to complete a round trip. However, the golden blood had only taken 3 short days, demonstrating just how terrifying its speed was. What was its limit? What was the furthest distance he could communicate with it? Xianxia felt that it was necessary to figure this out, so with a thought, the golden blood that had just returned flew straight up, out of the clouds, and into the star field, heading towards the vast territory of the star field. Xianxia's consciousness was immersed in the drop of golden blood as he saw one lifeless star after another, a vast asteroid sea, and the black rock beasts that roamed this asteroid sea. This was a quite strange experience, allowing one's consciousness to wander around the star field. Perhaps even an Origin King Realm Master would not be able to accomplish such a feat. Golden blood was truly amazing. After entering this ethereal state, Xianxia's body seemed to absorb world energy at a much faster rate, accumulating his Saint Qi at an even more violent rate than before. The effects of his cultivation were surprisingly good. Xianxia did not relax his vigilance of his surroundings. Right now, there were only him and Yang Inflammation on Dragon Cave Mountain, and Yang Inflammation was concentrating on artifact refining, so Xianxia naturally could not lower his guard. Otherwise, if someone tried to harm him, he would not be able to defend himself. Fortunately, his consciousness could freely switch between his physical body and the golden blood, as if his soul had 2 bodies. Xianxia would pay attention to the movements of the golden blood from time to time in a leisurely manner. As time passed, Xianxia gradually lost interest. Although he had been flying around the star field for a long time, the vitality contained in the golden blood seemed to have only weakened a little. Xianxia estimated that it would last for at least a few years before disappearing. Yang Yan spent a relatively long time refining this artifact, nearly 2 months in total. However, when she came out of seclusion, she had brought out 7 Saint King grade artifacts. High, medium, and low-grade artifacts. Perhaps it was because of the pills and Saint crystals Xianxia had given her that helped her recover, but she wasn't very tired this time. After handing over these artifacts to Xianxia, she was even in the mood to calculate how many Saint crystals she still owed Xianxia. She had great artifact refining ability, wasn't scheming, had a good temper, was beautiful, and had a great figure. Most importantly, the remuneration she charged was very cheap. Xianxia felt like he had picked up a treasure and was even more determined to keep Yang Yan as his personal artifact refiner. Casually giving her a few bottles of pills and some high-rank Saint crystals, Yang Yan smiled happily, storing the pills and Saint crystals into her space ring as she asked, "What do you want me to refine next?" "Give me the materials first, I'll see what kind of ores I can use." Xianxia took out the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion's carapace, tail, and large pincers and tossed them in front of Yang Yan. The little girl's eyes immediately widened. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with a terrifying light. She squatted down and picked up these things one by one. Her small hand stroked them as she muttered to herself. No one knew what she was saying, but she seemed to be a little absent-minded. After a long time, she looked up at Xianxia and asked, "Are you willing to let me refine these things?" Xianxia nodded. "You have proven your ability, and I believe you are indeed an origin-grade artifact refiner, so naturally I'll hand these things over to you." "Aren't you afraid I'll run away with these things?" Yang Yan still couldn't believe it. "These are materials from a 9th order monster beast, they can be used to refine origin-grade artifacts. Why don't you try and see if I can catch you and bring you back?" Xianxia grinned. Yang Yan spat disdainfully. She didn't like Xianxia's unwarranted confidence, as if everything was under his control. "Don't worry, I'm not a person who goes back on his word. I'll use these things to their fullest potential, but the ores I'll be purchasing this time will be different from the ones before, so you'll have to be prepared to bleed," Yang Yan said solemnly. "It doesn't matter, make a list," Xianxia nodded before adding, "By the way, I have a request. Just tell me what you want. Help me refine that shell into a defensive artifact. I'll use it for myself. You can do whatever you want with the rest. If you have its monster core, give it to me as well, I'll need it for artifact refining." As soon as Yang Yan's voice fell, a fist-sized monster core containing both earth and wind attributes was tossed over to her. She caught it with satisfaction and began writing down a list. A moment later, she handed it to Yang Kai and said eagerly, "Go and come back quickly, I'll start refining after a few days of recovery. It's really good to be by your side, there are so many good materials waiting for me to process." She seemed a little impatient. In Heavenly Fate City, inside the firm, Qian Tong sat in a room on the third floor, sipping a cup of tea as he stared in the direction Yang Kai had left 2 months ago, a faint trace of anxiety and helplessness on his face. Although he had concluded that Yang Kai would come here again, he had not expected that he would actually wait for 2 months. Until today, the young man had not appeared again, which made Qian Tong very depressed. At that time, he was worried about leaving a bad impression on the master behind the young man, so he did not send anyone to follow him, nor did he dare to inquire casually. He only wanted to gradually understand and use the young man to slowly draw the master out of the water. Now it seemed that this was not the case. At the very least, he should have told the young man that he wanted to recruit the master behind the young man. As long as the young man was smart enough, he would definitely pass on the message. At that time, if the master was willing, he would naturally come to Shadow Moon Hall, if not, it would not be too late for him to invite him. Such an artifact refining Grandmaster, the earlier he could be recruited, the better it would be for the Shadow Moon Hall. If he was too late, he might be discovered by other forces. At that time, there would definitely be a situation of snatching. Once the situation developed to that extent, it would not be a matter of 1 or 2 people dying. Thinking about this, Qian Tong's mood became more and more irritable. He did not notice that the teacup in his hand had been crushed until the scalding hot tea flowed over the back of his hand. Looking at the messy table, Qian Tong could not help but laugh. He wasn't young anymore, and his cultivation base wasn't low either. It seemed that it had been many years since something had upset him. Even when he was in a life-or-death battle with experts of the same level, he hadn't felt as powerless as he did now. Picking up the broken pieces of the teacup and wiping the spilled tea, Qian Tong gently took a breath and calmed his irritable mood. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the door. Qian Tong said unhappily, "What's the matter?" "Elder Qian, the young man who came to sell the secret treasure 2 months ago is here again." Outside the door, the shop assistant who had received Yang Kai last time respectfully replied. After waiting for a while, there was no response. Just as he was feeling suspicious, he heard Elder Qian Tong's excited voice from inside, "Quickly invite him in." As soon as his voice fell, he said, "No, no, no, this old man will personally welcome him." With a series of crashing sounds, it seemed that the tables, chairs, stools, and teapots on the table had all fallen to the ground and broken. The shop assistant's face darkened. He did not know who this young man was and why Elder Qian Tong treated him so seriously. Even the furnishings in the room were knocked over. The door was opened, and Qian Tong, with a flushed face, quickly walked downstairs. The shop assistant looked into the room and found that, as he had guessed, the furniture inside had been completely destroyed and was in a complete mess. On the first floor, Yang Kai was a little impatient from waiting. The last time he came, the shop assistant had received him attentively and served him meticulously. This time, he could barely be considered a regular customer and had brought the secret treasure to sell according to the previous agreement, but he did not expect that the shop assistant would ask him to wait for a while before disappearing. After waiting for a while, the chubby old man named Qian Tong hurried over and laughed heartily. "Oh, young man, this old man has waited for 2 months and finally you are here. Come, please." Saying so, he affectionately grabbed Yang Kai's arm and led him to the secret room where they had last traded. In the trading company, a group of cultivators who were trading were stunned. They stared blankly at Yang Kai's back and were speechless for a long time. Many of them knew Qian Tong and knew that he was an elder-level figure in Shadow Moon Hall, but seeing such a master treat Yang Kai so cordially, everyone couldn't help feeling surprised. After the two disappeared, everyone began whispering to each other and speculating about Yang Kai's identity. What kind of background does that guy have? Why did Elder Qian Tong personally greet him and treat him so warmly? What the hell? Even if the patriarchs of the nearby families came here, they wouldn't be worthy of Elder Qian Tong acting so cordially, right? I don't know, I've never seen that guy before, and looking at his clothes, he doesn't look like a master. His cultivation isn't high either, only third-order saint. Strange, the last time the patriarch of the Kurue family came to discuss business, Elder Qian Tong didn't appear. Who knows what's going on? Inside the private room, Qian Tong warmly arranged for Yang Kai to sit down before having someone serve him some fragrant tea and a fruit platter. Pointing to the golden fruits on the platter, Qian Tong smiled and said, "These fruits are a specialty of a family subordinate to my Shadow Moon Hall. On all of Shadowed Star, only the soil there is suitable for this kind of fruit tree to grow. These fruits only mature once every 10 years, and each harvest is less than 500. Although they can't increase one's cultivation rapidly, they taste quite good and can also help to refresh one's vitality and supplement one's Saint Qi. They are most suitable for someone like you who is about to break through. If you don't mind, you might as well try them." At a glance, Qian Tong could see that Yang Kai was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King realm from the Third Order Saint realm, so it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the Saint King realm. Yang Kai glanced over at Qian Tong intentionally or unintentionally but didn't show any trace of politeness, nor did he show any signs of vigilance, simply picking up one of the fruits and eating it, its fragrance lingering in his mouth as he nodded and said, "It tastes quite good. If Elder Qian doesn't mind, I would like to take these back." These fruits could quickly restore one's Saint Qi, so they were perfect for Yang Yan to use in artifact refining. Qian Tong's eyes flashed and he laughed heartily, I don't mind. If little brat likes them, I'll have my people prepare more, unfortunately there aren't many left." He didn't care that Yang Kai was so thick-skinned as to take these spirit fruits back because he caught a glimpse of something that excited him. Why would Yang Kai want to take these fruits back? They were clearly meant to be a gift to the master behind him. This made Qian Tong even more certain of his previous guess that there was a powerful artifact refiner behind this young man. "Elder Qian said just now that you've been waiting for me for many days. Was this what you were waiting for?" Yang Kai said as he took out the 7 freshly refined artifacts from his space ring. Qian Tong's eyes widened as each time Yang Kai took out an artifact, his breathing becoming heavier. When all 7 artifacts were taken out, Qian Tong's expression became somewhat ferocious and excited. He was certain that Yang Kai had come to purchase ores 2 months ago in order to refine these artifacts, and in just 2 months, he had refined 7 Saint King grade artifacts. It was obvious that the master behind him was worthy of his reputation. Even if Grandmaster Galin were to refine these artifacts, it would be impossible for him to refine so many high-quality artifacts in such a short time. Taking a deep breath, Qian Tong's expression returned to normal as he smiled and said, "Waiting for these artifacts is only one aspect of the matter. In fact, this old master has also been waiting for you." "And, how should I address you, little brat?" "Yang Kai." "This old master is Qian Tong, presumably you know who he is. If you don't mind, how about this old master address you as nephew?" Yang Kai nodded indifferently. With Qian Tong's seniority and age, calling him nephew was not an insult to him. Qian Tong smiled from ear to ear, "Nephew Yang is young and promising. At such a young age, you have already reached the Saint King realm. The younger generation will surpass us in time." As he spoke, he secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Young people like to be flattered and praised. Qian Tong thought that with his status and cultivation, Yang Kai should be overjoyed if he praised Yang Kai generously. Who would have thought that Kai Yang's face would remain indifferent, as if these praises were his to receive? He didn't show any signs of modesty, instead he just sat there, motionless. Qian Tong coughed lightly. His expression didn't change as he continued to ask, "May I ask where does nephew Yang work?" Yang Kai smiled. When he came in, Qian Tong treated him so warmly. Yang Kai could faintly guess what he was thinking. Now that he heard his question, he was even more certain of his guess. Looking at Qian Tong, Yang Kai said, "Elder Qian, if you have something to say, just say it." Qian Tong's expression turned solemn as he said warmly, "Nephew, please don't blame me. This old man has no ill intentions. It's just that when a young talent like you appears in front of this old man can't help but want to recruit you. And, if you are willing, this old man would like to invite you to my Shadow Moon Hall. I can guarantee that you will be provided with the most abundant cultivation resources and the best cultivation environment. With nephew Yang's aptitude, you will definitely have a bright future in the sect." He found that Yang Kai didn't seem to be a person who beat around the bush. Instead, he was quite straightforward. He didn't probe any further and immediately stated his conditions. Xiantong was old and experienced, so he naturally knew that if he tried to recruit the artifact refiner behind Yang Kai as soon as he opened his mouth, it would be impossible. An artifact refiner of that level would be proud and arrogant and definitely not someone who could be persuaded with just a few words, so Xiantong had set his sights on Yang Kai instead. In his opinion, as long as Yang Kai was willing to enter the Shadow Moon Hall, then whether the weapon refiner behind him would be recruited or not, he would definitely form a relationship with the Shadow Moon Hall. When they were familiar with each other in the future, it would be natural for him to recruit Yang Kai. It had to be said that Xiantong had a good plan. After he finished speaking, he quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. To his disappointment, Yang Kai was still indifferent. Sighing to himself, Yang Kai was truly worthy of being the disciple of an origin-grade artifact refiner. Although he didn't know if Yang Kai was that origin-grade artifact refiner's disciple, after years of being influenced by him, it seemed this young man's vision was quite high. He didn't seem to be moved by Yang Kai's empty promise at all. By the way, there is a piece of God stone in the Shadow Moon Hall's main hall. It has endless uses. Anyone who touches it will be guided into a strange world. In that world, one's mind can be purified and sublimated. It is very beneficial for breaking through the shackles of martial arts. Many disciples in my hall will request to go to the God Stone to meditate when they encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation. However, only those who have made great contributions to the sect can enjoy such treatment. If Nephew Yang is willing to join my Shadow Moon Hall, this old man will guarantee you that you can go to the God Stone and comprehend it. It won't be long before Nephew Yang breaks through to the Saint King realm. After Xiantong finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. He believed that Yang Kai would absolutely not refuse such an offer, because his cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough at this moment. With such a good opportunity in front of him, no matter who it was, they would grasp it tightly. But soon, the look in Xiantong's eyes changed because he found that Yang Kai still didn't show any signs of being moved. He couldn't help but be shocked, wondering if this little brat didn't know how precious the God Stone was. Just as he was about to carefully explain the uses of the God Stone, Yang Kai waved his hand and said impatiently, "Elder Qian, this junior appreciates your kindness, but I'm used to being free and lazy. I don't intend to join any great force, so this junior boldly refuses Elder Qian's offer. Let's talk business, there's no need to talk about anything else." Xiantong's face twitched for a moment before he let out a hollow laugh. Good. This old man is old and has a lot to say. Nephew Yang, please don't mind. Although his recruitment this time was unsuccessful, Xiantong was a patient person and naturally wasn't too disheartened. He felt that as long as he showed enough sincerity, he would succeed one day. The two sat down and immediately began discussing business. 7 Saint King grade artifacts for a total of 59,000 high-rank Saint crystals. Xiantong made a straightforward offer and Yang Kai accepted without hesitation. A short while later, a deal was struck. I also want to buy some ores. Yang Kai took out a list from his space ring. Xiantong's eyes lit up as the last bit of disappointment in his heart was swept away. Calling out loudly, the shop assistant who had been standing guard outside the door immediately came in and asked respectfully, "What instructions does Elder Qian have for me?" "Nephew Yang has a list here. Help him select the ores he needs and take out 59,000 high-rank Saint crystals from the storehouse." Yang Kai nodded. "Yes." The shop assistant took the list. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Deduct the cost of the ores from those Saint crystals, you can decide how much you need and report it to me later. Give me the best price, understood?" Xiantong added with a dignified expression. Sometimes, when showing goodwill to others, one needed to shout it out loud for others to hear. Understood, the shop assistant nodded and walked out immediately. After he left, Xiantong looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Nephew Yang is now a regular customer of ours, are you satisfied?" "Satisfied." Yang Kai also smiled and nodded. Regardless of what Xiantong was scheming in his heart, Yang Kai was naturally satisfied that he had not taken advantage of him. "Good, Elder Qian is busy, I'll wait here myself." Xiantong smiled and didn't insist, saying kindly, "Good, but Nephew Yang must remember that if you have any artifacts to sell next time, you must choose our shop first." "I'll remember." Qiantong nodded and left. Yang Kai waited in the secret room for about half an hour before being led by the shop assistant to another secret room. This secret room was filled with many rare ores and countless saint crystals. Having already received instructions from Qiantong, the shop assistant didn't dare act carelessly when dealing with Yang Kai and said respectfully, "These ores are what customer needs. The total price is 17,000 high-rank saint crystals. Because you are a regular customer, we'll give you a 20% discount, making it 13,600 saint crystals. After deducting the saint crystals required for these ores, customers' total is 45,400 saint crystals. Would you like me to count them for you?" "No need," Yang Kai shook his head, secretly surprised by the price of these ores. The last time he had come here, the ores he bought had only cost 3,000 saint crystals, but this time it was several times more expensive. No wonder Yang Yin said he was going to bleed out. Yang Kai believed that this shop assistant wouldn't try to trick him. After all, Qiantong still had ideas about the artifact refiner behind him. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai collected all the ores and saint crystals into his space ring, leaving behind 100 saint crystals. The shop assistant smiled and shot a grateful look towards Yang Kai before respectfully sending him off, neither of them mentioning the 100 saint crystals. On the third floor of the firm, Qiantong watched Yang Kai's back disappear from his field of vision, his brow furrowed deeply. He didn't know what method he could use to recruit Yang Kai into Shadow Moon Hall. He had tried twice today but had both failed. He didn't know what this young man's preferences were, but if he knew what they were, things would be much easier. Unfortunately, he couldn't send someone to follow him, which was really frustrating. There was a knock on the door again. "Come in." Qiantong sat back down in his chair. The shop assistant walked in and immediately reported, "Elder, when that young man just left, he left 100 saint crystals for this disciple." "Oh?" Qiantong glanced at him in surprise. "Did you accept it?" This disciple didn't refuse. He didn't say it explicitly, but this disciple knows that he deliberately left it for this disciple. "Elder, if you can't accept it, I'll send it back to him now." The shop assistant cautiously observed Qiantong's expression, fearing that the elder would become angry. Qiantong waved his hand and said, "No need. Since he's giving it to you, you should accept it generously. This young man likes to be straightforward. If you feign kindness and decline, he might not be happy. The next time he comes to buy ores, you have to give him more. Then, you have to tell him secretly. Do you understand?" "Understood." "Right, what kind of ores did he buy this time? Was it the same as last time?" The shop assistant immediately shook his head. "This time he bought 17,000 high-rank saint crystals worth of ores. According to your instructions, I gave him a 20% discount, so I accepted him." 17,000 high-rank saint crystals? Qiantong's face changed as he seemed to realize something and asked anxiously, "Did he buy origin-grade ores?" "Yes." Qiantong's expression changed and he suddenly burst into laughter. Good, as expected, as expected." Qiantong seemed to be very excited and kept pacing back and forth around the room. The shop assistant was confused, not knowing why Elder Qian was so happy. In his impression, other than when he broke through to the second-order origin returning realm, the elder had never been as happy as he was today. A moment later, Qiantong suddenly took out a piece of pure white jade and poured his divine sense into it before casually tossing it to the shop assistant. "Pass down the order. All the stewards of my Shadow Moon Hall shops in Heavenly Fate City must remember this person's appearance. If he visits a shop, they must receive him with all their heart. Don't be too obvious about it, but give him preferential treatment if possible. If there is anyone who doesn't have eyes and offends him, I will make them regret being born in this world." Saying so, Qiantong's aura became cold. The shop assistant trembled as he took the piece of jade and quietly examined it, quickly discovering that Yang Kai's appearance was engraved on it by Qiantong's divine sense. Holding the piece of jade with both hands, the shop assistant immediately went out to inform all the stewards of Heavenly Fate City, not daring to delay. After the shop assistant left, Qiantong swept the 7 artifacts placed on the table into his space ring and then rushed to Grandmaster Golin's residence. He was going to tell Grandmaster Golin that things were as he said. There was indeed an origin-grade artifact refiner behind Yang Kai. Although they had some guesses before and knew that the first artifact Yang Kai brought out was refined by an origin-grade artifact refiner, they were not sure whether this artifact refiner really existed. Perhaps Yang Kai had obtained that artifact by accident. But now it was different. Since Yang Kai had bought origin-grade ore, it meant that all his previous speculations had come true. Yang Kai had to discuss this matter with Grandmaster Galin to see if he could make a personal trip. After all, artifact refiners had a lot in common, so perhaps Galin would have a way to invite him. Qian Tong rushed to the palace and told Galin about this matter, causing Galin to also become excited. The two of them discussed whether they should let Galin come forward to talk to Yang Kai next time. At the very least, they should let the artifact refiner behind him know that Galin was interested in communicating with him. Dragon Cave Mountain. When Yang Kai returned, he found that Yang Inflammation was not inside the cave, causing him to be a little surprised. Quickly diving into the cave to investigate, the scene inside caused Yang Kai's face to sink as a cold murderous intent flashed from the depths of his eyes. Yang Inflammation was a simple woman, so it was impossible for her to leave here for no reason, let alone escape with his precious materials. There were some traces of a struggle in the cave, which was also a good indication that Yang Inflammation had encountered some kind of danger. Yang Kai was furious. Without even mentioning the fact that he had just handed over the materials from the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion to Yang Yan, he had also bought a lot of ore for her to refine an origin-grade defensive artifact for him. As for Yang Yan herself, an origin-grade artifact refiner who was diligently refining artifacts for him, Yang Kai wouldn't allow any accidents to happen to her. Who did this? The nearby Haiku family? There weren't many traces of battle left in the cave, so Yang Yan shouldn't have been entangled with the enemy here. Although she was an origin-grade artifact refiner, through his observations over the past few days, Yang Kai found that she didn't have much combat power. If it was really the Haiku family who did this, Yang Kai wouldn't even care about Wu Yi's face and would definitely storm the Haiku family. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai's monstrous anger soon subsided as he found that the situation wasn't as bad as he thought. Yang Inflammation was safe at the moment, but she seemed to be being chased by someone and was currently fleeing across the mountain range. She was currently in a gully a few dozen kilometers away from the cave. After learning the location of Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai immediately left the cave and rushed over, his Saint Chi surging as a fierce look appeared on his face. A moment later, the sound of Yang Inflammation's cries reached Yang Kai's ears, causing his heart to sink. Yang Yan. Yang Kai flew straight over and called out to her halfway through. Hearing Yang Kai's voice, who was still fleeing, was her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai, she quickly, her hands holding her black robes, and quickly rushed over. Around her body, there was a fiery red halo that was extremely hot. This was clearly a very high-grade defensive artifact. From the energy fluctuations flowing from this halo, Yang Kai estimated that even if he used his full strength, he wouldn't necessarily be able to hurt Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation's condition was also quite good. Besides looking a bit flustered and somewhat distressed, there were no scars on her body, allowing Yang Kai to relax. Woo woo woo. Yang Kai, save me. Someone is bullying me. Yang Inflammation cried as she quickly ran behind Yang Kai to hide. Don't be afraid. Yang Kai comforted her, his eyes turning cold as he stared forward. Several figures quickly flew over from that direction, one of them shouting angrily, "Cheap slut, you dare hurt me? You're dead." Before he could finish his words, a huge sword beam flew over from the other side. Everywhere the sword beam passed, cracks would appear on the ground, and trees would be crushed into powder. This sword wave was filled with cold murderous intent, obviously not just a simple deterrent, but one that really wanted to take someone's life. Yang Kai coldly snorted and pulled Yang Inflammation to the side, avoiding the attack of this sword wave. 5 figures landed and surrounded Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation's tender body trembled as she tightly clutched onto Yang Kai's clothes, a look of horror filling her face. Even if her artifact refining skills were great, she was still just a little girl in her 20s. She had no combat experience, nor had she ever encountered a dangerous fight, so this time's experience had truly frightened her. Although Yang Kai had already arrived, seeing the fierce looks on the faces of these 5 people, she couldn't help feeling a little frightened. She didn't know if Yang Kai could deal with the situation in front of him. After all, she also knew that Yang Kai's strength wasn't high, only a third-order saint. Yang Kai turned his head to look at these people and couldn't help feeling a little stunned. Because he found that Yang Yan, who was being chased, was completely unscathed, but the 5 people who were chasing her all had wounds all over their bodies, especially the young man standing in front of him who looked about the same age as him. There were more than a dozen bloody holes on his gloomy face. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of attack had inflicted these wounds, but his face was covered in blood, making him look extremely terrifying. The other 4 people were also more or less covered in blood, the most serious of which had his abdomen scorched and was in unbearable pain. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, obviously having been burned by extremely hot flames. What happened? Yang Kai was confused, turning his head to look at Young Inflammation. Young Inflammation's face was still pale, her teeth chattering as she sobbed, "I don't know. I was resting in the cave when they broke in. That guy said he wanted me to accompany him, but I didn't want to, so he came up to pull me, so I summoned my sun-scorching shield and shot out my cold bone nails, injuring him. Then the other 4 people also rushed over, so I threw out the dragon beard rope, 10,000 flame handkerchief, colored glass ring, and profound cloud gold thread before running away. After that, they began to chase me. I kept running, and then you came." Hearing Young Inflammation say this, the faces of the 5 people who were gathered around were filled with embarrassment and anger. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while, imagining the situation at that time in his mind. He imagined Young Inflammation panicking, summoning all kinds of high-grade artifacts in the cave, and then beating these 5 people until they were crying for their mothers and fathers. Yang Kai suddenly wanted to laugh. Worthy of an origin-grade artifact refiner. Yang Kai never knew that Young Inflammation actually had so many trump cards. Although her combat effectiveness and courage were somewhat lacking, with her luxurious array of artifacts and equipment, she wasn't someone who could be casually bullied. If she really wanted to kill these 5 people, they would have died long ago. Although he had worried for nothing, Yang Kai was still a little annoyed. Knowing that Young Inflammation had an endless supply of artifacts, these 5 people still pursued her. This was a bit excessive. If they were smarter, they would have already retreated, but they still pursued her. Either they had taken a fancy to Young Inflammation's beauty, or they had taken a fancy to Young Inflammation's artifacts. The latter was more likely. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression became even colder. The young man with the bloody hole in his face was a little afraid of Yang Kai's sudden appearance, but after realizing that he was just a third-order saint cultivator, he immediately became arrogant and shouted, "Little brat, no matter who you are, no matter what relationship you have with this woman, this matter has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to die, hurry up and scram, otherwise don't blame this young master for killing you." Yang Kai laughed, "This is my territory, you dare act wildly in my territory and even want to touch my people, yet you say it has nothing to do with me? Your territory?" The young man showed a look of sudden realization, "You're from the Haika family, right? Since that's the case, this matter should be easy." His expression suddenly became extremely relaxed as a look of arrogance appeared on his face as he pointed to himself and declared, "My name is Su Tianze." After saying so, he proudly waited for Yang Kai's reaction, as if his name should have some kind of deterrent effect. However, Yang Kai just stared at him indifferently, not responding at all. Su Tianze was stunned. For a moment before shouting exaggeratedly, hey, don't tell me you don't know who I am? Should I know who you are?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Who do you think you are?" Su Tianze looked at his 4 subordinates in amazement before laughing loudly, "The people of the Haika family are getting worse and worse, there's actually someone who doesn't know who I, Su Tianze, am. Young master, this guy's strength isn't high, and he doesn't seem to be an important character in the Haika family. It's likely he really hasn't heard of your name," one of the men next to him said. This explanation made Su Tianze's expression much better. Even in a small force like the Haika family, this guy really couldn't make him take him seriously. The only thing he was worried about was the petite woman wearing a large black robe. This cheap woman had a mess of artifacts on her body, causing him to suffer a lot just now. If he didn't know about this then it would have been fine, but after learning about it, Su Tianze naturally wouldn't give up. Those artifacts were really something to covet. On top of that, this woman didn't seem to know how to fight and only knew how to run away. If that was the case, Xianxia was quite sure he would be able to obtain both her wealth and her body. This woman was really top grade. Her breasts, her ass, even that large black robe couldn't hide her proud charm. Su Tianze could already imagine what this woman would look like after stripping her naked, causing his blood to boil. He had never thought that just by passing by this place and seeing that the world energy aura here was quite good, he would actually obtain such a big harvest. Seeing Su Tianze's eyes staring at him, Yang Yan subconsciously grabbed Yang Kai's clothes and hid behind him, whispering, "Yang Kai, they have 4 Saint Kings, we should run." Saint Kings are amazing? The number of Saint Kings who have died at my hands isn't just 1 or 2, Yang Kai patted Yang Yan on the shoulder. You think you can kill Saint Kings? Su Tianze seemed to have heard a joke and laughed loudly. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do the people of the Haiku family speak without thinking? Su Wei, go up and teach him a lesson, let him know what a Saint King is. Yes, young master. The cultivator who was named grinned and walked forward step by step, cracking his neck as he walked. Little brat, provoking my family's young master, your end will be very miserable. Provoking me, your end won't be any better. After you die, you can regret it. Yang Kai looked at him faintly, and as soon as his voice fell, a jet-black flame suddenly appeared and shot towards the cultivator named Su Wei. A burst of demonic flames suddenly appeared, carrying with it a monstrous momentum as it shot towards the Saint King realm cultivator named Su Wei. Su Wei's expression became fierce as he laughed. Fire attribute cultivator? What this father fears the least is the fire attribute. Saying so, a mist of energy suddenly appeared on the surface of his body and a series of ripples spread out from him. Su Wei was like a stone thrown into a lake, splashing out tens of thousands of ripples. These ripples intertwined with each other and contained an extremely powerful force that met the demonic flames head-on, intending to extinguish them first before strangling Yang Kai to let this arrogant little brat know just how big the gap between them was. As soon as he saw Su Wei use his strength, Yang Kai knew that he cultivated a water attribute secret art and understood where Su Wei's self-confidence came from. Since ancient times, water and fire were incompatible, so Su Wei's strength clearly restrained Yang Kai. What's more, Su Wei's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, so if he still couldn't win, his several dozen years of cultivation would have been in vain. Su Tianze and the remaining Saint Kings clearly knew Su Wei's background, so they crossed their arms and stood to the side to watch the show, their eyes filled with ridicule and disdain as they stared towards Yang Kai. In their opinion, Yang Kai would die without a doubt. It was absolutely impossible for him to escape from Su Wei's water attribute secret art. Perhaps they wouldn't even be able to find an intact piece of flesh. Su Wei sneered, and so did Yang Kai. Both of their eyes were filled with confidence as they stared at each other as if they were looking at a dead man, completely devoid of emotion. Water-like ripples spread over, but the extreme heat in the ball of devilish flames suddenly changed, becoming extremely cold. The spreading ripples were completely frozen in mid-air, as if they had been completely frozen. Su Wei's sneer stiffened on his face as he stared blankly at the strange scene in front of him, somewhat unable to understand why his strength had been restrained by this ball of flames. Although this ball of flames was pitch black and looked a bit strange, it was still only displayed by a third-order Saint Cultivator. How much energy did it have to stop his power from spreading? While Su Wei was absent-minded, a soft sound rang out, and a scene that made Su Wei's soul fly out of his body appeared. The frozen water ripples were all burning, and the burning flames were spreading towards him at an incomparably ferocious speed. The pitch-black fireball exuded a strange fluctuation of alternating heat and cold, mixed with the terrifying aura of yang and evil that could not coexist, and directly bombarded Su Wei's body. The Saint Chi he used to protect his body didn't play a protective role at all. On the contrary, it only served to add fuel to the fire, causing it to burn even more fiercely. Su Wei only had time to scream before his body was engulfed in black flames. Yang Kai leapt into the air, displaying his martial skills and summoning his artifacts one by one in an attempt to extinguish the flames on his body, but it was all to no avail. The burning black flames were like ghosts chasing after his life, sticking to his body as they burned more and more fiercely. Yang Kai opened his mouth in pain but couldn't make a single sound, as if even his voice was being swallowed by the flames. In less than 10 breaths of time, Su Wei fell from the sky like a burning fireball, smashing into the ground and disintegrating. A charred stench suddenly filled the air, causing everyone who smelled it to feel like vomiting. Su Tianzhe and the remaining 3 Saint King Realm cultivator had never expected Yang Kai to be so ruthless. With just a 3rd order Saint cultivation, he had killed a 1st order Saint King cultivator with just a wave of his hand. What kind of flames were those? Su Wei had been unable to fight back at all. It wasn't until now that everyone realized that what Yang Kai had said just now didn't seem to be boasting. The number of Saint Kings who had died at his hands wasn't limited to just 1 or 2. With such means, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill Saint Kings. Considering all this, 2 of them felt their hearts beating rapidly as they stared at Yang Kai with eyes filled with horror and dread. Their cultivations were similar to Su Wei's, perhaps even lower, but Yang Kai could kill Su Wei in a single blow, so killing them would be as easy as flipping his hand. Between life and death, the 2 of them trembled, unable to advance or retreat for a time, turning their eyes to the strongest of their group for help. This was a balding middle-aged man whose cultivation was higher than Su Wei and the other 2, but he was still only a 2nd order Saint King. After seeing the terrifying power of the demonic flames, this man knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Because he had no way to resist this kind of burning, the black flames seemed capable of incinerating everything in the world, bringing unimaginable despair to anyone who saw them. What are you all gawking for? He killed Su Wei, charge. Tear this bastard into 10,000 pieces, I want him to die a horrible death. Su Tianzhe, the one with the lowest cultivation, stomped his feet and cursed. Although Su Tianzhe was the young master of the Su family, his aptitude was truly unsightly. The Su family had used countless precious treasures to help him temper his body over the years, but even now, he was only a 3rd order saint. Without aptitude on the martial Tao, Su Tianzhe didn't try to improve himself and instead spent all his time indulging in debauchery. Relying on the prestige of the Su family, no one in the vicinity dared to provoke him. What's more, he always had 4 Saint King Realm bodyguards with him, so besides a great force like Shadow Moon Hall, no one dared to have any ideas about him. Today, one of his bodyguards had suddenly died for no apparent reason. Su Tianzhe hadn't seen how powerful Yang Kai was and only knew that his face had been damaged, so he immediately wanted revenge. Hearing him shout like this, the 3 Saint King Realm masters all stared at him with difficulty. At this moment, all of them hoped that their waste young master would shut his stinky mouth. Could this idiot not see that the 3 of them were clay bodhisattvas crossing a river and were powerless to protect themselves? The bald middle-aged man suddenly turned to the other 2 and shouted, "You should know what will happen to you if something happens to the young master." When the 2 Saint Kings heard this, they immediately turned to look at Yang Kai and summoned their defensive artifacts without saying a word before pouncing towards Yang Kai. One of them raised his hand and a silver light filled the surrounding space. This silver light was filled with murderous intent and quickly wrapped around Yang Kai. The other man silently appeared behind Yang Kai and summoned a huge tiger phantom from his body, biting towards Yang Kai's neck. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Inflammation, who was hiding behind Yang Kai. As long as he caught this woman, he could use her as a bargaining chip to force Yang Kai to compromise. Although this woman was covered in powerful artifacts, she didn't understand how to fight, so it shouldn't be difficult to capture her. The 2 Saint Kings, one in front and one behind, cooperated closely. Obviously, this was not the first time they had worked together, so they were quite familiar with each other's strength and movements. Yang Kai stood in place, motionless. Just as the silver light was about to reach him, a ring of black flames suddenly appeared around his body, as if he was on fire. Not only did this ring wrap around him, even Yang Yan, who was still holding onto his clothes, was wrapped in it. The silver light bombarded this demonic flame and instantly melted. The cultivator who had rushed in front of Yang Kai paled, realizing that he had underestimated this young man's ability and hurriedly retreated. "You think you can escape?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand and punched the man's chest. The Saint King grade low-rank defensive artifact armor he was wearing was as fragile as a piece of paper, and Yang Kai's attack directly punched a hole in it. Even the Saint King grade low-rank artifact's chest had caved in. Like an arrow released from a bow, the man flew out quickly, his artifact armor and body completely burned away by the demonic flame, dying before he even hit the ground. The moment Yang Kai's fist hit the man's chest, a scream rang out from behind him. The cultivator who wanted to capture Yang Inflammation as a bargaining chip had just placed his hand on Yang Inflammation's shoulder when he was burned by Yang Kai's demonic flame. He hurriedly pulled back his hand, but the devil flame spread to his arm at an extremely fast speed. This person was also decisive. He pulled out a long sword and directly cut off his own arm. He would rather cut off his own arm than let the demonic flame burn his body. His two companions had been burned to death like this, so how could he not understand the horror of this demonic flame? After cutting off his own arm, he tried to escape without looking back, but to his despair, another mass of black flame suddenly appeared in front of him and slammed directly into his face. Cold and hot simultaneously, the cultivator instantly realized that his face was no longer there. Using his remaining hand, he scratched desperately, trying to get rid of the flames, but to no avail. His face was scratched to pieces and the flames quickly burned his entire body, causing him to twitch uncontrollably. It was obvious that he would not survive. Yang Kai turned his head and looked into the distance. The bald middle-aged man had taken Su Tianze and fled at the same time as the other two people. Su Tianze, who was being carried on his shoulder, was still shouting loudly, wanting Yang Kai to pay the price and so on. Yang Kai's figure flashed and was about to chase after them, but who would have thought that a pulling force would drag him from behind? Only then did he remember that Yang Inflammation had been holding on to his clothes. From the strength of this pulling force, it seemed that Yang Inflammation had used even more strength. Looking back at her, he was shocked to find that Yang Inflammation's face was extremely pale, her spirit was quite weak, and her tender body was trembling, like a quail that had nowhere to hide in the cold winter. Yang Inflammation! Yang Kai was shocked. He thought that Yang Inflammation had been secretly poisoned by these people, so he didn't care about killing them all. Instead, he sent out a burst of spiritual energy towards the bald middle-aged man and Su Tianze. A faint blue light burst from Su Tianze's waist, offsetting some of the damage from Yang Kai's spiritual energy attack. Even so, Su Tianze fainted without a word. The bald middle-aged man coughed up a mouthful of blood as if his head had been pierced by thousands of needles. His knowledge sea trembled and his soul was nearly destroyed. How is this possible? The bald middle-aged man was horrified. He hadn't expected that not only was Yang Kai's Saint Chi so powerful, but even his spiritual energy was so terrifying. He was 2 minor realms higher than Yang Kai, but he had still almost been killed. If it weren't for Su Tianze's soul-type artifact, the two of them might have died already. Not daring to delay any longer, he hurriedly fled with Su Tianze as fast as he could. End of chapter 11-12. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.